Board, Gordon Chang. From CPAC, Grant Newsham. And your moderator, Attorney Lydia Chang.
Good morning, CPAC. Good morning. It is great to be among patriots, among people like you who cherish liberty. But across the Pacific, in both South Korea and Hong Kong, liberty is under attack. I was born in Hong Kong. I grew up there. That's where Gordon and I met when he came to Hong Kong to work. It was a vibrant city, a fun place. But this morning, we woke up to the news that the Hong Kong government has arrested another 47 democracy activists, on top of the thousands they've arrested in the last few months. So, Gordon, what is happening to that city that you and I both love so dearly?
China's really taking over Hong Kong, and it's removing and eliminating every vestige of opposition. Now, China promised 50 years of a high degree of autonomy. This is under the one country, two systems formula, but recently what they have been doing is jailing people, including Jimmy Lai and a number of others who are important activists, and they've been preventing opposition candidates from running in elections. They've been instituting what they call patriotic education. So really, this is the end of Hong Kong as we know it.
Well, that's what communism is. It is against life, against liberty, against freedom. And the only thing they can do is coercion and repression. The American Conservative Union is the first foreign organization to go to Hong Kong. We went in August 2019 to stand with the protesters there. Mash Slack, Dan Schneider, Veronica Birkenstock, and Zach Crandall, we were all there. And the ACU is also in South Korea. We have 3 CPACs, and we have a lot of South Korean patriots here today with us. But Grant, South Korea is fast becoming an authoritarian state. What is President Moon Jae-in doing there?
You know, that's something nobody expected, particularly people who have a long history with South Korea, know about it. We've always thought of it as a free country like us, with all the rights that everyone has. What you're seeing is the administration of President Moon Jae-in making a systematic effort to turn South Korea into a one-party state. They're strangling individual liberty, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, etc. And it's something that many people find very hard to believe what is happening before their own eyes.
Yeah, it was such a vibrant democracy. On April 15, there was a General Assembly election in South Korea.
Yes.
What happened there, and what did China do there?
Well, they had an election for their Congress, and what happened was the Moon administration, their party, won an overwhelming victory, and it gave them the ability to pass any legislation through the National Assembly, but also with 3 more votes to change the Constitution. And elections happen, and sometimes the results aren't what you expect. But this was one.
We do know that, don't we?
But there was so many irregularities here in that election that one had to conclude that it was rigged. And I went in as a skeptic, but came out believing that, yes, indeed, this was rigged.
Because you spent a lot of time in South Korea in the last few months investigating that, right?
That's right. And once you look at the evidence, and there's a compelling case, if not conclusive case, that it was a rigged election. How was China involved? Well, it's in their interest to dominate South Korea. And they have compelling evidence of electronic manipulation of the voting systems there. But the thing to remember is that they had willing participants. The Moon administration is actually, one has to conclude, pro-China and even pro-North Korea, and not so much pro-United States.
Yeah, you once told me that, well, we don't know if if Moon is a communist or not, but one thing we do know is he's very anti-America. Because you told me that he wrote about how he was so happy that America lost the Vietnam War. But a lot of South Koreans, most South Koreans, still remember the sacrifices that America made during the Korean War. So is Moon anti-Americanism just him, or is it a reflection of his generation?
I think what it reflects is him and a very close group of cronies, or a coterie of what amount to our equivalent of 60s radicals. These aren't just leftists or socialists, these are the extreme radicals.
And we do know something about radicals and leftists, don't we?
But a small group of committed radicals with a vision and are vague about their actual objectives and are ruthless enough can shift a country where most people don't want to go. Most South Koreans don't favor what he favors, which is the United States off the peninsula, South Korea aligned with, or unified with North Korea and looking more like North Korea and aligning the country with China. I think most Koreans don't agree with that. But it's a very dangerous thing, and we've seen how a country can shift even where the majority of people don't want to go.
So, Gordon, what does China want on the Korean Peninsula? What is their objective there?
Well, China's always been anti-American, so they want our troops off the peninsula. They want our influence eliminated there. And indeed, Grant talks about a unified Korea. Basically, North Korea will take over South Korea. And a lot of people think that that's just impossible to happen because North Korea is destitute and South Korea is so prosperous and advanced. But it's a prosperous and advanced society run by leftists, and China is going to do everything possible, including rigging that April 15th election that you talked about, Grant.
I think so, and that is, China is all about breaking alliances. And you see it in South Korea, you see it in Japan, the Philippines, Taiwan. That's their MO, is to try and split the United States alliances that have maintained peace and basically freedom in the Pacific region for a long time. And you're seeing that at work in South Korea. And the MOs, the way they do is a little different in every place. But given that the Moon administration has people who, by their own words, if you go back and look at them, are effectively pro-China, pro-North Korea, it makes it easier for China to do its work. But as I said, a large part of the population does not support this. So it's not a done deal just yet, but it is dangerous.
See, that's something I don't understand. I know that China wants to split alliances, right? But what's happening in Hong Kong? Hong Kong was supposed to be an example for Taiwan. It was supposed to be, okay, Hong Kong can come back and into the motherland, and so Taiwan, you should be happy, you should be not worried about anything. And now what they're doing in Hong Kong is actually energizing the pro-independence movement in Taiwan. So isn't that counterproductive for the CCP?
Yeah, it certainly is counterproductive because the one country, two systems formula that is supposed to be in place in Hong Kong was originally developed by Deng Xiaoping, a former Chinese leader, for Taiwan. And what's occurred, especially in 2019, is the pro-independence, the green forces as they're called, have really become much more stronger. They actually won an election that everyone thought that they were going to lose. And that really means that Taiwan is now charting its own path away from China. That's a great thing for freedom and democracy. And it's a great thing for the United States because Taiwan is absolutely essential to the defense of the U.S. Our Western defense perimeter includes Taiwan, which is at the center of it. So this is important for you and me and all Americans.
That's why you always say defending Taiwan is defending America. So we have a mutual defense treaty with South Korea. We have one with Japan. You spend a lot of time in Japan too. Mm-hmm. What does Japan see all of this? What's happening in South Korea and what is happening in Hong Kong? How does Tokyo see this?
Well, the Japanese, they never let on just how scared they are. That's their nature, but they are terrified by what might happen, particularly on the Korean Peninsula. There's historic baggage, and there's no love lost in some quarters, and they are concerned that a unified Korean Peninsula might actually, particularly aligned with China, might actually turn its attentions on Japan. Also, they see what has happened in Hong Kong, and it it reminds the Japanese that they do not want to be dominated or taken over by China. But Japan does need to do more to defend itself. But they see exactly what's going on, but they're very coy about it, and they're, I would say, scared to death.
You know, that's also another thing about how counterproductive the CCP has been. Because now there's the Quad, and I know that we've talked about the Quad yesterday here and in our breakout sessions. But Gordon, can you just talk a little bit about the Quad, you know, Japan, South Korea, India, and the United States?
Yeah, this is a grouping of those 4 countries that are trying to protect themselves from China. And indeed, you know, President Trump had a great relationship with former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Right now with President Biden, I think the Japanese are very concerned about what's happening because they don't know what's going on. And indeed, they've got a new leader, Prime Minister Suga, who is quite soft on China. So this is a real concern because the Quad is really the main way we're going to protect ourselves in Asia.
Is a concern, but don't you think that what President Trump has put in place, you know, they have operationalized the Quad, that is something that is going to last?
I think that it will last because it makes sense and countries are being forced to do something they don't want to do in the region. And that is, they always wanted to have really good relations with Beijing, friendly relations, but you can't do that because China's been so hostile. So China will force the Quad to become an even stronger alliance. It's not a technical, formal military alliance, but it actually works much closer together than, for instance, NATO, which is a formal alliance.
Yeah, and you look at the Quad countries, and you go throughout Asia, and you'll find there's a difference between elite thinking and public thinking.
Yes.
And the publics are generally overwhelmingly anti-PRC. And the elite class is flexible on the matter sometimes, but you do see that, and that is a strength that the Quad has, is that you have huge public support for the idea of standing up to the PRC, and everyone wants the Americans to particularly play a role in it.
That's why people are smart and governments are dumb. So, what is happening in South Korea and Hong Kong, what the CCP is doing there, it's a real warning to us, isn't it, Gordon?
It certainly is. And you know, in the few moments we have left, the important thing for us is to make sure that we keep our alliances and our partnerships in Asia strong, that we continue the initiatives of the Trump administration, and that you and me and everybody make sure that we pressure our government, which doesn't really want to confront China, but we've got to force it to do so for our own protection.
You know, it looks grim. The CCP is a real threat, is an existential threat. And
Well, someone just gave me a button which says #CCP not for me.
And it is true that the governments in South Korea and Hong Kong are Chinese puppets. But the people of South Korea and the people of Hong Kong understands that America is a hope. And that is why when they took to the streets to protest, what did they do? They flew our flag and they sang our anthem because they know what America stands for. Thank you all.
Everybody, let's shout it so the people in Hong Kong and South Korea can hear us. USA! USA! USA!
Thank you all.
USA!
Thank you.
The last samurai is right back. Hello, America. Hello, American conservatives. My name is Genki Fuji. I'm a Japanese journalist and an author of more than 70 books on international relations. I run online World Forecast News Service. I respect President Trump and American conservatives. President Trump fought against Chinese communists in order to protect the entire free world. President Trump, he's a real American samurai. I want to make US-Japan alliance stronger. I want to build solid friendship with real American patriots or American samurai. Let's fight together for freedom. Let's slash the cancel culture. Let's start US-Japan samurai to samurai alliance.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. This is about veterans as they see themselves.
This is one sick person.
There is a way to find justice.
At Home with me, Paula Dean.
I show you how to be happy in a hurry.
Absolutely beautiful.
We have a history. We should learn from the history.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Club for Growth, please welcome David McIntosh.
Good morning, CPAC. Good morning. I am David McIntosh, president of the Club for Growth. We're the largest conservative political machine. We raised over $100 million last cycle, and we won 85% of our races to elect good freedom candidates to Congress. I've been fighting for conservative causes all of my life. I co-founded the Federalist Society when I was studying under Antonin Scalia. I worked for Ronald Reagan in my 20s, and I was one of the freshmen in 1994 that won the majority for Republicans in Congress. So I know how to win. You, all of you here at CPAC, you are the leaders and the future leaders of our country. And today I want to talk to you from my heart about where we go now and what we have to do to win elections in the future. This won't be your typical CPAC speech full of red meat, because my message is straightforward. We must unite around the principles of freedom, and then America will return us to Washington to lead this country. We must stop letting the left and the media goad us into fighting with each other. Instead, we must turn all of our attention to stopping the Socialist Democrats' march on Washington. Yes, we have to unite and fight. Americans will be with us. They never signed up for their agenda. They never signed up for huge tax increases. They never signed up for the government controlling your health care. They never signed up for eliminating all the jobs in the oil and gas industry. They never signed up for their radical culture that disrespects Americans and our patriotism and calls us deplorables. But to win this battle, conservatives must bring together two different elements of our coalition. On the one hand, conservatives have fought for decades, since my old boss Ronald Reagan, and before, for the immutable principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of the American dream. We're for lower taxes, we're for freedom so Americans can live how they want, work where they want, and follow their dreams. On the other hand, we have millions of Americans who never engaged in politics, but they followed Donald Trump. because he made bold promises and fought for those promises when too many Republicans were far too timid. Part of our conservative coalition is made up, this part of it is made up of the working men and women of America, who the Republican Party often has ignored and sometimes looked down on. They love our country. We love our country. They stand for our flag and they kneel for their God. They raise their children with a hope of a better future, and they live and die and sacrifice so that we will forever be the land of the free and the home of the brave. Yes. So how did this billionaire real estate developer out of New York City, how did he win the loyalty of working Americans across our country? He promised to do things that had never been done. Cut their taxes, rein in Washington, slash red tape, create good jobs right here in America, stand up to China, move our embassy to Jerusalem. He promised to make America great. And he fought for those promises, and he never apologized for what he believes. What a refreshing response to the cancel culture on the left. Yes. In fact, I believe this is a critical lesson all of us have to learn. First, we have to make promises. Talk straight to the American people. Tell them what we believe in. Tell them why it's good for them and their children. And then fight for them. You might not win every battle, but at least try to win every battle. And finally, keep our promises. Because when they know we'll keep our promises, they'll follow us, they'll trust us, and they'll let us lead America. So now it falls on all of you who are the leaders and the future leaders of our country, to bring these two elements together. When we combine the conservative principles of the Republican Party with the boldness of Donald Trump, we will win, and we will win to restore this country to the greatness that it always has been. Now this means, thank you, this means that each part of our coalition must lead in its own fashion. Our party leaders have to speak the truth and point the way to freedom and justice for all Americans. And the American people, they'll lead by holding together our families, our churches, our communities, and teaching our children the truth that America is a great country and has been blessed for freedom and opportunity for all people. We have to resist those who claim that they only want to lead part of that coalition. Liz Cheney is wrong when she said President Trump doesn't have a part in the Republican Party. Similarly, Josh Hawley, I think, was wrong when he abandoned free market principles and called on the government to subsidize 75% of Americans' wages. If we did that, if we did that, we'd all be working for government in Washington, and they would have our freedom. We can't allow our leaders to abandon the principles of freedom to pursue populist political ambitions. Our movement has to stick to those principles and welcome the Trump voters who want to see us fight for America. Thank you. We have no time to waste. For 2 centuries, America has been blessed with the culture of freedom and a constitution grounded in liberty. Since our founding, Americans have been free to speak our minds. But not today. The Democrats want to take away that freedom. Since our foundings, Americans have been able to work where they want to and keep their earnings to make choices for their family. But not today. They want to eliminate entire sectors, millions of jobs. Since our founding, Americans have cherished the right to vote in free and democratic elections. But today, fewer and fewer people have faith in our election system. And the liberals cry foul if you say we have to have election integrity. Today, conservatives must confidently, boldly unite to restore our Constitution and the liberty it guarantees. We stand for the First Amendment. We stand for the Bill of Rights. We stand for the Second Amendment. We stand for freedom. And we'll take that message to all Americans with a hope for a better future. And when we do, we will bless Americans. Those who agree with us, those who don't, will be brought along in America that once again is a great country with a bright future. It won't be easy, so I call on each of you today. You, the leaders of our country, the leaders of our movement, I call on you to unite. Harness the strength and the resolve of the American people and lead this country once more into a future where everyone is free to follow their dreams. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Matt and Mercedes Schlapp.
Monday, come on! You're not tired, right? You're not sleep deprived, right? We're just getting started, people. We are just getting started.
You know, I was asked by a reporter today if Ronald Reagan would have anything to do with CPAC. And it really, I just walked out of Catholic Mass and it kind of stunned me. Would Ronald Reagan have any, would he be proud of CPAC? I think Ronald Reagan would be proud of CPAC. And I think we have the perfect next speaker. You know him well. He's back on your television screen. He's on your radio dial. He is the bridge, the personification of the conservative movement under Ronald Reagan that has now become the conservative movement under Donald Trump.
But more importantly, he is our dear friend. He has the biggest heart, the biggest brain, and someone who has stood strong in ensuring that we all have economic freedom and prosperity. So we want to welcome to the stage our dear friend, Larry Kudlow.
Thanks, everybody. That was wonderful, beautiful. Nobody better than Matt and Mercy Schlapp. Nobody better. It's not possible. And I want to congratulate them for bringing CPAC down to Florida. Which, thanks to the wisdom of Governor DeSantis, is an open state. And I think, you know, Zoom is cool, all right? But it's not as good when you're talking about hearts and souls and minds, which is what we're talking about among conservatives these few days. So this was a brilliant stroke, and my hat's off to them. And to you. And to you. So I guess I want to apologize at the very beginning of this talk because this could be a boring speech. It could be a boring speech because I want to make one very simple point this morning. That's all. I mean, the boss is going to speak this afternoon at 3:30. I spoke to him yesterday morning before my radio show. He dialed in. He sounded great, and he's going to make some very important points about the present and the future. And I told him that my own talk this morning was going to be about his policy legacies, and success, what he has achieved. Now, hang on one second. I want to make this point because not enough of my friends or my enemies in the media are making this point. President Trump's 4 years were a most consequential presidency. He achieved successes jammed into 4 years that nearly every president in American history couldn't get done in 8 years. And you know, in Washington, nobody ever lies in Washington. Never. But sometimes there are large periods of what I call cognitive dissonance. You can look that up. You can Google that up. Or let's just call them falsehoods. And I want to use some numbers. I'm an economics guy. To rebut these falsehoods, please stay with me. I'll do it as rapid fire as I can, but it is important to prove the success of his policies. It is important. Now, let me begin with my favorite. On our TV show, I talk about this virtually every night. President Biden and the others say when they took office, there were no vaccines. They say that. Again, Vice President says that. Others say that. So let me make this point first before I give you a number. Through Operation Warp Speed, which developed vaccines by using government deregulation and private enterprise, private sector genius, generated the most extraordinary medical scientific event probably in American history, and if not so, it'll be in the top 3. We are pretty near herd immunity, according to some important medical scientists. That means the proliferation of vaccines, which is now about 85 or 90 million, is actually almost 2 or 3 times the number of cases. We are moving at rapid speed. We will be able to open up the schools and the economies and get people back to work because of the vaccines, which came from Operation Warp Speed. There's a wonderful number circulating. Earlier last week, President Biden had a newser and congratulated himself on 50 million vaccines. Okay, congrats, Mr. President. So I kind of did some back-of-the-envelope arithmetic. And I said, okay, 50 million. He's in office 37 days. That's 1.35 million vaccines per day. And then I remembered, thumbing back, wait a second. In the last few days before the inauguration of January 20th and on January 20th itself, President Trump left him with 1.3 million vaccines per day. Now, look, I am happy, but don't tell me there were no vaccines since we handed him 1.3 million a day. Now it's 1.35 million a day. Please, don't say that. You're insulting American intelligence, and everybody knows it. On other matters, lower taxes, deregulation, border security, of course the vaccines, China trade, North American trade, the Abraham Accords. It was a remarkable, consequential group. And I want to read some numbers. Stay with me. Please don't walk out. It's okay. Here's the single biggest fallacy that I hear, and we've heard this for several years. And it goes back all the way back to the campaign in 2015 when myself and Steve Mnuchin and Steve Miller and the president and all kinds of folks, Kevin Hassett, worked out the president's tax cut program. We argued that if you lower taxes across the board, particularly business taxes, large and small business tax rates were lowered substantially. We argued that along with deregulation, the people who would be helped the most were not the upper crust, though I have nothing against the upper crust, I'm not a class warrior, but that the people who would be helped the most were those in the middle and the blue collar and the lower middle and the lower rungs of income, that we were providing them with more opportunity by opening up the taxes and regulations so we could have a boom in this country. And when you look at the facts, I'm going to give you some factoids, heaven forbid. That is exactly what happened. From data, statistics, from the Census Bureau and the Federal Reserve Consumer Finance Survey and the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Bureau of Economic Analysis and Commerce, these are all bureaucracies. They're not political. The data are utterly, absolutely clear. Absolutely clear. Go back, for those of you who read Scripture from time to time, remember Matthew 25 when Lord Jesus says, "If you help the least among us, you help me." You help me. President Trump helped the least among us. Okay? Let's put that right out there. That, by the way, is why the Republican Party is becoming the party of the American worker first. Whether it's taxes or regulations or tough trade deals with China and Europe or North America, whether it's border security and immigration, President Trump established with great clarity and consistency the notion that we must help American workers first, we must help the American economy first, we must help American security first. And he started that with his economic plan, and that's what the numbers show. So we inherited an economy that was on the cusp of recession in late 2016. Immediately following dereg and tax cuts and so forth, the economy was re-energized and reinvigorated. And here's the most telling data. Back to this theme, that those who needed it the most got it, the least among us got it. The overall unemployment rate fell to 3.5%. That's a historic low. 3.5%. Pre-pandemic. But here's the thing. Go into your middle class, your blue collars, your lower middle class, your people trying to climb the ladder of opportunity. Get this. Real median family income rose in the 3 years before the pandemic by $6,500. Now hang on. That is 5 times in 3 years what the prior administration couldn't do in 8 years. Tax cuts for the rich. That's all I hear. Well, you know, it's true what Matt said. I started with Reagan 40 years ago. They've always said that, tax cuts for the rich. All right, here's the deal. Numbers, facts. Don't leave me. Hang on, stay. I want you to stay with me on this. Not only record low unemployment, 3.5%, but wages, real wages, increased 10% among blue-collar and middle-class workers, plus 10% for 3 years. That's the biggest gain in about 50 years. And, hang on, it gets better. This is so much fun. Thank you for your numbers. I appreciate it. That's the middle income and the lower quintiles. The top 10%, they did okay, but it was only a 4% growth rate. The blue collars got a 10% growth rate. And if you go to the top 1%, they only had about a 3% growth rate. So who won? Everyone won. A rising tide lifts all boats, but it was the middle class, blue collar boom, who benefited the most, not the very rich. Real household net worth, family net worth is what you got. Assets minus liabilities. Your home, your 401k, your cash. 3 years before the pandemic. Household wealth for the bottom 20% of the economy up 34%. Middle incomes up 20%. Get this, the top 10% wealth fell by 9 percentage points. Those are facts. That's Fed Reserve, Census Bureau. The top actually lost. The middle and the lowers won big time. – 3.5% unemployment rate. The biggest winners were African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, women, blue-collar workers with no more than a high school diploma. All of those groups had 50-year lows in unemployment. The total workforce in the United States grew to a record high of 160 million. These are unheard of numbers. These are unheard of numbers. And finally, poverty came down more than at any point in 60 years. Poverty. In the 3 years before the pandemic set in, 6.6 million people were lifted out of poverty as a consequence of Trump policies and giving folks an opportunity to work and succeed. 6.6 million. Child poverty fell by 2%, the most in 50 years. African American poverty fell by over 2%, the most in 50 years. Asian American poverty fell by 3%, the most in 50 years. These are not coincidences. These are because of policies that put the American worker and economy first, policies that provided incentives for our free enterprise system, policies that rewarded success, not punishing it, policies that reduced deregulation and the burdens on businesses, policies that promoted a massive record in energy production, 13 million barrels a day. We don't need Saudi Arabia. We don't need Russia. We don't need China on this stuff. Policies that were so tough on China, the president was willing to put tariffs on them if they wouldn't come to the trade negotiating table. By the way, the Phase 1 trade deal is, I think, working, according to my dear friend Ambassador Bob Lighthizer, but, Reagan taught us trust but verify. Just in case the Chinese don't play ball this, there are still 365 billion tariffs on China, and we have stopped exporting sensitive, high technology semiconductors and the like. And finally, after the drop in poverty, inequality has dropped by any measure. You can't have higher incomes, you can't have low unemployment, you can't have drops in poverty unless inequality narrows, and it did. It's a little in the weeds. Something called the Gini coefficient shows this. Other measures show this. I'm just putting it out there for you. And my last stat, African American home ownership. African American home ownership went up from 40% to nearly 50%. Finally, look, the pandemic, a tragedy, a once-in-a-100-year tragedy, plenty of hardship, plenty of heartbreak, no question. But let me make a few comments on that. I was interested last October. A Gallup poll said 56% of Americans believed at that time that they were better off than they were 4 years ago, despite the fact that they had been in the pandemic. They still believed that they were better off. That's a Trump thing. That's a Trump thing. I'll wrap up. Here's a couple more. I'm going to read you some headlines. From the Wall Street Journal commentary, not the editorials, the commentary. Who made the vaccine possible? So this says, not the WHO. And the bottom, the subhead is, pharmaceutical companies and Trump's Operation Warp Speed deserve the vast bulk of the credit. And this was written, the part of this I love the most, this was written by a Harvard political science professor, let me underscore that, Harvard political science professor, who was not a Trump supporter by any stretch, believe me. But he acknowledged who made the vaccine possible. Not the WHO, folks, but private sector pharmaceuticals exercising their genius and creativity and rewarded and backed financially and pushed through by deregulating the entire FDA structure by Donald Trump. Another headline. Trump shows that stagnation was not necessary. So we got these terrific numbers as he deregulated the entire economy. Mr. Trump's moves on the regulatory budget. Now, this is stuff that goes into the Federal Register. The regulatory budget resulted in roughly $200 billion of savings to the ordinary average American and their small business. Small business, backbone of this country. Small business folks are the backbone of this country. That's the blue-collar boom I'm talking about. Those are the people who work, 7 days a week, play by the rules, pay their taxes, go to church. They're the backbone of the nation, and they flourished during the Trump years. Another headline. A tale of two recoveries. Not only did President Trump launch a tremendous recovery for the 3 years before the pandemic, but even while we still work through the pandemic, we are in a strong second recovery that he fostered. This is still a V-shaped recovery, as I argued last summer, and as the President argued. He'll probably mention it this afternoon. We talked about it yesterday morning. Couple points here worth noting. President Trump presided over the best, largest emergency relief package to deal with the pandemic in American history. There was nothing like it. And I want to make this point, it was done on a bipartisan basis. Damn it. Mnuchin was up there, I was up there, Mick was up there. All kinds of us are up there in the tax committees, in the banking committees to work it through. And it was a phenomenal package that probably saved 50 million jobs and helped out temporarily laid off and unemployed people. That relief package got us on the road back to recovery. And remembering that as the liquidity was replaced for an emergency, we had to get to the other side of the bridge. Nonetheless, the low-tax, low-regulatory economy was still there fundamentally. And now you're seeing, as the pandemic withdraws, as the vaccines are huge, as herd immunity is growing rapidly day by day, America is on the way back. once again, it was a strong recovery. It was interrupted by a horrible event, a natural catastrophe, and now we are back if we don't mess with it. If we don't mess with it. If you want to raise taxes, if you want to raise regulations, if you want to end fossil fuels, if you want to pander to China, if you want to favor Iran, okay. But that's not going to help the economy, and that's not going to help people who need help the most inside America. Those are not America First policies, folks. That's my biggest concern. That's my biggest concern. If you leave the economy to its own devices under current Trump policies, it will boom. But if you fiddle with it, if you start punishing success, if you make snide remarks, if you go back to far left progressivism economic policies, which is the near cousin to socialism, then it won't work. It just won't work. And we have to understand that. Last one. This is one of my favorites. I know it's obscure. Stay with me on this. 5G. 5G. That's the internet hookup, broadband hookup. Makes all internet go faster. We'll be driving cars and doing medical operations and Lord knows what. Literally at 5 times the speed of light or something like that. The National Economic Council. I was the coordinator, intergovernment coordinator for this, probably because nobody else wanted to do it. But it's very important. It's very important here at home. You know, I want to get broadband connections to the exurbans and the rural people who haven't gotten it yet. It's very important for our industry, for our technology developments, and it's also very important to whip China. Okay? And I'll just say, this article, Trump cleaned up 5G. Under his administration, we deployed 428 5G operations in 375 cities. We sold 5,000 megahertz of spectrum, which will be used to get not only urban 5G, but suburban and exurban and rural 5G. Rural 5G. So we're proud of that. Those are just a few. I'm going to quit. I've probably gone on way too long. Matt and Mercy have been wonderful to me in letting me give this out. I thank you for staying through all these numbers. Really, you're a wonderful audience. Thank you very much for that. And I want to make one last thought. These policies of growth and security and America First, which were put into place under the enormously consequential presidency of Donald Trump, these policies will unify and unite Republicans and conservatives in the name of helping America's worker and economy and national security first. There's no division with these policies. I went from Reagan to Trump. The policies are similar, only more so. And that's why we should rally as conservatives and follow through on the remarkable achievements of former President Trump. That's what I have to say.
Don't you agree we need voter ID and clean election rolls? Well, your Judicial Watch is in federal court right now fighting to make sure your elections will be fair and honest. Politicians don't want you to know what they're up to. Secret slush funds, secret emails, and pay to play. Judicial Watch is your watchdog in Washington, D.C., shining the light of transparency on our nation's capital.
Catch the latest news on government corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse?
Remember there was an impeachment? Do you remember that?
Then check out Judicial Watch's weekly update with Tom Fitton.
We're fighting Adam Schiff to try to get records about his misconduct.
Subscribe now to Judicial Watch on social media to catch Tom Fitton's weekly update.
Forgotten Hillary Clinton. Judicial Watch exposed the Clinton email scandal, and we're in court right now holding her accountable to the same laws and rules the rest of us are expected to follow.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is the Neville Chamberlain of Commerce, Corporate America Surrendering to China. Please welcome your panel. From the Heritage Foundation, James Carafano. Pennsylvania Representative, Scott Perry. From the Epoch Times, Joshua Phillip. And your moderator from the American Conservative Union Foundation Board, Gordon Chang.
Hello, CPAC. It's great to talk to real Americans. American businesses are more loyal to a communist state than to the United States. So, Jim Carafano, Heritage Foundation, what the devil is going on?
All right. Well, first of all, he doesn't know I'm going to do this, but we got to talk about this guy. So remember, just 10 years ago, in Washington there was this war. We had panda huggers and panda haters, right? So the panda huggers were, don't worry about China, they'll be fine, they'll grow up, they'll marry your daughter. And the panda haters were like, no, you don't understand. These guys are run by communists. They're going to eat your lunch. Well, that debate is over today, and the only people that the panda huggers are hugging are the panda haters. But this guy was the voice that was telling us 10 years ago. Yes.
Come on.
All right. So I got to tell you just a really quick story. So to answer your question, so during the first Gulf War, the Army ran out of these big truck tires, right? And so the company that made them, they put out this national recall for all the truck tires. So there's this good old boy in the Midwest, right? And he's got like 19 tires. So he calls up his buddy and he gets his Mack truck. He puts all the tires on the truck and he drives the truck halfway across the country to Dover, and he pulls up to the airfield and he goes up to the guy and goes, "Here are the tires." And the guy goes, he said, "Our guys need these tires." And those tires were on trucks the next day in the desert. That is what we want from our American businessmen. That spirit, right? Could you imagine Jack Dorsey doing that? He'd be tripping over his beard and say, "I'm not touching a petroleum product." So to answer your question really quickly is we need American leaders on two critical areas. I know we're going to talk a lot about this: military and economic strategy. Militarily today, a lot of the capabilities that we need to build our military and to protect our infrastructure are actually made in the private sector. And in the economic space, we need leaders that are going to grow the economy, grow jobs, innovate, do prosperity. And that needs to be matched with an administration that actually has not just a military strategy, but a real economic strategy for doing China. And the one thing I think I just want to make sure we walk away from here today is that we play a role here as well, right? We as consumers, we as stockholders, and we as voters, we have to tell our American leaders, whether they're in Washington or they're in a corporate boardroom, that we expect them to stand up for America.
Yes. Congressman, Jim Lemon, who's a sponsor of CPAC, DEPCON Power, he makes solar power farms. And yesterday he told me that he scours the earth to buy products that are not made from China. You're in Congress. What can you do to help him? Or maybe I should say, what should we do anything to help him?
Well, sure. The first thing that we should do as leaders, as elected officials, as people that are blazing the trail and showing the way, is to do no harm. So number one, you look at the Biden administration, look at the top of the Biden administration, from the Secretary of State, my goodness, look at the president and his son. All right? The first thing is to not be out supporting the communists that are harvesting organs, that are putting people in concentration camps, and that are destroying America and the free world. That's number one. That's easy, right? Not hard to figure that out.
You know, while you're talking about that, you've sponsored a bill in Congress to designate the Communist Party as a transnational criminal organization. Now, I hope you get that through, and if you do, the question is going to be, how can American business, how can American universities, how can any American deal with communist China when it is a transnational criminal organization?
Well, first of all, is to acknowledge what the situation is. I mean, what we have to do is make a distinction between the people of China that are yearning to breathe free, just like everybody else on the planet, and the Communist Chinese Party, which is a thugocracy. It is a government of thugs. It is a criminal enterprise. And why would we deal with any other criminal enterprise in the United States or elsewhere? We wouldn't do that here. Why do we accept it there? Those 2 billion people, that market. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's all going to go away. Right? The American businessmen, the Chamber of Commerce, they all think that they're going to get a portion of that market, and China pulls them in. And they make the investment. And then they're caught. Then they got the hook in. And then when they try and pull back out, or they try and get the return on the investment, the Chinese government, right? Because all these businesses are state-sponsored entities, they make sure that the technology doesn't leave, and then the market doesn't leave. And then look at General Electric as a prime example. I mean, they invested billions and billions of dollars. Where are they now? China has subsumed this organization and this product line. They have to see it, and government needs to help. Government needs to help because the playing field's not level, but the playing field needs to be level, and businesses are only going to go where they see the rest of government forcing them to go. And there's a feeling that China's on the rise and that the United States is headed the other direction. Barack Obama helped with that. President Trump came in and said, no, it doesn't have to be this way. These are policy choices that we're making, and we no longer have to make them. Government has to lead the way and say, we're not going to allow two standards, one for American companies and investments and another one for Chinese companies that don't have to follow the rules. That's a minimum standard that has to happen.
Yeah. Josh Phillips, Epoch Times. I heard Jim Carafano talk about consumer choices. I asked Twitter, what do they wanted to hear from this panel? And Cowboy Tom 57, and thank you very much, he said the impact of consumer decisions on corporate decisions on locating manufacturing is critical. In other words, we've got buying power, as Jim said. Please talk about that.
So let's talk first about how the Chinese Communist Party views this. If we were to talk about the most basic concept of communism, and this is the Chinese Communist Party, what is it? Seize the means of production. Who controls the world's factories? Who controls the world's natural resources? Who is taking over countries through critical infrastructure? Who is subverting their political structures? Who is working to take over the grassroots of these countries through things like the United Front Work Department? If the Chinese Communist Party does not already control it, they are trying to control it. And when businesses want to work with China, they have two choices. Either they're going to face Chinese state-run companies that they cannot compete with because they get state money and they could bid under costs, or they sell their values out to the Chinese Communist Party and work with them. And unless this is stopped, unless politics comes in and says you cannot work with Chinese companies that have any ties to Chinese government finance or to the Chinese military, which is almost all of them, then you can't work with us. Because there's no possible way that you can have a communist country using these types of policies with these types of publicly stated agendas, working with free countries, and have them not take over.
So, as the congressman said, the Communist Party is a transnational criminal organization. It's the mafia, but much worse. So really what we're saying is that all of us really cannot buy Chinese products. We can go to a Walmart and say, look, we're not taking this crap, right?
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true.
So, Gordon, I know you're supposed to be the moderator, but we may ask you questions, right?
Yeah, of course.
No, so weren't there policies that were operationalizing under Trump that were driving economic strategy in the right direction, things that this administration ought to be building on as opposed to walking away from it? Is that fair?
Absolutely. I mean, President Trump started with Buy American. And, Biden just a couple days ago issued an executive order really following in Trump's footsteps. But really more important, he started to look at these supply chains and figured out we need to make stuff here because the Chinese are actually using their positions in supply chains to achieve geopolitical goals. In other words, to attack us. Congressman, I know you talked about this.
It's more than just rhetoric. So we just passed a bill in Congress to gobble up more United States land and exclude it from development. And when I say development, it includes rare earth minerals, mining. And they call them rare earth minerals, the things that make solar panels and electronics. Folks, they're not rare. They're everywhere. We just don't get them in the United States of America because China uses organizations like the National Resources Defense Council. They use American organizations, they fund them, who then propagandize to you and propagandize to your legislators, who then pass that kind of legislation which doesn't allow America or American companies to get the things that we need. We're literally outsourcing the production of the rope that we're going to buy from the executioners that are going to hang us, and the executioners plan to be China.
Yes, and another person out of the Twitterverse, USA Jennifer A. at Wisdom4Y, asks, how do we decouple from China? Congressman?
It has to start a little bit at a time. We do buy things from China. I mean, I will tell you, I've gone to Walmart. My 9-year-old daughter turns things over to see where they come from. There's nothing that stops me from picking up the phone or talking to the information desk at a store and say, you know what? I don't want you to buy stuff from China. I'm willing to pay more. I will tell you, there are certain online sellers. Some begin with A. I'll look at the products on there, but if I can find somebody else within there that sells the same thing, it might be $2 or $3 more, I'm paying for it. I'm going to go ahead and do that because you've got to stand up. So it takes us saying, we don't want to buy this cheap garbage that imperils our country.
So, Josh, continuing along these lines, we got a woman named Mahala Bala Bandre. She wants to talk about the destruction of American industry and goods in China made by slave labor.
So let's be clear about something. There's a difference between the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people. The Chinese Communist Party is the greatest abuser of the Chinese people in history. Just under Mao Zedong, 50 million people to 70 million people killed, depending on which estimates you go by. During the Cultural Revolution, destroyed their historical relics, temples, religion, you name it. They destroyed what they called the four olds: old religion, old belief, old culture. Everything the Chinese people were, the Chinese Communist Party has tried to destroy. And when it says that it uplifted the Chinese people, it put restrictions on the Chinese people. And when it took off those restrictions and they were able to succeed like some of the rest of the world to an extent, they took credit for it. That's like holding someone's head underwater and lifting them up and telling them you saved them from drowning. That is what the Chinese Communist Party has done to the Chinese people.
We are almost out of time. Jim, right.
Yeah, just to follow. So I don't want people to leave here thinking that the threat is just your businesses and your bucks. Last year, I stood here and I said, hey, dude, get off of TikTok, right? How many people got off of TikTok? Anybody?
I wasn't on it.
I was never on it.
Get on.
It's not just China. Part of the Chinese strategy is to dominate world information, and there's a reason why they have selected artificial intelligence and quantum computing as the lead technology advances. Because their idea is we are going to suck up all this information, and then we're going to figure out how to exploit it and run everything. And that's why things like TikTok, you might not think of that as an economic challenge, but TikTok is a superhighway taking American information and porting it right back to China. That was why President Trump was so tough on 5G. 5G was a superhighway that was going to take everything you know and give it to Beijing, and Beijing was going to figure out sooner or later how to turn that against you. So we have to focus on that challenge as well.
And that Kudlow talked about it. We are out of time, but I've got 1 minute for each of the panelists on what is the most important thing we need to do to protect ourselves from communist China. Congressman, you're first. 1 minute.
The first thing is that the government at the highest level needs to explain to the American people and acknowledge what the threat is. China is not a strategic competitor. They are an enemy of the United States of America. That has to come from the top. That has to be number one. Number two, we need reciprocity and the same standards for China as we do for America. So you got one Apple factory that makes the phone, 230,000 employees in one factory. Now, the reason that doesn't happen in the United States is because we have standards. We're going to abide by our standards, but we ought to say to Apple, if we're paying $1,000 for a phone and you're making the difference from slave labor to the cost of that phone, you must make sure that you treat those workers in China the same way, or we're no longer going to let you sell these phones in the United States of America. And that's how it has to be, Gordon.
Well, before we leave, I'm just going to say we got a number of questions from Twitter about Chinese buying farmland. We don't have time to talk about it today, but we've got to start thinking about it. Josh, 1 minute.
We need to recognize the Chinese Communist Party for what it is, which is an abusive, genocidal regime that has in its publicly stated goals what they call unrestricted warfare, tactics designed to undermine every single country, whittle them away from inside, and take them down. And every single member of government, every single business leader, every single media organization, every single think tank that has people who have been subverted by the Chinese Communist Party's United Front Work Department or its related organizations needs to be held accountable, pointed out, and everything they do supporting these ties to the CCP needs to be exposed.
You're going to be the number one witness when the congressman holds his hearing on his bill about designating them a transnational criminal organization. Jim Carafano, I know this is going to be tough, but you got to keep it to 1 minute.
I don't need a minute. I need 76 million Americans, because about your responsibilities as consumers, as stakeholders, as voters, to every day ask, what are our leaders doing, whether they're in a boardroom or they're in the U.S. Capitol? What are you doing to deal with really the greatest threat to America's freedom, its peace, and its security in our generation?
Yes. Thank you all, guys. You were really fantastic.
God bless you. God bless America.
Say that again. God bless America.
and welcome to the 4th Annual Japan Conservative Union Conference.
Is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. This is about veterans as they see themselves.
This is one sick person.
There is a way to find justice.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I show you how to be happy in a hurry.
Absolutely beautiful.
We have a history. We should learn from the history.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Comey was spying on Trump. Well, the reason he was writing the memos was to create a record so that he could destroy him. I'm paraphrasing, admittedly, but that's pretty clear what was going on. This report confirms they went in to confront him with that ambush interview because they were trying to make a case against him. You had the FBI director under Obama playing spy. We're talking about spying on the Trump campaign, spying on President-elect Trump, spying on President Trump. Comey was the chief spy, and he was designated as such by Barack Obama because they met about this very issue a day or two before in the Oval Office with Barack Obama, Biden, Susan Rice, all the king's horses, all the king's men in there. And Comey was the go-to guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back American Conservative Union Executive Director Dan Schneider.
Thank you all. I have a special message from a friend of mine from Japan. You're going to watch a video of him in just a moment. Every time I go to Japan, I meet with him. He is known as a samurai futurologist. He's just recently published a book, translated and published a book, Inside Trump's White House. So he's a really smart man. I hope you enjoy his message. Thank you.
The last samurai is right back. Hello, America. Hello, American conservatives. My name is Genki Fuji. I'm a Japanese journalist and an author of more than 70 books on international relations. I run online World Forecast News Service. I attended the CPAC last year. I respect President Trump and American conservatives. Many Japanese admire President Trump for his courage, inspiration, and energy. President Trump is a real samurai of America. His popularity is still very high in Japan. I'll show you one example. I translated Doug Wiz Inside Trump's White House into Japanese. The translation came out shortly after the election last November, but the book sold very well. We have so far sold 50,000 copies in Japan. Egregious election fraud took place last November. Communist China is standing behind it. Now, socialist coup is going on in the US. Freedom of speech is in crisis. The political situation of Japan is currently quite similar to the US. American conservatives and Japanese conservatives should fight back together to defend freedom. We are confronting the cancel culture in Japan too. Leftists are trying to deny totally the Japanese history of 3,000 years. In particular, they dislike samurai spirits. In today's world, Chinese communists are the center of the totalitarian movement. They are destroying freedom all over the world. President Trump and American conservatives fought against the Chinese communists in order to protect the entire free world. We appreciate that, and we Japanese fight together. America has been the beacon of hope for those fighting against communism. Chinese communists are a real threat to us. Chinese military ships are threatening Japanese territorial waters every day. Chinese Communist Empire is another evil empire. Chinese communists want to invade Japan, Taiwan, India, and other democracies in Asia. I have many friends in Taiwan. Taiwan is a fortress of freedom in East Asia. Japan was a nation of samurai. When Commodore Perry came to Japan in 1853, he must deal with tough Japanese samurai to open up then closed country Japan. In today's Tokyo, you don't see samurai anymore. However, spirit of samurai lives on in ordinary Japanese people, not in bureaucrats nor in politicians. Still, samurai spirit is an indispensable element of our tradition. From my viewpoint, you American conservatives are American samurai. The Japanese sword is the symbol of samurai spirit. What the Japanese sword is to samurai is what a gun is to American freemen. Freedom of speech is the foundation of democracy. The First Amendment, freedom of speech, is supported by the Second Amendment, gun right or right to bear arms. Therefore, gun right is the foundation of American democracy. We are Japanese conservatives. We want to build solid samurai-to-samurai alliance with American conservatives to defeat the challenge by communist China. Let's liberate the people oppressed by communism. United, we defeated the Soviet Union, evil communist empire. The United States and Japan were once adversaries to each other. Nonetheless, Japan has been the most faithful ally of the United States after World War II. A formidable enemy can be a reliable ally. That is Japan. Let's fight together for freedom. Let's slash the cancel culture. Let's start US-Japan Samurai-to-Samurai Alliance.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is A Prescription for Pain, the Left's Agenda on Healthcare. Please welcome your panel, Texas Representatives Michael Burgess and Ronnie Jackson. From Club for Growth, Scott Parkinson. And your moderator, President of Center for Medicine and Public Interest, Peter Pitts.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Pitts. I'm the president of the Center for Medicine and the Public Interest, and I'm a former FDA Associate Commissioner, so I'm a former government official here to help. We have an amazing panel today and not a lot of time, so let's get right to it. First, I'd like to introduce Congressman Dr. Mike Burgess, Congressman Admiral Ronnie Jackson, and Scott Parkinson. I asked Dr. Burgess and I asked Admiral Jackson, is it Congressman or Doctor or Admiral? And they said, Doctor and Admiral, it polls better. Hear, hear. The power of our free market healthcare system is saving our nation from COVID-19. It took decades of intense human suffering to defeat polio, influenza, measles, mumps, rubella, and a host of awful diseases. But because we were able to harness the power of the American healthcare ecosystem, we developed diagnostics, therapeutics, and now 3 vaccines in 1 year. At warp speed to defeat COVID-19. We win when we work together to unleash the power of free market innovation. And we're the only nation that can do it. But our ability to continue to do so is at risk. Dr. Burgess, you're the senior physician in Congress. Bills such as H.R. 3 pose a direct threat to innovation, intellectual property rights, and the ability for patients and doctors to make their own decisions and choices. How are we going to stop this from happening?
Well, it's going to be tough because, they passed H.R. 3 the October before the pandemic started. When you stop and think about it, Gilead Pharmaceuticals, that they just wanted to trash because of the hepatitis C drug that they had developed, but it was pretty expensive. It had a launch price that the Democrats thought was too high. Gilead at that time was working on remdesivir. No one knew about the novel coronavirus. No one knew that this was going to be the drug that our president would receive in literally less than a year's time to help him in his battle against that. Why would we want to limit the ability to develop these types of products? Now look, I won't mention any names. January of 2020, we were told by all of the high public health officials that under the best of circumstances, it will take 18 months to develop a vaccine if everything goes perfectly, but nothing ever goes perfectly. I don't think they were making that up. That was their world that they lived in. Donald Trump changed the world, and they built that vaccine literally in record time. And you worked at the FDA, okay. Tell me, what the heck takes so long after the company gets all that data and they give it to you? What are you going to find that says, oh, don't release this drug that's 95% effective? I'm sorry, you didn't ask that question, but I'll offer that as an observation. It is, we have to be careful on the legislative front, to be sure, but also on the regulatory front, because we saw how regulations actually can be quite damaging and I think killed people.
Well, let me pick up on that. Since you mentioned the FDA, for reasons that are a bit arcane, President Biden has not yet nominated somebody to be the commissioner of the FDA. What are you looking for in that potential nominee to have you vote for that person enthusiastically?
Well, they do need to be high energy, right? Because there's a lot of work to be done. You need someone who knows the agency. Scott Gottlieb, in many ways, that President Trump chose as his first FDA director, an ideal person. Never hesitated to tell you that he was the smartest person in the room, but it was well placed. He was very knowledgeable, or is very knowledgeable. I know Janet Woodcock is now perhaps in the running for that. She's been there for a long time, but she knows the agency. She knows it very well. She's seen things that go wrong, and that's important as well. You need someone with that, I think, with that institutional knowledge as well.
But relative to H.R. 3, how do you bury this problem child?
Well, look, obviously I will do what I can. I do that every day, but I need your help. And we saw this in the last election. Man, House of Representatives, Republicans actually did much better than anyone gave us credit for. 75 million people voting for President Trump. We just need a lot more of you. And if you will finish that job, we'll make sure that we do block that.
Well, I think we need more doctors and admirals in the House. That's a good start. Admiral Jackson, free market health care is front and center in the debate over not just choice and access, but more broadly over individual liberty and the dangerous growth of intrusive government. Do you see health care and Obamacare 2.0, whatever you want to call it, H.R. 3, as kind of the focal point of educating the American voter about the importance of health care and its ties with personal liberty, innovation, IP rights, and things such as that?
Absolutely. I think healthcare is just another example of how the Democrats and the far left want to take control of our lives, to be honest with you. The more stuff that they take control of, the more that you are dependent on the federal government, the more they will control your lives and control your votes. And that's what it's about for them. And so they see this as a huge boon, and they're making great progress on this. But they want to do whatever they have to do to get us all under that umbrella. They want to coerce. We want choice. They want to talk about coverage. We want to talk about care. Coverage is not care, right? Anybody can be covered but not have care, and that's the plan that they put forward. That's what Obamacare does. And so I feel like we really have to, get back to a system that's driven by the market, a market-driven system. If we don't have a market-driven system, as long as the government or whoever it else is spending someone else's money, they will not care how much money they spend. And they'll drive us into incredible debt with the healthcare system. That's going to happen, right? And don't take this the wrong way. I'm a veteran. I'm a big fan of the VA. But the VA is a perfect example of what we don't want to happen to our country in general. If we get government-mandated, government-controlled health care, it's going to look just like that. The bureaucracy will grow huge, and that's what's happened in the VA to some extent. It's a massive bureaucracy that's between the patient and the doctor. And all of the resources are consumed in that bureaucracy, and they never make it to the patient. So we have to get back to a system of health care that we can afford, that's accessible, that's quality, and that everybody has access to. And that's really where we need to go with this. And a perfect example, Dr. Burgess mentioned it actually, but President Trump got out there, and President Trump did what needs to be done in health care in general. And I think that if he got a second term, he'd talked to me before about it. We'd discussed it. One of his big agenda items was going to be to go after health care and do to health care what he's done to so many other areas in our government. And that was in large part to deregulate health care, right? The regulations in health care, they drive up the cost unbelievably, right? And the reason that we got the 3 vaccines that we have right now, the only reason we got those 3 vaccines is because of the foresight and the leadership of President Trump bringing the academic sector, the private sector, and academia together with a focused goal of doing this and removing.
So you're actually saying that good things happened before Biden was elected?
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't know it listening to the far left and listening to the press, but yeah. And a lot of the stuff he didn't get advertised like it should have been, because it wasn't in their best interest for them. And a lot of the stuff that the left's done to us over the last few years, they did to us even if it wasn't in the best interest of their own constituents. But they did it because they did not want to see Donald J. Trump get a win on anything, no matter how good it was for this country. And we just have to go back to a good, solid, market-driven healthcare system.
So you teed up Operation Warp Speed. Now, right now, it seems like a simple proposition. You let government convene all the parts of the healthcare ecosystem that need to help bring us forward, and then you let them do their thing and you underwrite some of the risk. Why did it take so long? I mean, from your point of view, how do you look at Operation Warp Speed and replicate it going forward so the lessons learned from COVID can be applied kind of across the healthcare spectrum?
Well, first and foremost, you got to have a leader in the White House, right? Somebody who's going to push back, because I've seen this 14 years in the White House. I've seen it all the time. Comes in, good idea comes out, it makes sense. Everybody at the table thinks it's a great idea, and then some bureaucrat in the government says, we can't do that. There's a regulation or a rule or something that says we can't do that. And they abandon the idea because it's then considered not possible. President Trump didn't do that. Every time somebody came to him and said, we can't do that, and he goes, yes, we can. Well, we can't do that in rule or regulation. Change it. Get rid of it. I don't care. We're doing it. And he just pushes forward. We have to have leadership in the White House.
So it's an all hands on deck proposition. When government can set the tone, everybody else falls in line and gets the job done.
All hands on deck to keep the government out of our health care. Absolutely.
Sounds like a T-shirt to me.
Yeah.
Scott, the catchphrase for President Biden, both during the Democrat primary and the national campaign, was Medicare for all. 3 words we're hearing a lot about these days. Wouldn't this actually drive up the costs while reducing the quality of care? And I'd also like you to tie that into Club for Growth's and ACU's involvement with the Coalition Against Socialized Medicine.
Yeah, so let me start off by talking about the Coalition Against Socialized Medicine. ACU was the leader of this group. Club for Growth was also a founding member. And what these organizations pulled together with many other outside issue advocacy groups to do was to fight against that vision of Medicare for all. We think that we need to have Medicare for seniors. We need to protect Medicare, and we need to fight against this idea of a public option. As I think about what these guys are doing on Capitol Hill, it's so much harder for an athlete in basketball to play defense. You get tired. And these guys have constantly been on defense about pre-existing conditions and wanting to rip out the rug from sick people. Instead, we need to go on offense, because it's a lot easier to go on offense against the Democrats. Did you guys know that straw poll that everybody filled out on policies? They talked about what are the top issues and top achievements from President Trump. One of those was repealing the individual mandate through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It was a huge accomplishment for President Trump. Well, Joe Biden's going to actually try to take that down through executive order, through his health care plan. He wants to mandate that everybody buy in health insurance. And what's that going to do? It's going to make sure that health insurance companies are going to decrease choice and competition in the healthcare marketplace. That's going to jack up the costs. And when you talk about the costs of Medicare for all, man, you said that it's going to be free healthcare for everybody. Wait until they make it free, and we'll see what happens with the real costs.
Speaking of that, well said. One of the sponsors of this event is Liberty Health Share, and if you believe in the health sharing ministries, Dan Snyder talked about this earlier today, you have to recognize that a bureaucrat with the stroke of a pen can make it go away. And they are going to be empowered under this current administration to take those types of steps. Dr. Burgess, as a physician, do people understand how onerous and awful it is to physicians to have their decisions mandated away by government?
Well, it's not just the government. Certainly HMOs and now ACOs have done their share as well.
PBMs, yeah.
PBMs, another structure that is unnecessary, but it brings nothing but increased costs and decreased access. Look, I'll tell you, when I was in practice, the one thing I hated more than anything else was to have to call 1-800 Minneapolis to get approval from my patient to come in the hospital. And I'd ask the person on the other end, are you licensed to practice medicine in Texas? Well, no. And then it said, well, then you shouldn't be practicing medicine in Texas because I'm in Texas, my patient's in Texas, the hospital's in Texas. Look, I come from I'm a third-generation physician. My grandfather, who I never knew, was a doc. My dad was a doc. I remember my dad telling me, our contract, we are the advocates for the patient at the end of the day. If you work for the hospital, if you work for the insurance company, if you work for the government, guess what? You're advocating for something that may be counter to what your patient is. We need to get back to being the patient advocates. Let doctors be doctors. Let's use all these fine tools we have, but let's use them to make life better for patients and not for the government.
Here, Admiral Jackson, quickly, how do we protect against Uncle Sam becoming Uncle Sam, MD?
Well, we got to do what Scott said. He's exactly right. We got to go on the offensive here. What I'll promise to all of you is that Dr. Burgess, myself, the other members of the Doctors Caucus, our other colleagues in the Republican Conference, we are going to work our butts off over the next few months to come up with a solid health care plan that will be on the offensive, that we can run on, and that we can enact in 2 years when we get the majority back. And we will get the majority back in 2 years.
Scott, last word to you.
You guys all saw Ted Cruz up here on stage saying how we needed freedom. Well, we need healthcare freedom, and you guys need to pressure these guys to make sure we get it done on Capitol Hill. I know that they're going to be leading the charge.
Dr. Burgess, Admiral Jackson, Scott, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Liberals spent a record amount of dark money to elect Biden. Now they are cashing in. Ron Klain led a top dark money group. Now Chief of Staff Gina McCarthy, from dark money to climate advisor, canceling the Keystone Pipeline, killing good union jobs. And why won't Biden reopen the schools, teachers' unions, and their dark money? From personnel to policy, Biden is just starting to pay back all that dark money.
What are you doing? Training for the circus?
No, I'm trying to sign up for my health care. A lot of hoops to jump through.
Did you look into Liberty Health Share?
No.
Didn't think so.
Your ideas, innovations, and inventions are precious. Don't let patent pirates steal your treasure. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com. Stolen inventions tell no tales. Stop big tech and their patent pirating ways. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com.
Murders on the rise, faster than ever before. Biden appoints Vanita Gupta for a top job in the Justice Department. She supports defunding the police, led a group that wants to reduce punishments on white supremacists, even terrorists. When our cities burned, Gupta could have stood for law and order for victims. Instead, she advocated to let convicts out of jail. Biden promised unity, but this is a dangerous appointee at a dangerous time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back American Conservative Union Executive Director Dan Schneider.
Thank you all. How many of you have been to a CPAC before? Which do you prefer, Washington, D.C. or Florida? I hear you. You know, we had to be creative and innovative because the whole D.C. area is shut down. We could not have more than 10 people at a meeting, so obviously this could not have worked. So we came to Florida. But we do other innovative things. As you know, we've taken CPAC global. Japan, Australia, Brazil, Korea. You know, we have friends from Korea here today. You know, and our partners, CPAC, they are doing amazing work. I've been to Korea now 3 times, and the CPAC folks were telling me, they had their presidential election and legislative elections in April, and they were telling me that they were concerned that the elections there would be fraudulent. Many people don't understand. They think of South Korea as an ally of the U.S. The current president of South Korea, not North Korea, I'm talking about South Korea, is a socialist. And he rigged the Korean elections. And lots of good people lost their seats. And the evidence is so obvious and so clear. So our good friends in Korea, the CPAC folks, I can't thank you enough for what you've done. They brought the message to America. They said, don't let what happened in Korea happen here. And what happened? We didn't heed their warning closely enough. So we have a big fight. I also want to mention a domestic organization, Save Our States. You saw the leader of Save Our States on our stage yesterday. They are making sure that the Electoral College remains in place. This is our founding fathers' great genius. They understood that individuals have to be able to elect their own officials and that states have to have proper representation. That's what the Electoral College does, and Save Our States is working hard to protect that. So I hope that you'll go and find out more information about Save Our States, because it's a great organization worth supporting. Now, there are 3 Americans who've been warning us, literally for a couple decades, about what's going to happen in our elections. These guys have done amazing work. They've been writing on this topic. They've been appearing on TV, appearing on radio. You're going to recognize every single one of them. But I want to take a moment to bring them out and essentially give them the proverbial gold medal for what they've done to try to alert us. And frankly, we just didn't heed their call well enough. But it's time for us to really understand what went on and what we can do to fix it. J. Christian Adams has done an amazing job writing on this. Hans von Spakovsky, an individual I've known for a long time, and John Fund, somebody I've read for years and years. These are the three individuals who've been warning us, and now they're going to try to help us understand what needs to happen. Gentlemen, when did the left, in earnest, really begin this assault on our election system?
Well, I'll tell you, Hans and I were at the Justice Department.
Well, Christian, I don't think they've turned your mic on.
How about that? There you go. You weren't listening. Listen, Hans and I were at the Justice Department 15 years ago when we saw Georgia voter ID come to the Justice Department for approval. You would not believe how much the people who are coworkers hated it. And that was to stop Georgia voter ID. But the left has gotten more sophisticated. It's not just about voter fraud. It's about changing how we run elections, the architecture, national popular vote you just heard, but also ranked choice voting, same-day registration. It's not voter fraud, but they're changing the rules of the game. And that's the next step. The most important thing you guys can do is stop private funding of elections, like Center for Technology and Civic Life, the Zuckerberger $450 million. That changed the election more than anything.
$450 million.
And that's a drop in the bucket. They've been spending hundreds of millions in this space since 2005. When we go to court, the other side of the courtroom doesn't have enough chairs for all the lawyers. They have 15 lawyers in some cases.
Right. And what everybody needs to realize is what we all understand, folks on the left dismiss, which is for fair and secure elections, you need both access and security. And what they've been doing now for the past 2 decades, through lawsuits, through pushing litigation, the latest through H.R. 1, which we talked about, which we're trying to push through Congress, is to basically get rid of all of the security protocols that states have in place to try to make sure we have integrity of the elections. Just one quick example of this. They filed numerous lawsuits last year before the election to using COVID as an excuse in, for example, South Carolina and Alabama to say, oh, you all should not be able to enforce your witness signature requirement on absentee ballots. Well, it's just too dangerous, even though you can stand 6 feet away from somebody with a mask on, and it takes about 30 seconds to see them sign a ballot.
I want you to repeat that. On mail-in ballots, when the person's not even standing there, can't present an ID, they're not checking signature verification.
Right. And so they were fortunately unsuccessful in South Carolina and Alabama because the attorney generals there fought, can I say fought like hell, to prevent that from going forward, okay? But that provision saying no state can enforce a witness signature requirement on absentee ballot is now in H.R. 1. So if that federal bill gets passed, no state anywhere in the country can enforce a basic security protocol on absentee ballots.
Okay, well, you guys were at DOJ. John, you've been writing on this. What is this H.R. 1?
It is the worst bill that's of a non-fiscal nature that has ever been introduced in Congress. The table of contents is 24 pages long.
Wait, John, before you get into that, H.R. 1. What does H.R. mean? What's the one?
It is Nancy Pelosi's top priority.
Number
she gets
one.
to label the bills by what number she wants them to appear for a vote. H.R. 1 is her first priority. And what it does is basically federalize, nationalize the elections, take away all of the protections that every one of your states has for clean and fair elections. You must defeat it. You must defeat it. Every single Democrat has co-sponsored it. But if you put enough pressure on the 22 Democrats in Trump districts, I think you can bend some of those. And of course, there's the Senate to stop it. Second thing I would simply say, one of the mistakes that was made in this election by everyone is thinking that you can combat voter fraud after the election.
Yeah.
You have to address it before the election.
Right.
And frankly, we didn't have the lawyers who did that properly. The last thing you need to understand is this. We shouldn't always yell fraud first. Sometimes the laws that the Democrats have put in are so loosey-goosey, so confusing, so chaotic, planned chaos, that they create a situation where, as Hans and I wrote in our book, you can't tell where the incompetence ends in the election office and where the fraud begins.
Hans, what's the name of this book?
Who's Counting? How Fraudsters and Bureaucrats Put Your Vote at Risk. And I guess I can tell folks we're working on an updated version, which will hopefully come out fairly soon.
What's in the updated version? Topics?
Well, we published the original book in 2012, and it was our book to emphasize that election fraud actually exists. So we went through and listed case after case after case. And frankly, there's been a lot of cases in the last 8 years that we'll be able to add.
We're going to explain the 2020 election and what really happened and what was exaggeration and what was ignored.
This is important. I know all of us are concerned about our vote because democracy is voting. But there are some conspiracy theories out there. They are not worth chasing. Those conspiracy theories don't hold water when there is so much real, known, knowable stuff. Christian, what are some examples of knowable, known stuff that went wrong?
Well, look, we know there were dead voters. We know there were double voters. We can catalog those, but you can't catalog them right away. The Public Interest Legal Foundation, we cataloged the 2018 election in a book called Critical Condition, where we got all the voter rolls for the entire country, and we amalgamated them, and we could tell you how many dead voted.
I want you to explain that. What does it mean to amalgamate the voter rolls, and why are you doing that?
It's complicated because you have to get all this data. It's expensive. You have to normalize it. You can't do it in 2 weeks. When we heard about dead people and double voters the week after the election, we knew that was phony because you can't catalog that. You can't just go challenge hundreds of thousands of voters.
So
it's a civil right.
Anytime somebody says, no, that didn't happen, I think you're telling all of us, you can't know that it didn't happen yet because it takes
Dan,
time.
one piece of advice for everyone in the audience. When you buy a car, you do some research. When you buy a washing machine, you do some research. When someone comes to you and says, I have the grand solution and answer for all voter fraud, and I have the secret sauce, you know, there's some grifters out there, and they were active in this election, and you don't automatically send them your money. Kick the tires.
Okay, this is critical. My mom used to call me and say, well, I'm hearing this one organization I really like say this, but then there's another organization I hear saying the opposite. Who am I supposed to trust? Now, all of us live in the swamp. And all of us, we could, if you bought us enough beer, we could probably tell you all the organizations that are truly good and all the organizations that are not worth your time or your money. But there are these organizations that they chase the dollars. They'll sound like they're earnest, but they're just trying to get your money. Gentlemen, what do? You call them grifters. Can you help us? Heritage Foundation, Hans, you're with the Heritage Foundation. Can you tell us some of the things you're doing?
Probably the biggest thing we've been doing at Heritage, frankly, for years, is we've been making recommendations to states on what their laws ought to be in this area. I did a series of studies to basically show that this claim, for example, that voter ID keeps people from voting is totally untrue. The evidence clearly shows that's not the case. We have this election fraud database. I think you all know we're up to over 1,300 cases. And we have a new project we're working on this year. We're going to create an election integrity index that's going to rate every single state in the country on how good their laws are on this issue.
Look, we're not...
Just a second. I've got to turn to Christian. Can you name me one excellent organization? This is a softball.
Well, okay, Public Interest Legal Foundation.
Wait, say that slowly.
Public Interest Legal Foundation. We stopped Virginia last year. Listen to this. They issued rules to allow late ballots to come in by mail with no postmark. We sued, and we won. You didn't hear that very much. And we stopped Virginia from allowing late ballots with no postmarks. It was a bleak landscape with one tiny shiny diamond. So now, you got to fight, because this fight is going to happen in 2 years.
I know time is running short, but when you see these gentlemen on Fox Nation, and other excellent organizations. Listen to them. When you hear them on the radio, I'm sure you must have social media accounts. Look them up, follow them, read their stuff. It's really important. But John, let me give you the last question. What are your parting thoughts of wisdom?
If we can stop H.R. 1, if we can get the 27 states that have Republican governors and Republican legislatures, most of them the swing states are in that category, if we can do that, if we can separate the wheat from the chaff, the exaggerations from the reality, we can have a much cleaner election system in 2022 that we can all be proud of, and we can be confident that the election will be free and fair, and I believe we will recapture the House and recapture the Senate.
Okay, so for all of you who have downloaded the CPAC app, you're getting a push notification right now. How you can click on it, and through it, you'll be able to go directly to your member of Congress and tell your member of Congress what you think about H.R. 1. And if you don't have the CPAC app, you can just go to conservative.org and you'll be able to find it. Tell your members of Congress what you think about H.R. 1. You've got to do it now. And then make sure your friends know how they can do the same thing. Right. Thank you, gentlemen. Really
Thank you.
CPAC's chief organizer, Matt Schlapp, handed the former president a prime speaking slot, closing out the conference Sunday.
I like the fact that he wants to stay engaged. Now, you can say that he lost the election, but his supporters, 73 million.
Well, he did lose the election.
You can say that he lost the election, and
he did lose the election.
Yeah, but I'm not quibbling that.
But Schlapp insists Trump shouldn't be held responsible for the deadly insurrection.
He gave a speech, and then there was a violent insurrection at the Capitol. How is that not true?
You simply don't know what you're talking about.
That he was responsible, in part, for what happened.
Why
can't you deal with that reality?
Oh, I deal with reality every day, and I even watch CNN, and I can be just fine with that. But if you believe somebody used inappropriate words to spur violence, and you can't come up with the words, then you're making stuff up. And you should stop it.
I'm not doing it. Liz Cheney did it. Mitch McConnell did it. Kevin McCarthy did it. They did it. They said it.
If you want to highlight a handful of Republicans who voted for impeachment or conviction, it's certainly right. This is the First Amendment. You can pursue anything you want. You can't make up. You can't say there was some intent in someone's brain that they never said in words, and that resulted in some kind of violence. Give me the words, and then I have to deal with the fact that maybe somebody I like did something that I don't agree with. But when you make it up, give me one word they said.
Let me ask you one last final question.
Word.
Let me ask you one last final question.
Can you give me one word?
Well, it leads to my next question, which is he peddled this lie that Joe Biden stole the election for weeks. He did it again in his speech on January 6th. Are you concerned about having the president back here at CPAC where he's going to continue to say that the election was stolen from him when that just isn't true?
Were there any illegal ballots cast in that election?
I suppose there might have been.
So how many?
But Bill Barr
said, how many?
His own attorney general said not enough to overturn the results of the election.
Bill Barr, believe it or not, had no
court decision after court decision. He put 3 justices on the Supreme Court. They didn't agree with him.
You just told me that that's actually not right. You just told me that there was illegal voting in the last election. You don't know how many. Did you sit down with the team in Nevada? Let me finish. Did you sit down with the team in Nevada or Georgia, these states, and ever go through the binders of information that good patriotic Americans came up with?
But
did you ever talk
to overturn the results of the election?
How could you know that when you don't know the number? Are
Joe
you
Biden
that good
won
at
by
math?
7 million votes.
I love how you're
306 electoral votes. How is it that there's just no proof that that's
well? What I'd
possible?
like you to do is to read Time Magazine and to read the New York Times and to read the Washington Post, where they're saying it's less than 100,000 votes that separated the two men electorally. And you just said that conservatives spurred violence, but you can't use any words. You admit that there's illegal voting.
Conservatives, but
you
I said there were Trump
you
supporters
said that there's
sure.
illegal voting. You have no idea how much, but you are certain what the impact was.
Isn't this the big lie conference
That's what the Nazis used to say, Jim, you're better than that. You're better than that.
You're comparing.
You're comparing me to a Nazi.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
saying
you
this
are.
is the big lie conference.
I love you, man. I'm glad
Do you
you're
feel
here.
responsible at all
I'm
for
glad
any
you're
of the
here,
BLM
but you're
riots?
just wrong. You're just woefully wrong.
From the disinformation that CNN ran, do you feel responsible?
Respect.
Do you feel responsible?
Ladies and gentlemen, this conversation is Tough Love, an assessment of the Republican Party. Please welcome, from Ave Maria Radio, Deal Hudson, and from the American Conservative Union, Matt Schlapp.
Let's hear it for the man who took down Jim Acosta. My friend of over 20 years, I expect nothing less.
Thank you, Deal. It's great to have you at CPAC.
Before I question Matthew, I want to ask you all three questions. Are you canceled? Are you fighting for the men and women who are martyred every day by media hatred? Are you fighting for them? What? Yes or no? Over here, are you fighting for them? Okay. Now, third question. Are you going to proclaim God's truth about human life in the face of media hatred? Good.
That's a good way to get started.
Yeah.
I like that. That's good.
Well,
Those
Matthew, I have not shared any of these questions with you. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
So all of these are going to be
Rapid
surprise
fire.
to you, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Now, Matt and I are writing a book with the provisional title Cancel Culture for Tan Books. It'll be out in December. And so I am going to quote a line that Matt wrote in the very first draft of the first chapter, which I think is a great place to start this conversation. And here's what you wrote, Matt. Our American moment is when you refuse to wear their shame. What do you mean by that?
They're trying to make us all feel like there's something bad about us. That our politics either originated in hatred and animus, or that's what inspires us today. And if they can find any flaw in any of you, any little flaw, which, by the way, you all have, and so do you, Deal, and I have more, when they find the flaw, they don't have the humanity to say, hey, I got a flaw too. They say, oh, I found your flaw, so I'm going to stop you, cancel you, and shut you up.
And of course, all of us are racist now because we voted for President Trump.
That's right.
What do you think? Why did you write, if we can demystify the lie that most Americans are racist, we can defang cancel culture?
I think it all comes down to racism, because I remember going on an MSNBC interview with another person on the other side, and this person just immediately started in on the fact that this person was a racist, that person was a racist, I was a racist, and it just took me back. I hadn't been called a racist so extravagantly, so publicly, and my mom is sitting in the audience. She understands because she didn't raise me to be a racist. Thank you, Mom. And she also understood, she came from a generation where Republicans were proud to stand for civil rights. And the people who teach us history and explain history on TV, they're lying to everybody by acting like the Republicans were the ones pushing Jim Crow and the Democrats were the ones saving us from Jim Crow, when it's just the opposite. We have to tell the truth, and we have to be proud of our history.
We have to be proud of what Martin Luther King taught us, that we're not to be judged by our skin color. That's what I learned, and I'm 71. I grew up in a segregated town of Fort Worth, Texas. I had to go through the learning process. It was Martin Luther King who taught me, but now he doesn't matter anymore.
No, it's the contrary, which is if we're systematically racist, if you ever see me talking and you see my face turn a different color, it's the color of red, it's because when they say we're systemically racist, what that means is America is irredeemable. You never get out of it.
Deplorable.
Deplorable. We are a poison seed that we can try to make it better, but there's no way out of it. So to me, the other thing is that as an individual, God created you with dignity. And when they say it's systemically racist, what they're saying is even if my mom out here in the audience or my sister, even when you do the right and tolerant thing in a day, that's overtaken by the fact that the system aims at giving white privilege, and all of our individual choices of virtue are canceled out.
Right now, I want to ask you this question about the Democrats. Do any Democrats believe Genesis 1:27? So God created mankind in his own image, in the image of God, male and female. Do any Democrats believe that?
Well, I remember Joe Biden saying, we know how many genders there are 3. And I remember saying, just pausing, I was like, now that's very interesting. I don't know where that goes. But no, this is true, which is if almost anything can be my truth, deal, you have your truth, I'll have my truth, everyone in the audience has their truth, that's almost right in the sense that we believe that you inform your conscience and that what you come down to and what you think is right or wrong is your choice within a democracy. But of course, morally, that's completely flawed because you don't get to choose.
Can I define truth for you?
Well, you are a professor,
Please.
So it might be better.
Truth is the conformity of the mind to what is real.
That's right.
The mind is, when we talk about truth, truth is measured by what's out there that we're making judgments about. It's not measured by our feelings or our sentimental aspirations. Truth is determined by what is outside of us that we accurately represent in our minds and in our judgments.
And there's a source of that truth.
There is. God created an ordered nature. Read Genesis. There's order in nature, it's natural law, and it's all knowable. But you can pretend that it's different than it is, and you can live in delusion, you can live in self-abasement if you choose, but that doesn't make it right. Who is Mercy Schlapp?
She's my boss. Or, put in her own language, she's mi jefe grande.
What has she meant to you?
Mercedes Schlapp, she changed my life. I was one of these vagabond political people. It's true. You guys, okay, so you must know me. I was one of these vagabond political people. I was in Austin on the presidential campaign. I'm sleeping on an air mattress in someone's dining room because they took pity on me. I'm going back and forth between Kansas and Washington when I worked for Congressman T. Hart, and I thought I'd kind of be married to politics, and then I found a much better person to be married to. And she's a wonderful person.
What's it harder to be, president of CPAC or to work for Karl Rove in the White House?
Oh, I think I need a martini. I'm going to say this about Karl Rove. He remains a friend, and his wife is a dear friend. And he taught me so much. And he is a brilliant person. And I'm sure he and I have our disagreements about the current moment that we're in. But I respect people who taught me so much. And as far as George Bush is concerned, I know there'll be different opinions in this room. My view is you dance with the one who brought you. And
loyalty.
What'd you say?
Loyalty.
He gave both Mercy and I amazing opportunities. We had a lot of interaction with him. And I'm sure there are moments in the politics that we're in today where he might see me on TV and wonder why I'm saying what I'm saying. But I'm saying because of what you talked about. I'm following my conscience, which I think is properly formed. And I have great respect for that man. And I think he did a lot of good for that man. He's an example of what happens in the cancel culture before we knew it, which is he was another Republican at the national level that, guess what, was completely demonized and destroyed and distorted. And that's what they do to Republicans at the national level.
You know, you talk about what you learned from Karl Rove. What have you learned from President Trump about the tactic of shaming to try to destroy your political opponent?
Okay, so you all know this because we all know we have flaws. And you just have to hang out with me at CPAC to see me maybe use some words I shouldn't use, and maybe sometimes I'm saying something to somebody that's maybe less kind than it should be. So, like, we all get that. So we're raised, most of us probably, of people of faith. By the way, Catholic Church was packed today. Congratulations, everybody. The Protestant service with Mark Walker, packed. The Shabbat dinner, packed. Faith matters here. But we're raised with this idea of humility and an understanding that we make mistakes, so that when we make a mistake and the left jumps on us on that mistake, what's the first thing we're taught to do? Apologize. Well, you once said something that was wrong one time. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You start there. Donald Trump taught us, no. They're not trying to correct the record. They're trying to cancel you. So stand up for what you mean when you say things.
They're trying to scare you off the stage.
That's right.
The Equality Act. Ha, 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 ha. The Equality Act explicitly destroys the religious liberty of people of faith in their schools, Catholic, Jewish, evangelical, whatever, to teach them the truth about men and women. How have we gotten to the point where our government is ordering us to allow our children to be lied to and to actually believe the lie or act like it or else?
Well, let me just say, part of, and some of you, and this might be controversial to some, but part of my leadership of this organization, which even though we have what we talked about, the faith tradition that we're reinvigorating here, CPAC is not a religious thing, right? That's not what it is. It's more of a political thing. And part of what we did is to say, if you are a member of the LGBTQ community, you're welcome to CPAC. Come. We want you to speak. And Rick Grinnell was here, who I have great respect for, and he spoke on this stage. And I think the Republicans and the conservatives are the truly tolerant ones, because what Deal is saying is that they're using the subterfuge. This is what they always do. They act like it's about being tolerant towards the gay community, but what it's really about is undermining, right, this idea that you can hold on to your biblical principles, both Old and New Testament, have it be a substantial foundational part of your life, and that as an American, we all understand that God gave that to us. He knitted it in our soul, and they're saying, no. On certain issues, it starts with one issue, right, this issue. You can no longer claim that your conscience leads you to either do something or not do something. In this case, I have all 5 of my kids in Catholic school. I want them to be taught the Catholic faith. If the Catholic faith or the Christian faith or another faith can be deemed a hate group, and you're not allowed to have those views or explain those views in a classroom, I just don't think it's America.
You know, it's not just biblical teaching. From the beginning of civilizations as we know it, all world civilizations have begun with the assumption that there are 2 genders, male and female. This is not confined just to the Western tradition or the people of faith. This is throughout human history. And we've come upon a moment which I would have not even had a nightmare about in my youth. I wouldn't think it'd be possible I wouldn't even think Rod Serling would have had it on the Twilight Zone at that moment. That we are now being told by our government that in the classroom, where the public or religious, you have to encourage your children, your little children, to choose their sex. I mean, it's totally ridiculous, and it's also repugnant.
It's a difference between an adult having legal choices and people being put in positions of power, separating parents from kids to try to teach them this ideology of kind of a genderless existence. And I think this dovetails into the next thing of conscience. And it's right now, and you all should get engaged as you've been on this, which is when you have the Little Sisters of the Poor, nuns who take a vow of celibacy, and when their charism is to take care of the indigent elderly, well past the age of fertility. No offense, Mom. What does the modern...
She never grows old.
She doesn't, I know.
Right.
What does the modern liberal say needs to be a part of that conversation between the celibate nun and the very senior poor citizen? Abortion and contraception. And they say that we're governed by kind of a strangely, mystical, religious experience not grounded in truth. What is that truth?
Well, the founders were guided by that
That's
as
right.
well. A Declaration of Independence, such as Thomas Jefferson wrote, couldn't have been written without it being informed by Western Christian Judeo principles. We are rooted in this. I'm not saying we're a Christian nation. I'm saying we are a nation whose founding documents reflect an embrace of the Western values of human equality, personal freedom, human rights, and the right to pursue happiness in your way, in the way that your conscience guides you.
That's right. And look, in America on all these questions, that includes adults being able to live their life as they wish. The modern conservative actually doesn't want to tell anybody how to live their life, whether it's sexually or any other way. We just want to follow the Constitution. It's kind of simple. Now, deal. We have a big visitor who's going to be hitting the ground here at any time. So this is your final question, and make it really easy.
All right. Well, I went around the lobby this morning asking people what they wanted me to ask you. And person after person said, ask Matt, what are our marching orders? They're inspired by your fighting spirit, your articulateness in the face of these media folks who want to distort what you say, edit what you say. What in this room, they want to know what they can do to fight like you fight. And you need to tell them what they're going to do when they get home.
Saint Pope John Paul II reminded us to be not afraid. And that is what's going on in America. They're trying to make you afraid. They're trying to make you afraid that you'll lose your job if you have a MAGA hat. They're trying to make you afraid that your kids will be punished on social media if you have the courage to raise your hand and say you saw some illegal voter fraud. They're trying to make you be afraid if you believe that this is still a great country and that when you see people torching our cities and burning down churches and defaming cemeteries and defacing statues, that to say that that's obnoxious to you, especially when they go after cops, you might believe that Blue Lives Matter. Go after you, that there's a consequence to be paid. And the problem is there is a consequence to be paid, and it can be quite nasty. And for anybody raising a kid, they know that more than anyone. And I would just say this: we have to start, each one of us, saying that this is the truth.
This will not stand.
And we are going to keep saying it.
Yes.
And if all of us do it together, guess what? They can't shut half of us up. They simply can't. If red states will be joined by people of goodwill who love the country, they will not cancel America. It's the truth. All right, stay tuned for a really good book, okay? Deal's going to do most of the work on the book, I have a feeling, but thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Which way do we go?
Welcome to the 4th Annual Japan Conservative Union Conference.
Comey was spying on Trump. Well, the reason he was writing the memos was to create a record so that he could destroy him. I'm paraphrasing, admittedly, but that's pretty clear what was going on. This report confirms they went in to confront him with that ambush interview because they were trying to make a case against him. You had the FBI director under Obama playing spy. We're talking about spying on the Trump campaign, spying on President-elect Trump, spying on President Trump. Comey was the chief spy, and he was designated as such by Barack Obama because they met about this very issue a day or two before in the Oval Office with Barack Obama, Biden, Susan Rice, all the king's horses, all the king's men in there. And Comey was the go-to guy.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the President of Judicial Watch, please welcome Tom Fitton.
Who was that guy? Well, I'm not running for president. Everyone else seems to be running for president up here, but I'm not running for president. Well, good afternoon, CPAC. You know, Judicial Watch is your watchdog in Washington. Hillary Clinton knows who we are. President Trump knows who we are. I'm not sure what Joe Biden knows. But millions of patriots across the nation know and support our heavy lifting to expose and stop government corruption. Judicial Watch is famous for using the FOIA to figure out what the government is up to. No one has done more to uncover government corruption, from Benghazi to Clinton emails to Obamagate to the Biden family racketeering scandal. The rule of law protects the high and the low.
But the corrupt deep state and its partisan allies would subvert the rule of law. They aimed high by targeting President Trump with illicit spying and contemptible abuses of his civil rights. President Trump is a crime victim. Who was behind the worst corruption scandal in American history? Obama, Biden, Comey, Brennan. You know the rest. And when Trump raised questions about this conspiracy and the Biden corruption, the corrupt D.C. establishment so panicked that they tried and failed to remove him from office with their first sham impeachment. Remember, the abuses of Trump are also about distracting, protecting Biden, Clinton, and other swamp leaders from accountability for any misconduct and crimes. So let's talk about the new president. No other president in recent American history has been so compromised by credible corruption allegations. There is significant evidence that directly implicates President Big Guy Biden in criminal activity tied to Hunter Biden's rackets in Ukraine and China and other countries. Big media and big tech, which seem to be nothing more than left-wing advocacy groups, censored or covered this up for years, and the Justice Department and the FBI, true to form, focused on protecting Biden while targeting Trump. When it comes to uncovering and exposing government corruption, the DOJ and FBI are part of the problem and have done more to undermine confidence of the American people in the rule of law than just about anyone. Those institutions were irredeemably compromised under the Obama administration, and they spent most of the Trump administration either trying to destroy Trump at the behest of the Clinton-Obama Schiff cabal or trying to cover up the real corruption that it should have pursued but never did. The failure of the Justice Department to hold any significant person accountable for Obamagate crimes is a scandal. Gosh, Biden is giving promotions to some of his Obamagate co-conspirators. John Durham was appointed almost 2 years ago, and there's been little evidence of a serious criminal investigation of those implicated in Spygate abuses of Trump and other innocent Americans, such as General Flynn. And the FBI and the Justice Department had Hunter's laptop for years, but did nothing but protect the Biden clan. Why, for example, is there not yet a special counsel for Biden corruption? We had the corrupt appointment of Mueller to investigate non-crimes to harass President Trump, but nothing yet for President Biden. I call on the Justice Department to immediately appoint a special counsel to investigate Biden corruption. And let me say this to Special Counsel Durham: reports are nice, but prosecutions are better. Of course, Judicial Watch isn't waiting on a Biden special counsel or a Durham report. Judicial Watch first uncovered, not Congress, not the dishonest media, that Hunter Biden flew to China at least 5 times while his father was vice president. A Judicial Watch federal lawsuit also uncovered that the Obama State Department noted that the Russians were trolling then Vice President Biden's anti-corruption activities in Ukraine because he was compromised by Hunter's Burisma corruption. And then, of course, there's the Obamagate scandal. Much of what we know about the Obama-Biden scandal is a result of our unrelenting lawsuits and pressure. Heck, who needs an IG when you have Judicial Watch? And it was reconfirmed last year that targeting Trump was all about protecting Hillary over her emails. Even as her cronies and enablers are in the Biden White House, we're supposed to forget about the Clinton email crimes. Judicial Watch remembers, and America remembers and still wants justice. Hey, by the way, it's now official. We can impeach former presidents and government officials. So should we now impeach Obama, Hillary Clinton, Comey, Brennan, Susan Rice, and all the rest? And maybe we can have congressional impeachments. Schiff and Pelosi, Omar and Swalwell. Of course, the Pelosi impeachments of President Trump are also about election interference. The left, with the help of their allies in big tech, want to be able to interfere with our elections and smear, jail, and censor anyone who objects. The left didn't want to remove Trump because he, quote, incited violence. He didn't, of course, you know that. They don't care about violence, as they endorse and use it regularly. They wanted to abuse impeachment to undermine an effective leading opposition voice. The left used the pretext of COVID to rush through, sometimes contrary to law, long-sought changes in election rules that saw tens of millions of ballots and ballot applications being mailed to voter roll lists that are notoriously inaccurate. The tsunami of mail-in ballots conveniently led to chaos in many key states on Election Day. By the way, federal law sets an election day, not an election week or an election month or an election winter. On Election Day, President Trump had the votes to win the presidency. These vote totals were changed because of unprecedented and extraordinary counting after Election Day. Judicial Watch has long warned of the chaos and increased risk of fraud from recklessly mailing 100 million ballots and ballot applications. Our most recent research using data from just before the election revealed that 353 U.S. counties had 1.8 million more registered voters than eligible voting age citizens. In other words, the registration rates of those counties exceeded 100% of eligible voters. In Pennsylvania, our litigation to clean up dirty voting rolls there uncovered 800,000 extra names on the rolls. The maladministration of the elections, to put it charitably, undermined America's confidence in the fairness of our elections and has significantly weakened the Biden presidency. Let's be clear, the left ruined the election. How to fix this mess? Restore the rule of law on elections. One thing we aim to do is get the receipts on the 2020 election. Judicial Watch has 105 Open Record and Freedom of Information Act requests pending on the election. Another thing to do is to clean up the election rolls. Dirty voting rolls can mean dirty elections. A Judicial Watch federal lawsuit settlement is already resulting in LA County alone cleaning up to 1.6 million names from the rolls. It's just the tip of the iceberg, though. And we're in federal court now to clean up the rolls in Pennsylvania, Colorado, and North Carolina. And more lawsuits are coming, believe me, you. Believe you me. And let me be clear, in case I haven't been, voting by mail should generally be ended. Vote by mail makes it nearly impossible to detect or even to pretend to prevent fraud. This security gap undermines confidence in the elections. You know, unless you're putting your life on the line in Afghanistan or have some other emergency reason, the law should require you to vote in person. After your citizenship and eligibility have been verified, and after you show your secure photo ID. And no ballot harvesting. None. Let me say this. If elections are not secure and are conducted in violation of the Constitution, many Americans won't vote in them. Secure elections conducted according to law will increase voter turnout. Can't we have a debate on this? Can't we have a debate on this? Not if big tech gets its way. Big tech's ban of President Trump for his blowing the whistle on the election is all about helping the left. Neither Section 230 nor any other law allows big tech to lie to the public and shareholders about their dishonest censorship of conservative Americans. This is basic business fraud that should be investigated by law enforcement. But as the saying goes, you can trust the communists to be communists. Sure enough, communists and left partisans now seek to effectively criminalize those who advocate for free, fair, and secure elections. Big tech censorship of former President Trump and other conservative leading voices provides cover to the left's broad governmental attack on the God-given rights of tens of millions of Americans. If you want an example of how the left views your First Amendment rights, take a look at the miles-long barbed wire fence around the U.S. Capitol. Don't worry, Judicial Watch has Congress covered. We sued the Pelosi Congress for Capitol riot emails and video. We want to know what Pelosi and Schumer are hiding about it. Speaking of fences and walls, let's talk about the border. Biden is seeking open borders amnesty by hook or by crook with zero regard for the public health and safety or, of course, the rule of law. Biden would nationalize sanctuary policies that are not only illegal but deadly dangerous. He's launched the most significant attack on immigration law in American history. I could think of an article or of impeachment or two for Biden's outright refusal to enforce the law against illegal alien criminals and his policies that aid and abet human smuggling and child trafficking at the border. Biden is worse than Obama on lawless executive amnesty, and in just 1 month has caused a humanitarian and public health disaster on our Mexican border. What should be done on that? End sanctuary policies, both nationally and locally. Judicial Watch is in court in California and Maryland to challenge sanctuary policies that abuse taxpayers and harm the public safety. And just say no to amnesty. Even talking about amnesty increases illegal immigration. You know, I've come up with a simple solution for the immigration crisis. I think President Trump knew this too. Enforce the law. And again, only citizens should vote. We should change the laws to require you to prove your citizenship in order to register to vote. Look, I know there are all these challenges, but there is a way forward for conservatives. Here's the truth. The Biden administration is corrupt, but weak. His party barely controls Congress. President Biden has a personal corruption problems, has obvious health challenges, must manage internal warfare between his party's corrupt corporate wing and its rising communists, and his moral claim on the presidency is rejected by a massive number of voters. But there are many loser Republicans who also have contempt for our concerns about swamp corruption, election integrity, our borders, and accountable and constitutional government. So it is Judicial Watch to the rescue. We know what to do. Sue them. Demand answers. Tell the truth. Protect citizens under the law. Defend the Constitution. Expose corrupt politicians of both political parties. I have to have a note to myself here. Sue Fauci again. As George Washington said, truth will ultimately prevail where pains is taken to bring it to light. Again, Judicial Watch is your watchdog in Washington. We go to bat for you. We represent you. We defend you. We fight for you in court against those who would deny Americans their divine birthright, the rule of law. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
and welcome to the 4th Annual Japan Conservative Union Conference.
Hi everybody, my name is Eduardo Bolsonaro. I'm the son of the President of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, and also the most voted ever congressman here in Brazil. And how I'm fighting back against communism. We are here fighting back, occupying spaces and all the opportunities that we have on the media, internet, everywhere. Going into universities, talking with the young people, and I think our main tool that we have to do that is the truth. Telling the truth to the people is how my father got elected, not using even $1 million. And I think this is the way that we have to fight back. They know that, so what do? They try to censorship us. As we are looking nowadays, especially by the big tech. So we don't have a solution for that, but here we are using bills trying to approve new laws, copying US, copying Poland, trying to make sure that we are going to have our freedom of speech, not only on the internet, but everywhere. So thanks God that we are here, and I also have a bill here criminalizing Nazism and communism. Thank you, see you later.
Hello dear friends at CPAC. My name is Stephen Bartulica. I'm a native of St. Joseph, Missouri, and now serve as a member of the Croatian Parliament here in Zagreb. I'm sending this message to you from the Parliament in Croatia. Behind me is a painting of the first democratically elected Parliament in Croatia from 1990. My main message to you is that socialism promises heaven and it delivers hell. And I'm worried what's happening in the United States under this new administration. Unfortunately, President Trump wasn't re-elected, and sadly we have the left in power. I would encourage all of you to get active, to raise your voices against what you see as a clear threat to the American way of life. I'm very grateful that I was able to be born and raised in the United States. Now I live in Croatia with my family. But the legacy of socialism I see on a daily basis here, and it's much more destructive than ordinary people can imagine. It corrupts people's moral character. It leaves a devastating effects behind in so many different ways. And so I encourage you to stay active, to support conservative candidates in the United States and throughout the world. And we would be more than happy to host a CPAC, hopefully here in Croatia. All the best. God bless.
Dear fellow conservatives, my name is Miklós Szántó, and I'm the director of the Center for Fundamental Rights, a conservative research institute based in Budapest, Hungary. And I think, as all of you know, communism attacked Hungary after the Second World War, and despite a heroic struggle and the 1956 revolution, it took almost 40 years to finally cure ourselves of the virus. And now, 30 years after our return to the Research Institute based in Budapest, Hungary. And I think, as all of you know, communism attacked Hungary after the Second World War, and despite a heroic struggle and the 1956 revolution, it took almost 40 years to finally cure ourselves of the virus. And now, 30 years after our return to freedom, storm clouds are gathering on the horizon again. We see an increasing signs of a new kind of Marxism plaguing our friends within the Western Alliance. Leftist forces have deployed a disinformation campaign against Hungary quite reminiscent of Soviet tactics. Entire networks of so-called NGOs and biased media smear every step we take. Corrupt leftist politicians demand action based on lies. Fellow Hungarian patriots, including our center, of course, is at the forefront of combating this campaign. But leftists seek to undermine our core values: the sanctity of life, freedom of conscience, free speech, patriotism, and the family itself. But at last year's CPAC in Washington, D.C., I truly felt that these values are strong and they connect us on both sides of the Atlantic. Therefore, I think it is crucial for us, conservatives, to work together, because the left has been networking globally for decades with the explicit aim of undermining everything we hold dear. And I can assure all fellow conservatives in America that they have friends here in the heart of Europe. Be sure that the best days are yet to come. Our proudest moments are yet to be, and our most glorious achievements are just ahead.
Hello from Spain. My name is Ivan Espinosa, and I'm spokesperson here in Congress for Vox, Spain's Conservative Party. I would like to take this opportunity to greet you and wish you a great CPAC. Now, I hope you're able to take advantage of CPAC to exchange ideas, to exchange your best practices, to put forward whatever it is you're doing properly in your own market so we can all learn from each other. As you know, the left, the progressives around the world are doing that already, and they're working really hard to try to defeat us in different places. So hopefully we're going to be able to learn from each other, we're going to be able to share whatever it is we're doing right, and we're going to be able to defend and build better platforms for our future, for our families, and for our nations. Have a great CPAC and enjoy your time here.
Spent a record amount of dark money to elect Biden. Now they are cashing in. Ron Klain led a top dark money group. Now Chief of Staff Gina McCarthy, from dark money to climate advisor, canceling the Keystone Pipeline, killing good union jobs. And why won't Biden reopen the schools, teachers' unions, and their dark money? From personnel to policy, Biden is just starting to pay back all that dark money.
Murders on the rise, faster than ever before. Biden appoints Vanita Gupta for a top job in the Justice Department. She supports defunding the police, led a group that wants to reduce punishments on white supremacists, even terrorists. When our cities burned, Gupta could have stood for law and order, for victims. Instead, she advocated to let convicts out of jail. Biden promised unity, but this is a dangerous appointee at a dangerous time.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the National Rifle Association, please welcome Wayne LaPierre.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. You know, you and I have never lived through a moment like this one. I don't think there's never been a time when anti-gun politicians have been more responsible for more tragic, needless death, destruction, and crime than right now in our country. I'm talking about, and you've seen it on your TV screens, a wave of criminal violence that's sweeping across this nation. And it's fueled by politicians who hold a deep-seated hatred for mainstream American values and who openly despise our founding freedoms. The same freedoms we cherish, we revere, and we defend. It's all out in the open, and it's plain to see. The same politicians who want to disarm us have unlocked prison cells and released hundreds of thousands of violent felons onto our streets. The same governors and mayors who are dismantling the police are actively working to make sure criminals with guns never face justice that our laws demand. And millions of Americans, as a result, are forced to live in fear. As lives are cut tragically short in Chicago, New York, LA, Philadelphia, and dozens of other cities across this nation. What are gun ban politicians doing? They're painting a bright red target on freedom's back. And they're claiming that your values and your lawfully owned guns are the root cause of the anarchy that their policies create. It's insanity. Nearly every big city in America is experiencing it. Last year, in gun-controlled Chicago, criminal gun use rose nearly 60% over the previous year. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot blamed so-called lax gun laws in other states for it. In New York City, illegal shootings doubled over the previous year, and homicide rose 30%. Mayor Bill de Blasio, he blamed coronavirus. And then he went out and he disbanded his anti-crime unit. In Houston, homicide was up nearly 50%, and drug and gang-related murders, as well as the city's revolving door criminal justice system, was responsible for it. They kept criminals out of jail, and it kept them right on the streets. And what was Mayor Turner's response? He went out and he locked arms with Michael Bloomberg and attacked law-abiding gun owners. But let me tell you right now, the dirty little secret politicians and the media won't tell you. They have the power right now, today, to clean up their cities, to save hundreds of thousands of lives, and put violent crime to a virtual end. All they have to do is enforce the existing gun laws. That's it. Go out and do your job. If you really want to stop violent crime, take criminals off the streets. When you do that, you know what happens? Crime goes down. Everything else, it's smoke and mirrors. You could do that right now, Mayor Bill de Blasio. Protect the innocent, Mayor Lightfoot. Safeguard your city, Mayor Turner. Enforce the laws on the books and prosecute the criminals. Do it. You have no excuse. But you know what? And here's another dirty little secret gun ban politicians like Biden, Schumer, and Pelosi, they won't tell you. They're using rising homicide statistics as political fodder in their warped crusade against the Second Amendment. Criminals committing crimes with guns gives them the platform they need to lie and attack your freedom. It keeps the TV cameras always pointed in their direction. And it keeps an endless stream of money flowing into their campaign coffers from billionaires like Michael Bloomberg. What a sick, twisted business they're in. They'd rather get tough on the law-abiding than go out and get tough on criminals. They'd rather kill the Second Amendment than save lives. They want each and every one of us to be forced to confront evil with empty hands. The leftist playbook, it's wide open for anyone to see. And it goes like this. Empty the prisons. Let criminals run free. Hamstring the police. Surrender the streets. And then hold freedom hostage and demand that honest citizens like you and me give up our guns as the price for ending the criminal bloodshed that their policies enable. And now, it's not just our Second Amendment rights that are at stake. It's our country as we know it. and literally our right to survive. Gun-hating politicians, big tech, the media, they're all working together to shame us, censor us, cancel us, and have us submit to their demands, that we surrender our freedom, and that the right to self-defense be reserved only for politicians and the wealthy elites. But let me tell you, right here and right now, the NRA will not submit. We will not allow them to define the Second Amendment in their terms. We will not surrender our freedoms. I promise you that. In fact, we have our own list of demands. Before one more innocent American becomes a needless casualty, before one more hard-working mom or dad becomes a tragic crime statistic, before one more honest citizen becomes another chalk line on a city sidewalk, we demand that politicians enforce the laws on the books. We demand that criminals do hard time for hard crime. We demand that tax-paying citizens get the police protection they deserve. And we demand that every law-abiding American have the sacred right, guaranteed by our Constitution, to keep and bear arms to protect ourselves and our loved ones. Our demands are for justice. Our demands are deeply rooted in our Constitution and the guiding principles of freedom that make America the greatest nation in the world. As we gather here today, we exercise our right to jointly express our beliefs with the eyes of the nation upon us. And that's a good thing, because every American deserves to hear the truth. But there's a difference between free and honest debate and censorship. There's a difference between the rule of law and the rule of man. And there's a difference between peaceful protest and mob tyranny. There's a difference between a criminal with a gun and law-abiding citizens with a gun. These are basic truths. And no matter how much our political opponents and their dishonest allies in the media try to twist them and pervert them and destroy them, the 5 million men and women of the NRA will always fight for them. I promise you that. Our fight is for what's good and natural and pure. We appeal to the best instincts of humanity. Freedom for all, regardless of gender, race, or creed. Individual liberty and the responsibility that comes with it. Respect for the rule of law. Love for our country and for our fellow Americans. If you, as you sit here this afternoon, believe in these principles, if what I've just described sounds like you, then your natural home is right here with the National Rifle Association of America. You know it as well as I do. Politicians let you down. Principles never do. And it's by fighting on principle that the National Rifle Association is the oldest and most successful civil rights organization in the history of mankind. In fact, throughout our history, the NRA's fight for civil rights has not only been defending the Second Amendment, but also the First Amendment. I'll tell you a story. 18 years ago, when politicians in Washington tried to muzzle free speech, it was the NRA and the American Civil Liberties Union and others who fought back to defend the First Amendment. And today, as Governor Cuomo and his Attorney General Letitia James contrive ways to weaponize government power, to silence and destroy your voice, my voice, and the voices of NRA members, we are fighting back again with the help of others and the American Civil Liberties Union. Not only to defend our right of free speech, but the First Amendment rights of all Americans to free speech. You see, what Cuomo and James don't understand is they can't kill the NRA. They can't. We're not just a concrete building in Washington, D.C., just outside of a city. The NRA and our values, our passions, and our principles, they beat strongly in the hearts of tens of millions of Americans all across this nation. So sorry, Cuomo. Sorry, James. You can no more kill the NRA than you could stop the sun from rising in the east. You know, you probably heard me say this before, but it's true. When you stand for freedom, you get more of it. And NRA members standing together over the past 4 decades have achieved a historic restoration of freedom for which all Americans can be thankful. But I beg you, never ever forget that it all could have been lost, like is sadly the case in so many other countries. But all of this, it's bigger than the NRA. It's about constitutional freedom for all. And because of our success right now, we're fighting politicians and regulators determined to weaponize government power and destroy what the NRA does, simply because they don't like us and because we win. It's what's going on right now, and I'm going to say this slow because it's true, is the most appalling deviation from a free and open society that the United States of America has ever seen. That's why we at the NRA have filed 2 First Amendment lawsuits that put the NRA at the tip of the spear, fighting for the constitutional rights of all groups in this country. And on top of that, we've recently announced that we're pursuing a reorganization plan. Under the protection of the U.S. Bankruptcy Code, the NRA is creating a blueprint that will allow us to continue as one of the leading civil rights organizations in the world. And pending the approval of the court, we plan to reorganize in the state of Texas. Away from the toxic political environment of New York, where elected officials wield their power with reckless abandon, where they punish banks and insurance companies who dare to do business with the NRA. But you know what? Their actions only strengthen our resolve. They steel us for the fight. Like right here in Florida, where we are today, Texas celebrates constitutional freedom. It's a state, yeah, I see some Texans are here, all right. It's a state that offers a fair regulatory environment and a positive business climate, and the foundation from which we will build an even stronger National Rifle Association. You know, we win because we stand for truth and justice. Who's more responsible for protecting our lives and our loved ones than us? Why should I have to give up my right to survive? By refusing to arrest, prosecute, and incarcerate violent criminals, politicians abdicate their responsibility to protect us. So we're not going to apologize for defending our most basic freedom. Because far too often in a dangerous world, the Second Amendment is all we have. At the very root of American consciousness is the truth that I have a right to defend myself. Even gun-ban elitists live that truth. You've noticed they all have armed protection. They lean on political connections to game the system, and they get all the permits they want. Celebrities, billionaires, Wall Street executives, friends of the mayor, they get all the permits they want. They all believe strongly in their Second Amendment rights. They just don't believe in yours. In fact, the history of the gun control movement has always been rooted in elitism, racism, terror, and oppression of the worst kind. In fact, the very first gun control laws were put in force after the Civil War, and they were designed for the singular and specific purpose of denying African Americans their Second Amendment rights. Why? Because racist politicians and their allies in the KKK wanted to oppress, terrorize, and murder African Americans at will and without resistance. It was the NRA, from its founding, that fought for and helped secure the Second Amendment rights of African Americans and all Americans. The fact is that before the color barrier was broken in professional sports, before it was broken in schools, lunch lines, water fountains, in the media, or out there in Hollywood, before all of that, and since our founding 150 years ago, the National Rifle Association of America has not only welcomed all Americans, we have fought for the civil rights and constitutional freedom of all Americans. And I promise you, we will never, ever stop fighting for the right of every law-abiding American to protect himself with a gun. And so, to President Biden, Schumer, Pelosi, and their media allies, I say, if you don't care about our Second Amendment right to protect ourselves, then you don't care about us at all. Don't talk to us about your plans for safety unless you defend our Second Amendment rights. Don't go on TV lamenting another tragic violent crime unless you enforce the laws on the books and take criminals off the streets. And don't give us your hollow, empty rhetoric, because we're all onto you. We don't believe you, you're not honest, because you would deny us our most basic fundamental right to stay alive. You know, all of us in this room today and watching around the country are still united by a single promise. It's a promise we first made when we were kids, and it goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. in the one and only USA. You're right. But take this to heart, please. Don't let the chaos of current events tarnish the majesty of its meaning. We don't promise to try when it's convenient. We pledge our allegiance, not to who's powerful or popular, but to the flag of the United States of America. And not just to its stars and stripes, but to the republic for which it stands, which isn't one faction, but one nation, not under tyranny, but under God, not divided, but indivisible, with liberty and justice, not for a few, but for all. My friends, we've now come to a point in time when the full weight of that promise rests squarely on our shoulders. Joe Biden and his allies in Congress are publicly vowing to flat out decimate the Second Amendment and destroy the promise of liberty and freedom that is America. They don't want to just regulate your gun rights or chip away at your freedom around the edges. They want to register, ban, and confiscate your firearms. And at the same time, they're making it easier for criminals and violent ones to roam our streets. These are the stakes that we face, and they couldn't be higher. I know that many of you are beaten down by the endless stream of struggles the many past months have presented. The naysayers are out there working overtime to convince Americans that the Second Amendment's days are numbered. But I say they're wrong. I say that with a full confidence because of people like you. Never forget that your voice resonates far beyond this room. It carries far beyond the walls of your own home. And when you're an NRA member, it resonates even farther and wider, carrying the weight of tens of millions of NRA members and even more Americans who support our cause and look to us for leadership. There is no more unstoppable force in the history of politics than NRA members, and I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, our enemies know that too. A strong NRA wins. So from where you sit right now, I'm asking you, please join us. Join millions of freedom-loving patriots all across this nation by joining the National Rifle Association of America. And let history remember that when Biden and Schumer and Pelosi and their billionaire backers tried to destroy our freedom, that you were there. You fought back. You stood in the breach. You defended America and our Constitution, and you were the reason our Second Amendment rights, our American values, our freedom not only survived, but thrived for decades and decades to come. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
What are you doing? Need a box and a shipping label?
No. I missed the sign-up period for my health care. So now I need to make it to next year without getting hurt.
Did you look into Liberty Health Share? Sign up any time of year.
No, I didn't.
Didn't think so.
How?
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is Protecting Elections Part 6, Successful States. Please welcome your panel. From the Republican National Committee, Tommy Hicks. From the North Carolina Republican Party, Michael Whatley. Former U.S. Attorney General, Matt Whitaker. And your moderator, ACU's own Matt Schlapp.
Thanks, everyone. All right, Whitaker, are we going to fit in these chairs?
We're going to find out.
Let's give it a shot. It's great to be with you again. We're talking a lot about the elections. And are you liking these conversations about what happened on Election Day? Why are we doing it? Because you couldn't find the truth of what happened on the election anywhere, it seemed. Yes. And then we were told that in the courts of law that we lost in all of these cases, when I believe and saw firsthand that there were really no cases. Matter of fact, the evidence that was discovered throughout the process, I don't think was ever really scrutinized, and you never really got a chance to hear what happened on the ground. So CPAC is your first opportunity to see what actually happened on Election Day. And there was widespread voter fraud in way too many states, most especially in big cities run by the Democrat machine. And that is a fact. And we gave you evidence to underscore that fact. And what's amazing is that these Democrat killer lawyers who went all over the country to either change laws, contort laws, work around laws to get as many illegal ballots in the count as possible, now have this diabolical bill called H.R. 1. And as Dan Schneider told you, there's a reason why they call it H.R. 1. It's because it's their number one priority. If they can keep every Republican from getting elected in anywhere that's swing place or a purple place, that means they have all the power to undermine the Constitution at will. So it's important. Has everybody gotten the CPAC app? And if you haven't, because you don't understand technology like me, we are also going to send you an email, but you're going to have messages going to your devices. You can go on to your CPAC app. You can go right to the button that allows you to talk to your senator or congressman in your jurisdiction. If you know anybody from West Virginia or Arizona or these other states, it's very important that they send their message as well. We're going to have an all-out push on H.R. 1, and we need your voices. Now, Matt Whitaker, General Whitaker, how crazy is it that this new Socialist Democratic Party, they want it to be states' rights when it suits their needs, right, until they get all the power at the national level, and then they want to nationalize.
Right, and you're going to see this attempt in a lot of areas, but this H.R. 1 is in the election arena, and it's to do the kind of things that happened in Pennsylvania, Arizona, where judges overruled the state legislatures, and ultimately, as we were talking about backstage, federalize a lot of these election techniques that expand voting without the integrity that's necessary to know that sort of one voter is casting one legal vote. And so, I mean, I know you have a lot of experience with this too.
Yeah, well, what we did in North Carolina was we had over 500 attorneys that we recruited and trained. It took over 2 years to do it. We had thousands of volunteer observers that we brought in and trained. So in every single one of our 100 counties, we were on the ground on Election Day. We were there when we were doing absentee votes and early votes. We had a recount. We had every hearing covered, and we were going to be there. We're going to let everybody know were going to be there every single day. And we ended up having pretty good conversations with most of our county boards of elections because they want to do the right thing. But our state board of elections, which also tried to do the sue and settle, we took them to court. We sued them 4 different times on it, took them up to the Supreme Court, and made sure that we were going to keep everybody aware that we were there, and if they were going to do anything, it was going to be in broad daylight and on camera.
Right, and with efforts like H.R. 1, you're seeing they're going to want to open up that early voting window, even more locations, more ballots, and then they're going to want to extend that post-election counting to make sure that they can find the necessary votes to win close elections.
Well, you could just have an election year. Doesn't have to be an election day.
Well, thank God for the judges that President Trump nominated. We had confirmed, because that's where it's going to go.
Yep.
Yeah, it is where it's going to go. Now, Chairman Whatley, you look so young, but you're a veteran. And you're a veteran of the 2000 recount in Florida, like I am. And we have all these kind of more establishment voices even in our own party, which we're proud Republicans, telling us that voter fraud isn't a thing, that they don't ever go into a back room and use that dreaded term, steal it. In 2000, was anybody on the Bush-Cheney campaign worried that they might steal it?
You know, I got to tell you, one of the greatest things about that 2000 recount was getting a chance to meet this guy on day 4 of the recount down in Florida. He has been fighting this fight since 2000 as well. And what was amazing then was it was really the first time that Republicans got down into the trench and fought. And we had 500 attorneys on site. We had several hundred attorneys. I was on a legal team in Broward County, and we knew if we were not there, they were going to steal it. We caught them with chads. We caught them with tape chads and with punch chads and all of these things. And now it's all electronic. But as Matt said, if we're going to have the voting that's going to stay open and we're going to have the counting that's going to stay open until they get the results that they need, then we're not going to have any assurity of that. And so it is so important for us. Absentee voting can work, but it has to work with voter ID. It has to work with you requesting a ballot, you getting a ballot, you filling it out, you signing it, you getting a witness, the witness signing it, you sending it in. It's not mass mailing of ballots out to everybody the way that we're seeing in California, New York, and other states. What we need to do is make sure that we are there and committed as a party on day 1. When I got elected in June of 2019, the first thing I did that month was set up a goal of getting those 500 attorneys. And everybody looked at me like, why are you doing this? We need to be lawyered up. And I'll tell you, the litigation costs and the work that the RNC has done to make sure that they have the resources there for all of the recounts are going to be absolutely important as we're moving forward.
So when we talk about the 2000 recount, does any of you remember that Brooks Brothers riot? It's interesting. It wasn't a riot, just so you know. It was a protest. When Republicans protest, they call it a riot. When liberals riot, it's just a peaceful protest. It's just one of the things we got to deal with. But you know why we did that in Dade County? We did that because they took all those ballots away from the observers, behind doors with no windows, so they could finish up the count. Now, I know we're told in this day and age they might do something like that because they don't want anybody to catch a virus. But that virus actually isn't Chinese corona. That virus is election fraud. And Tommy Hicks, Florida was one of the states. I know Ron DeSantis started off CPAC the first day. He's not here now. But Florida is one of those states that did the right things immediately under Governor DeSantis.
Yeah, within his first month of office, he weeded out corruption, fired a couple of election officials and he did a great job. And the RNC we're going to be much more proactive. We did really well in some states, North Carolina, Iowa, Florida. Florida State Chair Joe Gruters is going to be the chair of our Election Integrity Committee. We're really excited about that. We had our first call last Friday, but we were going to be proactive and make sure that everybody is confident that their vote counts.
That's right. Now, Matt, you're originally from Iowa.
Yes.
And I met your...
Proud Iowan.
I met your parents on the campaign trail in Iowa. Iowa did it right too.
Yeah, they did, but it's been a several-year process. They passed voter ID law, which means that you need a valid identification that they can compare to the voter rolls. And then it was kind of under the radar, but this year there was a huge battle in Iowa where a couple Democrat state auditors who run the elections sent out pre-filled in absentee ballot request forms to every single registered voter. And it included this unique PIN that only comes with your voter registration card. And so they sort of completed that process for someone to request that absentee ballot. Went to court, good lawyers on our side, got that reversed. Those auditors had to call back all 50,000 of those voter applications and redo it to make sure that that PIN, and so there's a unique PIN for every absentee voter request. And that really, I think, is a double check on making sure that legitimate voters are voting their legitimate ballots. And, again, the proof is in the pudding. That we had not only, this is a novel idea, but in Iowa, we counted all the votes by election night and said that Joni Ernst was reelected as a U.S. Senator and Donald Trump won the state of Iowa. And that's how you do it. You have to have the results to make sure that there's confidence in those results on election night.
God, I love the simplicity and straightforwardness of the Midwest. It's really, we need it everywhere. But Chairman Whatley, when you saw what was happening on election morning or the next morning, strange halting of counting, strange the day before observers being kicked out, construction paper going up over windows. These are all you do tend to go into hiding when you're about to do something you want the whole world to see, right? That's how this works. That's what I teach my children, of course.
Right.
If they go in the basement, I haven't seen them for 3 days, I assume they're doing something good, right? That's how that works?
That's totally how it works, and that's one of the things that we were very proactive in doing is we spent significant amount of time with the Republican members of the county boards of elections. We had our attorneys that were out there, and we told them, we're going to be there. We had one county where we've had issues in the past. We called them and said, hey, we've got a team of attorneys we're going to have at your hearing tomorrow. When and where is it? They said, well, it's on the website. I know, but then I don't get to call and tell you I'm bringing a team of attorneys. So, we were going to be there. We made sure we were there. We had social media posts. We had everything else that was out there so that they knew if this happens, we were going to scream bloody murder. And unfortunately in North Carolina, because we put so much pressure on the system for a year in advance, it really came down to being a pretty clean election.
Now, Tommy Hicks is from the great state of Texas, where I spent some time as a kid in Houston, and Texas was a little tighter this cycle. And Texas is always the story of the red state we're going to lose. Every cycle, we're going to lose it. Ted Cruz, they said, was going to lose to that, what is his name, Robert Francis or whatever, O'Rourke, Beto. The guy is always talking from a very high perch.
Yes, with his hands.
With his hands. I'm not going to use my hands now. Are you doing the right things in Texas?
We are. And by the way, people are moving to Texas from all over the country because we have smaller government, no taxes, no income tax. And we need to put signs up by the airport that just reminds people who moved from California to leave their votes there.
That's right. By the way, can I encourage you, Florida kind of outbids you to get CPAC. You can join that bidding.
We'll have to work on that. By the way, great job on this with CPAC this year.
Thank you. But you think you're doing the right things to make sure that they can't do what they did in these other states?
Absolutely. And we need to establish best practices from the states that did it right, make sure that every state has the opportunity to understand what works, what didn't work. As with any organization, you should constantly be trying to improve, and that's what we are going to do. But in Texas specifically, we're going to invest in Texas. We're going to invest in all states. Every single state's in play. We're going to have a massive, massive victory in 2022, and we need one in order to save our republic because of what the Democrats have been doing the last 35 days.
That's right. Well, let me put you on the spot a little bit, Tommy. And you and I have become, I think, good friends, and I have a lot of respect with what you're doing. I think what the people want to know from the perch of all of you who have Republican positions, you're excluded until you become a senator, Matt, which I think could happen. Can we have on speed dial the very best election attorneys to combat Perkins Coie, the same law firm that gave us the dirty Russian dossier, to compete against them? Are we ready for that? Do you think we'll get that done?
We will have a permanent presence inside the building now. We're going to make sure that we have the best lawyers we can get. We will be proactive, not reactive, and that's what it's going to take. This is the first time in over 30 years that we've been able to have true election day operations because of a consent decree that we had signed. But so that's part of our improvement. We will have the best legal representation possible, and we have a great team. And the 22 people on the Committee for Election Integrity are fully committed, and they're going to be meeting weekly and very resourceful.
And I think you should put Michael in charge, by the way.
Well, and I'll tell you this, we actually
lawyer.
used one of three, main Republican firms for our national coverage, as well as lined up about 6 different firms in North Carolina. Our legal budget was 3/4 of our operating annual budget. And we
say that like it's a bad thing.
Well, there you go. But it's worth every penny, right? I mean, we had a recount in our Chief Justice race that came down to 401 votes. And you can't tell me in 100 North Carolina counties they couldn't have come up with 4 votes if I didn't have lawyers and attorneys there in every single one of those counties. The Democrat filed protests in 92 of our counties. I paid over $750,000 in legal fees just to make sure we were countering on those protests. This is going to have to be part of the Republican establishment going forward. And I'm really glad that Ronna and Tommy and the RNC are committed to working to make sure that we have the legal resources that we're going to need, because this is going to be lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit.
And that's just the reality. And the thing is, as you guys look at polls in your states and everything else, look at the states that held. Iowa had some tight polls, and most of those polls were inaccurate, quite
Fake
honestly.
news.
Fake polls. Fake news produce fake polls.
Yep.
It's the one thing we always know. But what ended up happening in the states that do proper election day, following the law and integrity, is the polls hold or they get better. So Iowa held or got better. Paduchik and the team in Ohio, the polls didn't get as tight. They actually widened up to, I think, something like 8 points. So, that's when you know you have election integrity. And when you went to Arizona post-election day and there was all of this tumult, that was the state. I give Matt a lot of credit. As soon as he saw what happened on election day, he was on an airplane straight to one of those states. So thank you.
Well, and we had a lot of patriots go out to try to make sure that these shenanigans that were described, both from 2000 and from this year, weren't allowed. But what we saw is each one of these cases and each one of these lawyers in these lawsuits needs to understand that their case may be the most important. Maricopa County in Arizona, for example, the judge held open registration for about 10 more days. They registered 14,000 more voters in that time period, and we lost Maricopa County by just thousands of votes. And so it's hard to say directly it made the difference, but it actually, at the end of the day, every single one of those lawsuits, it has to be fought and made sure that the law is followed, because that was an illegal order from a judge. But how do you put that toothpaste back in the tube? You can't. The die is cast, and all of a sudden you have 14,000 more registered voters in Maricopa County, and you lose it by about 5,000 votes in Arizona. And we kept getting that margin down, and every day we get the updates. But should it be like that? Should it be that hard to count votes? Again, Ohio had their votes in election night. Texas had their votes in election night. North Carolina, Florida, Iowa, these places that do it right. This should be the model for every state. Because, again, it is not only about election integrity, it's about election confidence. We have to believe that the result is the result.
We do. And we were the most litigious we've ever been going into this election. And Ronna's proud of that fact. She's the most litigious chairman in the history of the party. But we don't have enough people running for local office and state office who can actually fight for our election integrity. So I'd like to encourage everybody who can to get involved and run.
Yeah, for sure. Now, if you can determine who's America's Idol in a couple of minutes, if you can punch something into your phone.
I was thinking The Bachelor.
The Bachelor or The Bachelorette or whatever. Get an Uber, get Uber Eats. We do these things instantaneously. So when a state says, it's very complicated, there were so many more votes, come on. We've got the computer technology to do amazing things very quickly. If Kentucky, who's here from Kentucky? If Kentucky can determine their statewide winners by dinner time, why do big cities run by Democrats have to have days and weeks like what we saw?
Gee, I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder. That's exactly right. And I just want to say this about judges. I know we all revere judges, and we're glad that we have good judges. But there's another side to that. We also have judges that aren't good. We have judges that don't follow the law. We have judges that care more about getting invited to the country club to be with the powerful people in their city or community to get a foursome of golf than actually do the right thing. And so when anybody in the media tells you that, oh, well, you had your chance in court 60 times or whatever the number is, just so you know, as you're talking about this, I don't believe, and I've not seen evidence, that all of this amazing boxes and binders, and in our case in Nevada, it was a carload of evidence of illegal voting that was found by volunteer attorneys and volunteers generally, and God bless them for what they did. But I don't think the judges, because they ruled in like 20 minutes and 20 hours, and like it was like these immediate rulings saying, if you really look at the rulings, they never say we looked through all the evidence and we didn't find the evidence compelling. In almost every case, what they said was, it's just too hot politically in their own legalese. Like, we don't want to touch this. We saw the violence of the summer. Right. We saw what happens when you say things that the news media will call the big lie, and we don't want any part of that.
Right. Right. And you also, the good news, though, is that because of Donald Trump, we now have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. And that's where these issues, as we move forward to 22 and 24, are ultimately going to have to be vetted to make sure that we do have election integrity, because I know that we maybe were caught a little flat-footed for the 4 years leading up to 2020, but we're not going to be caught again flat-footed on these issues.
Can we stop H.R. 1, or do you think it's going to become law?
I think we have to stop it. I think we absolutely have to stop it. We got to put every bit of pressure that we can on every single member of the Senate. We need to put pressure on Arizona and West Virginia, like you said. We cannot let, this is the single biggest assault on election integrity in the history of our country.
That's exactly right. And if we lose on H.R. 1, folks, basically it cancels your ability to have these common sense reforms like we've seen in Florida, like we've seen in Ohio, like we've seen in Iowa, like we've seen in North Carolina, Texas. So you have hope, right, Tommy?
I can't see how the people of West Virginia or Arizona could ever get behind H.R. 1, and I hope their senators who are Democrats understand that.
Well, I hope you appreciate why we're going through all this evidence in painstaking detail. If you're from Iowa, if you're from Ohio, if you're from North Carolina, if you're from Florida, your people did the right thing, and so thank them. So as we fight against H.R. 1, don't forget to pat someone on the back and say, job well done. And I have to really applaud Governor DeSantis for what he did.
He's great.
Here in Florida. Doing a great job. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Your ideas, innovations, and inventions are precious. Don't let patent pirates steal your treasure. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com. Stolen inventions tell no tales. Stop big tech and their patent pirating ways. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com.
What are you doing? Training for the circus?
No. I'm trying to sign up for my health care. A lot of hoops to jump through.
Did you look into Liberty Health Share?
No.
Didn't think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is Protecting Elections Part 7. Pandora's Ballot Box. What's next? Please welcome your panel. From the American Conservative Union Foundation, Denise Cohn. John Fund of the National Review. Former U.S. Administrator of the EPA, Andrew Wheeler. And your moderator, the American Conservative Union's first Vice Chairman, Charlie Giroux.
Thank you for deciding to be with us rather than by the pool this afternoon. And as you know, we've been discussing a lot about protecting our elections this week, and with good reason. And we come to number 7 of this series because we all believe that confidence in the integrity of our electoral process is really at the core of our constitutional republic. And so today, to discuss the principles of protecting elections and of election integrity are 3 very distinguished panelists. To my left is Andrew Wheeler. You may know him as the former administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, but he also has a very distinguished record in electoral process. In the center, John Fund, whom I know you all know from the National Review, who has written extensively through the years about the need to protect elections. And as was introduced off stage, Denise Cohn, an election lawyer who now heads up the American Conservative Union Foundation's Center to Protect Elections, which is being launched today. So, Andrew Wheeler, I want to let you lead off by perhaps telling us an anecdote or two about your experience with the electoral process and where you see us going and how the principles of free and fair elections work into all of this.
Sure. First of all, as a member of President Trump's cabinet, I was not involved in the 2020 election, either before or after Election Day, so I don't have information that the Trump attorneys had. But my involvement in elections goes back to 1998, and I worked on every election since then. And I have a lot of issues with the increased number of mail-in voting that we're doing and the mail-in ballots, and I've seen problems in the past. And one year in particular was in 2004 in Ohio. I actually worked on the Bush-Cheney re-elect in Ohio, Southwest Ohio, with Dan Schneider here at CPAC. The two of us were in charge of the voter integrity for that area. And in Ohio that year, for the absentee ballots, the instructions told people to put a first-class stamp on your ballot when you mail it back in to the County Board of Elections. And in my hometown in Ohio, which is about 65-70% Republican, the postmaster in my hometown decided that the ballots needed an extra penny stamp. Instead of returning them to the people or sending them to the Board of Elections, he directed his employees to stack them up in boxes. We found out from an employee of the post office 2 days before the election that there were hundreds of ballots in boxes waiting in the post office to be delivered and that had not been delivered. The county Republican Party went in, offered to pay the postage for all of them. He refused. So we had to get a local attorney to go to a judge and get a court order to have these ballots sent in to the Board of Elections in time for the deadline. That just shows you when you increase the variables in elections, you increase the opportunities for individuals to get involved and do mischief. And that really does concern me. The party did a much better job, I believe, in the past as far as monitoring these things. We were in Ohio a month before the election, training attorneys, training observers, and that hasn't happened as much in recent years, and we need to get back to that.
John Fund, there's probably no one who has written more extensively or studied these issues more than you have. Given what's going on in 2020 and what we see looking down the road, what are the most important points that you believe exist with respect to protecting the integrity of the electoral process?
Charlie, we have to recognize that this issue has changed. There used to be bipartisan support for clean and fair elections. Jimmy Carter co-chaired a federal commission on election reform with James Baker, the former Secretary of State, and they agreed by a vote of 18-3, bipartisan, for example, that voter ID should be the standard for the country. They agreed on other things.
It was John Paul Stevens, the most liberal member of the Supreme Court, that wrote the opinion upholding the constitutionality of photo ID. That was the past. Now we have a hard left that has taken over the Democratic Party and has given us H.R. 1, and you've heard about the horror stories on that.
We're going to talk a lot about H.R. 1 in just a minute, but go ahead.
I know, but so that's how much things have shifted. Now, let me give you an example of where the hard left has operated. There's still some sensible Democrats. So Martin Luther King III, Andy Young, the former mayor of Atlanta, Jimmy Carter, and even Bill Clinton 5 years ago at a conference to celebrate the Voting Rights Act, and they agreed, you know, why are we fighting, spending all these hundreds of millions of dollars fighting about voter ID? Let's get people a voter ID if they don't have one. I don't think very many people lack one, but let's get one. Because you can't be part of the mainstream of American life. You can't travel, you can't get Medicare, you can't get anything without an ID. So let's get them one. And they said, okay, the states will continue to run the elections, but let's have a fail-safe. If you can't get a state ID for free, let's have, for 9 cents a card, the Social Security card can carry a photo on it. Just a photo with your name. Social Security card. And that will be enough for you to allow you to vote. They took that idea to the Obama White House. The Obama White House said, oh, it sounds maybe, but go to Eric Holder. Eric Holder met with them. Eric Holder says, well, we got to run this through our liaison with the minority community. So nothing happened. Perfectly sensible idea. I was willing to go with it. And then it came back. Oh, we can't do it. Our liaison to the minority community says it will disturb the existing local community practices. Who's your liaison to the minority community? Oh, it's Al Sharpton. There's a reason why the hard left is going to oppose everything on election integrity. Something is going on behind the election curtain that they don't want you to see and they don't want you to know about, and their friends in the media are in complete denial about it.
So Denise Cohen, you're a noted election lawyer and are now going to head up the ACUF Center for Protecting the Integrity of Elections. Give us a little breath of fresh air and tell us why this is so important and what you'll be doing.
Well, thanks. Yeah, it's important because no other right that we have means anything if we don't protect the right to vote. Everything else can get trampled on, as we're seeing right now with the censorship and H.R. 1, which we'll talk about. So voting is the most important thing that we can do. We're going to focus on it based on the horrendous situation that we've had in 2020. The Center to Protect Elections is going to have 3 parts to it, and it will work best if all of you get involved with us. And I'll tell you more about how you can get there. But we're going to take a look at what happened in 2020, what went wrong, from many perspectives, not just the litigation, but also from what the left did right, what Republicans did wrong, what happened with big tech and the media. We're also going to take a look at the impact of this, which we're living through right now. And then we're going to move forward. We're going to go to state legislatures around the country to reset these election laws, make them secure. We're going to make sure that our elections are not federalized. The Constitution says these need to be run out of the states. So our number one priority as we launch today is to make sure that not a single Republican will vote for H.R. 1. We will do our best to make sure that it does not pass. If it does, we'll do everything we can to make sure it dies in the Senate. But we're going to need some help from you on that.
So let's talk about H.R. 1, because this is the so-called For the People Act, which Nancy Pelosi has made her number one priority, which does precisely the opposite of what each of you have talked about with respect to the integrity of elections. It federalizes elections. It overturns the current reapportionment process, puts it in the hands of some circuit court judges down in the District of Columbia. It upturns a number of state laws and has a really negative impact across the board on the integrity of elections. A, can it be stopped? Will all of you help out with a massive grassroots opposition to H.R. 1, letting your senators know, letting your representatives know that this is really important to all of you? John, I'll go to you first, but why is H.R. 1 so bad, and what needs to be done to stop it?
Well, it basically will sweep away almost every election safeguard that the states have erected to make sure elections are fair. And of course I want everyone to vote. And, you know, we had the Help America Vote Act in 2001. That was bipartisan. Senator Chris Dodd said, in America, we can make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We can do both. H.R. 1 is all about destroying all of the protections we have. And by the way, expanding the Federal Election Commission from 6 members to 7 members so one party can have a majority and change all the election laws in the country and regulations. Right. It is a complete and utter disaster. In fact, I believe that it is so important that we stop this, it even trumps, so to speak, fighting the COVID-19 $1.9 trillion stimulus bill.
And Denise, you talked about federalizing election law. That's exactly what H.R. 1 does, even to the point of stripping states of their power to clean up voting rolls.
Right.
Tell us about that.
Well, it's an overreach in every single manner that you could actually look at. And one of the things that we didn't talk about here is what they're doing with funding. And this is, I don't know who's heard about this 6-to-1 funding matching. Up to $200, anybody gives up to $200 to a campaign, it'll be matched 6-to-1. $1,200.
Your money.
By taxpayers, exactly. And if you don't have the money to do up to $200, there will be a $25 voucher, which will also get matched.
By the way, in the Help America Vote Act in 2001, which was bipartisan, Chuck Schumer was a junior senator. He said, when that bill was up for a vote, well, of course we want to keep the states running our elections. That's in the Constitution. We would never have Congress override the states. Nobody's even talking about that. No one would even be contemplating that. And now Chuck Schumer is leading the fight to destroy the 250-year tradition of this country that the states run the elections and the federal government will be dominating it.
Real quickly, where can it be stopped? How can it be stopped? What can every person in this room do?
Well, Nancy Pelosi has threatened or promised favors to every Democrat in the House. Every Democrat in the House is a co-sponsor. So I think there can be some progress with the 22 Democrats who are in Trump districts because they might be worried about their elections. But the real battle is going to be in the Senate, I think. I think it can be stopped in the Senate. They're going to need 60 votes. I don't think they'll be able to break the filibuster. But I think there's even a couple Democrats who will say a bill with 23 pages in its table of contents is not a bill we can ram through in 10 days. How much debate has there been in Congress on this? Almost nothing. This is on an express train to hell, and I think it can be stopped in the Senate. And by the way, if it's not stopped in the Senate and it goes to Biden, of course he'll sign it, and here's where they're closing all the doors to challenge it. They stipulate in the bill, Charlie, that any legal challenge to the constitutionality of this bill must be heard by only one court, the District of Columbia Circuit Court, which is dominated by all of the appointees that Harry Reid stuffed in it to break the filibuster on judicial nominations several years ago.
Is this a classic example of putting the rabbit in the hat?
This is the fox eating the hen house.
Andrew Wheeler.
I completely agree, and it has to be stopped in the Senate, and it can be stopped in the Senate. But we should also take a look at, over the panels over the last 2 days, we've seen a lot of examples of what's happened. We need to take a look at what's happened in California and how they have handled their elections with one-party rule. A cousin that lived in California in 1999, moved away after 5 months, never voted there. New email address in 2005. He got an email this past October saying, your ballot has been mailed to you. Hadn't lived there for over 20 years, and he got an email to an email address he didn't have when he was there saying, your ballot has been mailed to you. So we need to take a look at what California has done over the last few years with one-party rule where they have just completely run the elections. And I understand they're doing a lot more on signature ID right now on the Newsom recall petitions. So they're actually trying to put a little bit of integrity to stop the recall. But we certainly need to take a look at what they've done over the last few years.
You know, we've talked a lot about election integrity and what all the folks in this room can do in their individual communities and their little piece of America, because all of us recognize that every improperly or fraudulently cast ballot that's either cast or counted cancels out the vote of a law-abiding citizen who did it the right way.
That's voter suppression.
That is total voter suppression. So real quickly, because I want to come to Andrew before we close, but real quickly, folks that are involved in their local parties need to be making voter integrity and election integrity a key part of their election programs. Tell us real quickly about that, John, because I know you're an expert.
I'll go even further. Many of you are active in your local Republican Party or conservative organization. Going forward, if your state, local, or even national party doesn't have as part of its core mission election integrity and a plan to hire the lawyers before the votes are cast rather than after the votes are cast, to have a legal strategy, precinct workers, people trained in this who aren't going to get into trouble, because they don't know the rules. If you don't have that as your core mission, you might as not well have a political party. And it's that important. The RNC says it's going to do a good job. We have to make sure that they do a good job. And, your group, Denise, is going to be very important because I believe not only for the good efforts you're doing, but you're going to be a clearinghouse in which people can find out what's happening where and who's doing what and what best practices are.
I want to give Andrew Wheeler just a second for a modest proposal.
And I'm not sure where the party is on this. I think Election Day should be a holiday to encourage everybody to vote on Election Day and not the weeks or months leading up to it.
That would be a good bipartisan compromise. But you know what? I bet the liaison to certain communities at the Biden White House probably will veto it.
And if you were to have Election Day as a holiday, it would decrease the necessity of having mail-in voting, would it not?
Absolutely. The more variables you put in, the more opportunities for mischief.
Yeah, and another compromise. Early voting, at least you have the voting at a government office where you can't intimidate, coerce, or have ballot harvesting. Let's have more early voting so people have more access to the polls, but not send out mail-in ballots like some states did because of COVID to everyone who's on the list, like Nevada and New Jersey did. That's ridiculous. That is a recipe for disaster.
Denise, you may get the last word.
Thank you.
We saved the best for last.
Thank you. It's really important that everybody understands how individual voting, how our individual efforts actually, make a big difference. And I live in New York. I have a lot of friends that feel like, what's the point? It doesn't matter. I'll tell you something, it matters. We were in Georgia for the Senate runoffs, and Republican turnout was lower on the runoff day than it was on the general election day. Fewer Republicans showed up to vote, and we lost the Senate. And we're going to be paying a very big price for it. Going forward, each one of us actually has to be active in this, and it does matter. It may not matter immediately, but it will matter, and that includes writing to your legislators to tell them not to vote for H.R. 1. And again, after this, there will be, you've been getting them already, but another one of these notes is going to be pushed out to you, where you can enter your details and write to your legislator. But please share this with your friends also. And if you don't get it on your app for anybody that's streaming along with us, go to conservative.org, where you will actually be able to do it from there. And you'll also be able to see the Center to Protect Elections.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know that we're not really who you came to hear this afternoon, so thank you so much for your attention to this very important issue, because we all know that every legitimate vote should be cast and counted, and not one illegitimate vote should be. Thank you to Denise Cohen, to John Funn, to Andrew Wheeler, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
What are you doing? Need a box and a shipping label?
No. I missed the sign-up period for my health care. So now I need to make it to next year without getting hurt.
Did you look into Liberty Health Share? Sign up any time of year.
No, I didn't.
Didn't think so.
How?
Is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. This is about veterans as they see themselves.
This is one sick person.
There is a way to find justice.
At Home with me, Paula Dean.
I show you how to be happy in a hurry.
Absolutely beautiful.
We have a history. We should learn from the history.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
What are you doing? Training for the circus?
No, I'm trying to sign up for my health care. A lot of hoops to jump through.
Did you look into Liberty Health Share?
No.
Didn't think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, this conversation is Amendment 3, freedom from Chaz and Chop invading your neighborhood. Please welcome your panelists. From townhall.com, Julio Rosas. From the Daily Caller, Shelby Talcott. And your moderator, American Conservative Union Executive Director, Dan Schneider.
We've been covering election integrity, but the area that we've actually covered even more, and I wish the press would actually acknowledge this, is the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, et cetera, all the way through the 10th, the Bill of Rights to the U.S. Constitution. What we've discovered is that the modern left hates almost every single one of the enumerated rights in the Bill of Rights. We as conservatives believe in the rule of law, and we understand that our rights come to us from a creator, and that they are our rights, and it's the role of government to help protect those rights, not to take those rights away. Today, now, we're going to be covering the Third Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house. Now, many people say, well, that's not very relevant today. The U.S. government doesn't quarter soldiers in people's homes. That only happens in faraway countries where things are really bad. That's why we had the Third Amendment at the beginning, because we wanted to make sure that government did not abuse those rights. But what most Americans do not recognize is that we have an example just in the last 12 months here in the United States where the Third Amendment was violated. Chaz and Chop. It started in Seattle, moved to Portland, went to Minneapolis and other places where individuals decided they were going to create their own autonomous zones, where they were going to claim, we have our own little country here in Portland, in this area. And what's the first thing those people did when they declared themselves autonomous and they created their own little armies? I've got Julio here, who is a Marine. Julio, what's the first thing they did? And by the way, Julio, you were the first reporter on the ground, right?
Well, I would say that I was the first conservative media reporter on the ground.
Okay, you were the first real reporter on the ground.
You said it, not me.
Okay. So what happened? What's the first thing they did when they declared this as autonomous zone?
They definitely believed in strong border policy with walls. That was one thing. The other thing was that they helped establish guardships to keep out white supremacists in from the area. And really, it was kind of interesting to see because that first day, there wasn't much going on because the police had just evacuated the East Precinct the night prior. And the reason why that this is an important discussion is because Chaz was born out of riots. They were rioting outside the East Precinct on a daily basis. Just came back from Minneapolis covering that whole chaos, and it was the city government surrendered essentially that area to these rioters, which then became occupiers.
Well, this is, in fact, the constitutional point. The city and the state ended up actually supporting these people who took control, declared themselves autonomous, essentially their own quasi-country. And the first thing they did was take people's private property. They took people's homes. They quartered their soldiers in people's homes, contrary to the Third Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. How long were you there by yourself?
I was there for about a week. And thankfully, the great people at the Daily Caller and their field team, they came, and so I left because I was pretty tired at the end of it. And so they covered the second week, and it was just really interesting to see how it evolved just in that first week, because in that it became Chaz to Chop, the tent city grew. I saw Raz Simone, who was the warlord on that kind of first full night, and that whole craziness that happened. But just from right off the bat, I could tell that this was not going to end well. And unfortunately, I was proven correct with a lot of crime, deaths, and so just in that first week, you can tell that this was not going to have a happy ending, and it could have been avoided if the city government actually wielded its power to protect, because there was about 4 or 5 apartment complexes inside that zone. Right. And the people were, they didn't ask for that.
So CHOP, Capitol Hill occupied protest. Occupied. These were occupiers. Did they safeguard the health and the lives of people, Shelby?
Yeah, so we actually at the Daily Caller spoke to a few residents inside this zone who weren't willingly, they weren't willing participants of this occupation, and they were terrified. So I think people didn't realize how many residents lived in this area and how many businesses were in this area. And we spoke to these people, and they were scared. And one of them actually was literally about to move because of this zone, because police couldn't get in, and that is a danger. We saw people get sick inside the zone, and they had to be carried out to an area where police and firefighters were allowed to come pick them up. So that's obviously not ideal. There was one night when just one person got on the microphone and said that some local business was holding someone hostage. And just like that, it turned into a mob who came for this business, and we talked to the business owners after, and they had called the police because they said somebody was inside their shop and trying to light it on fire. And the police said...
The real police.
The police officers, yes. And they said that they couldn't come and they couldn't help them. And the result was their fence got torn down. They had to deal with this mob. And I think it shows that when law and order breaks down, it is really dangerous.
Well, and I keep on turning back to the Constitution. What is so disturbing to me in all of this is both state government, elected by the people, and city government, the mayor, the governor, elected by the people, the commissioners, the council members, elected by the people. They're supposed to be representing all the people, and they walked away. They turned a blind eye to the occupiers and let them control. So these occupiers were essentially doing what they're doing with the blessing of government. In fact, which governor was the one who said this was going to be like Woodstock and we're going to...
Summer of Love.
The mayor of Seattle, Jenny Durkin, Summer of Love. I was about to do a Fox hit, and the camera guy told me what she had just said on Fredo's show, and I was losing my mind about it because I had already seen vigilante mob justice that targeted this one individual who was accused of stealing a cell phone. It turns out he didn't. But they were threatening him with violence. They said, if you're truly innocent, why are you running away from us? There was just a lot of irony within the zone, and it was being all allowed because the city government just didn't want to take action.
Mob justice. This is what happens when we don't have the rule of law. We have government officials whose responsibility is to uphold the law, to uphold the U.S. Constitution, to protect people's private property, to make sure that autonomous zones don't confiscate people's property against their will.
Yeah, you can't, I don't think it's controversial to say that you can't have an area where police are not allowed, where people live and work, all together. I don't see how that's really a controversial take personally. But I also think it's, Julio and I were discussing this earlier, it's a little bit the fault of the media as well, because there were reporters there from various publications, but the big thing we saw was they'd go into this area or just report from right outside of it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then they'd go away. So, of course, there were peaceful times in this, right? 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was fine. But the idea of a takeover is that it's 24 hours, and so it's important to not just get the things happening at 2 p.m., but to get the things happening at midnight and at 1 a.m. because there are people living in this area, there are people working in this area, so that's part of the story as well that I think wasn't getting told
And that was the frustrating part, because just to provide an example, CNN's Oliver Darcy, he reported that, oh, if you're just listening to right-wing media, you're getting the impression that Antifa took over 6 city blocks, which was true, but the reason why he said it wasn't accurate to say that was because he spoke to the mayor's office, and the mayor's office said they hadn't dealt with any of those groups. Well, that's because those groups hate the mayor. They're not going to want to work with her. They want to get rid of not just the police, but the entire city government. And he was writing that from New York City. I'm not aware that he was in Chaz. And so we saw that again and again throughout the various riots that we covered, where it's mostly peaceful, fiery, but mostly peaceful Kenosha. And that's just really aggravating, because not only are they're just gaslighting not just the rest of the country, but the actual American citizens that were just the victims of when complete law and order collapsed. And it just wasn't just Chaz, but it was a lot of other cities, and a lot of people got hurt. And they're just saying, don't believe conservative media because they have an agenda. Well, our agenda is to report the facts on the ground.
Right.
And I like to think that we did that.
Yeah, that Time magazine, and everybody here should have gotten an email from us a couple days ago with the Time magazine article written by a very liberal reporter, and it had all kinds of spin on it. But it was the first time that the liberal media actually acknowledged what happened in this last election. You know, it was a coordinated attack on election laws to take down those laws and alter not only the process of voting, but then the outcome of the election itself. And the media was implicated in this clearly by suppressing stories like this. You know, the so-called mainstream media just would not cover it. I remember, and of course that was the time when we kept on hearing the term mostly peaceful protests. And there was I remember watching a TV news reporter saying mostly peaceful protests, and right as he was finishing that, a bomb exploded behind him.
Yeah, I remember one of the chyrons was, what was it, fiery but mostly peaceful protests. So, I mean, the thing is, you really just have to look at our reporting, at some of the independent journalists reporting, and there's videos. We provide videos. I was basically live tweeting the hours and hours that I was inside Chaz and I was inside these other areas throughout the year, and it gives you a really good sense of like, yeah, you know what, sometimes this is peaceful, but a lot of times it's not. And when you have an area like Chaz where multiple people end up getting shot and people died in the area with these shootings, it's clearly not peaceful.
And I would just say that that's why it's important to have people on the ground, because like Shelby mentioned, they would do their 5-minute TV hits while it's broad daylight. And yeah, again, there were peaceful times in Chaz, but that was during the day, and that's typical of any city that's experiencing unrest. Typically it's peaceful during the day, but that's not the whole story. And if it's just complete chaos and anarchy, that is also very much the story as well. And I saw MSNBC's Ali Velshi in Minneapolis while he was doing his hit, and of course, I'm busy covering all the craziness that's happening, so I didn't hear what he said about saying it's not an unruly protest while there's a building burning behind him. But once I found out, I was just, are you kidding me? Like, it was a riot. It was just, and the thing that I really want people to understand is that what we experienced last year, a lot of the people that were hurt were minorities. In Chaz, a lot of the business owners were minorities, and to this day, they're still getting harassed because they were the few who spoke out against what happened, because they were being extorted, they were being threatened. They was like, you have to support this little zone that we're creating, and they, it was hurting their business because it was getting unsafe as time went on. And now that the national media has kind of gone away from it, they're kind of by themselves. And of course, the city council refuses to acknowledge any of the bad stuff that happened in Chaz, and it's just a really sad and unfortunate thing that, as a minority myself, there's just been a lot of people of color who were hurt as a result of this. It had nothing to do with George Floyd or Jacob Blake, and yet that outrage was taken out on them, and they're often left by themselves.
Just horrible. Just horrible. Well, Julio, Shelby, I watched your coverage and read your pieces. They were really amazing. I watched you being interviewed then by some of the big outlets. Do you have any final thoughts for us about protecting our rights and what it means, when thugs take over?
I think it's clearly, the videos that we took and coverage we got throughout the whole year, not just at Chaz, sort of speaks for itself. And all you really have to do, I think, to get an accurate depiction of what's going on is find these people like we were, who are on the ground actually putting in the hours and the effort, and it'll help paint a better picture. But it's very clear that something better could have been done earlier, and people wouldn't have died inside Chaz.
Yeah, I would just say that just as a general, the federal government is only so much. Like what we saw across the country was local and city and state government. So it just highlights the importance to not just pay attention to the national elections, but also the local and state, because when stuff hits the fan, it's a really real chance, and unfortunately we saw that, where they'll abandon you. And so it's up to you to provide for yourself, provide for your safety. And so, we have rights, use them.
Julio Rosas, Shelby Talcott, if you aren't reading them, you're really missing out. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
What are you doing? Training for the circus?
No. I'm trying to sign up for my health care. A lot of hoops to jump through.
Did you look into Liberty Health Share?
No.
Didn't think so.
Your ideas, innovations, and inventions are precious. Don't let patent pirates steal your treasure. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com. Stolen inventions. Tell no tales. Stop big tech and their patent pirating ways. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com.
Murders on the rise, faster than ever before. Biden appoints Vanita Gupta for a top job in the Justice Department. She supports defunding the police, led a group that wants to reduce punishments on white supremacists, even terrorists. When our cities burned, Gupta could have stood for law and order, for victims. Instead, she advocated to let convicts out of jail. Biden promised unity, but this is a dangerous appointee at a dangerous time.
Ladies and gentlemen, all debts are off. Why you should care about the national debt. Please welcome your panel. Louisiana Representative Mike Johnson, Texas Representative Chip Roy, former Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Russ Vaught, and your moderator from the Washington Times, Charlie Hurt.
Good afternoon. You all having a good time? Excellent. Well, everybody likes to talk about debt, so I thought I'd start by just sort of putting it into a little bit of perspective. $28 trillion is our national debt as of a couple hours ago. That's $84,000 per United States citizen. That's $223,000 per taxpayer. The thing to remember about that is that it's only going to get worse from this point on. And when it gets worse and we run out of money, do you think they're going to stop asking you for more money? No, that's when they start taking everything from you. And that's why this is such an important discussion, because it's not about numbers and dollars, and it's not even about taxes. It's about freedom. And that's why this should be, honestly, the most important issue that we talk about. And we've got a great panel here to talk about it. Mike Johnson is actually, he actually knows numbers. He's a lawyer by trade, but he knows numbers. So take us, going forward in terms of some more of those numbers, what we're looking at right now.
Charlie, this is an important panel, and the issue should be of great importance to every American. We're in a crisis. We really are. And the team on the other side, Pelosi and Schumer and the Democrats, are debt deniers. Chip and I were on the House floor at 1 a.m. yesterday railing against this COVID relief bill that you've all heard so much about, $2 trillion. Only 9% of it actually goes to COVID, and the rest is big government spending, right? Why is that a problem? If you do the math, just for context, think about this. Nancy Pelosi has been the Speaker of the House for 26 months. In 26 months, over $9 trillion has been added to the national debt. If you add it up, that's more than has been added to the debt by Republicans in the majority in all 72 years that we've had the House majority since 1859. Okay, she did it in 26 months. If this bill passes the Senate, which it probably will, that's going to be $6 trillion just towards COVID relief in the last 11 months. For context, that's more than the gross domestic product of every nation on the planet Earth, except the U.S. and China. This is a problem. Last Congress, Charlie, we were talking backstage. I was the chair of the Republican Study Committee. It's the largest caucus of conservatives in Congress. We produced a budget. We entitled it Preserving American Freedom, because that's what this is about. If we don't get control of this, our budget balanced in 10 years. Nancy Pelosi never produced a budget in the last Congress. We had the only one on the Hill. And we showed how we can reinstitute fiscal responsibility, because that's one of the core principles that all of us believe in.
As you point out, one of the difficulties in talking about debt is that people's eyes glaze over and they don't want to talk about numbers. It's actually kind of funny that I, of all people, would be leading a discussion about debt, considering I could never balance a checkbook. So somewhere my wife is laughing that I'm doing this. But it is important to learn how to break it down and talk about the fact that it's not just about numbers. It's about something far deeper. You and I were talking beforehand about what the sort of end game of all of this is. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, Charlie, look, I'm blessed to be here with my friend Mike and Russ, and we've worked together a lot in the past on this issue. Guys, there's no more important issue right now than this. I'm just going to be honest with you. We are allowing Washington, D.C. to take over our lives, but we're paying the bill. We're funding Washington, D.C. to take away our freedoms. That's what we're doing. Mike put a lot of context on this. Let me give you another one. $6 trillion in the last year. Do you know how much we spent on World War II in total in today's dollars? About $4 trillion. But what did we get out of this $6 trillion that we just spent in the last year? We got a country shut down. We got small businesses going out of business, restaurants closed, live music venues closed, hotels closed, kids not going to school. And what did we do last week? $500 billion for local and state governments who were responsible for shutting small businesses down. I ran into the hallway Shelley Luther, who was the brave woman who stood up in the face of government shutting her down in her barbershop in Dallas, Texas. And that's America, right? That's what's happening. We've got small business getting closed, schools getting closed, and that's what's happening. It's the tyranny over the mind of men. It is the force of government coming in, using your tax dollars and the money we're borrowing from China to come in and force you to bow down at the altar of cultural elites and believe what they believe. But we're not going to do that. And I just want us to keep in mind that we shouldn't be funding schools being closed. We shouldn't be funding endless wars without a new authorization of force. We shouldn't be funding China. We shouldn't be funding Iran. We shouldn't be funding the United Nations. We shouldn't be funding the UN Human Rights Council. But that's what we're doing.
There's a lot to love about Russ, in addition to just being a all-around handsome guy. But one of my favorite
same hairstylist right here.
One of my favorite things about him is that his first job in Washington was working for the great, great, great Senator Phil Gramm, who, if we could just make him king, he would have solved all of our problems. I remember I was covering Congress at the time, and I would sort of daydream sitting up in the gallery, the media gallery. I would daydream when he was in the chair that he would just take the little white thing when no one was in the Senate and just sort of pass a bunch of laws he would literally, the guy would solve all of our problems. Square Phil Gramm's fiscal conservatism with the America First agenda that has done so much to rejuvenate conservatives and animate conservatives back into politics.
Sure, I think that one thing that both understood implicitly, and that's something that Chip just mentioned, is that when we fund big government, it is funding the lack of freedom in our life. So you think of Joe Robertson, 88-year-old Navy veteran who was imprisoned by a lawsuit that was started by the EPA over the WOTUS, Waters of the Sea regulation. He spent 12 of the last 18 months in prison as a result of that. Is that America? That's not America. And so when we are allowing spending to go forward, it shows up with big government taking away our freedoms in our life. I think the way that the America First agenda has come at this is we got to fight the issues that are front and center right now to the country. If we're going to battle China, and that needs to be a priority, you've heard from many panelists, we've got to have the fiscal stability to be able to fight that. From the standpoint of freedom, from the standpoint of strength, from the standpoint of doing whatever is necessary to keep the people of this country safe as a country, that's where fiscal responsibility comes in. But ultimately, I wouldn't focus on the dollar amounts. I'd focus on the extent to which each of these things is taking away your freedom.
Yeah. One of the greatest things about Rush Limbaugh was that he didn't tell people. He didn't tell us ditto heads. He didn't tell us what to think. He told us how to say things. Yeah. He synthesized what we already believed and what we already thought into cogent arguments that we could then have with our workmates or whatever. And I just open this to anybody. How do we make this somewhat boring topic more? And you all have started to do this a little bit. More of an argument that you can make, so that it becomes important to people that don't necessarily care about it.
Charlie, I'll take a stab at it. The baton was passed to Rush from Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
And in Reagan's farewell address, he famously said, I really wasn't the great communicator. I was just communicating great things. And they're the same great things that have guided our nation since its founding. What are the great things? Why are we Republican? Why are we conservative? We believe in individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility, free markets, human dignity, the sanctity of every single human life. Those are Republican values today. But more fundamental than that, they are quintessential American values. That's what the nation was founded upon. And so the challenge we have right now is to do just what Reagan did, do just what Rush did for 30 years, not invent new truths, repackage and represent the old timeless truths. That's what's going to guide our nation going forward, and that's what's going to make our party successful.
Charlie, if I can jump, I agree absolutely with Mike. Look, I think one of the most important parts of the Declaration of Independence that we don't talk about enough is the consent of the governed.
Amen.
And what I think about, if you want to make this real life, it's consent. Right. You all in this room and the vast majority of Americans are not consenting to the use of government power to target you and your families for free speech, or to fund abortion, or, as I said, to fund China or Iran, or to do all the things we're saying, or like I started to say before, the United Nations Human Rights Council, which has gone after Israel 100 times and never goes after China. Why is $1 American going to fund that entity, right? If you want to go to it, in the heart of it, we have to reestablish, and America First is a big part of this, we have to reestablish the consent of the governed. Because otherwise, the rule of law has no weight. It has no force. And this spending is the trick. You want to stop having government step on the consent of the governed? Stop funding the government to do so.
I want to get your thoughts on this, but also address this whole argument that the only way out of this is you can only get out of this debt through growth. You're never going to tax your way out of it, or you're never going to cut your way out of it. The only way it happens is through growth. But I also want to hear your.
Yeah, number one, I agree with that. We do need to grow our way out of this, but growth is not alone the solution. We're going to need to also restrain spending over time, and so I think it is both. Yeah. It is both of those things. From the standpoint, I spent 4 years working for President Trump, and nothing did I come away with thinking that there's not waste in the federal government. And he would see it constantly. We would see it constantly. The $1,400 Air Force coffee cup, the Bob Dylan statue in Mozambique. We pay $50 billion in foreign aid across the country every year. This is just waste. This doesn't do anything to help the American people be safer or more secure. And we're going to have to keep going after those things and relating those to the American people, because they're the ones that have had to balance their budget and to have produced family budgets that account for the mortgage, that account for the school costs, but also get rid of things that is flat out wasteful. And they don't tolerate it in their lives, and the federal government shouldn't tolerate it itself.
Yeah. Are there lessons that we can, what kind of lessons, what states out there have lessons for the federal government to learn from on this front?
I'll give a plug for Florida. We're enjoying the weekend here, right? Yeah. Texas, Tennessee, look at the demographics. Look where people are moving to, because that's a good indication that they're doing it right with fiscal policy and every other means. One of the ways that we can tackle what both Russ and Chip are pointing to here, we got to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse, of course, but we have to have more accountability. One thing that we don't have right now, and we get so frustrated by this daily on Capitol Hill, there's no transparency in the budgeting and the appropriations process anymore. I mean, this $2 trillion bill came to us. There was no regular process at all. I mean, we got to go on the floor and debate a little bit, but that's just talking points. There was no real way to go through this, cut the fat, put forward what the American people really needed. And that's a great frustration, and that's something the people can demand of Congress. When we get the majority back in 2 years, we're going to restore some order, I promise you.
Yeah. I would agree with Mike. Florida's obviously a great model. I'm obviously a little biased to Texas. I mean, one of the things that we love about Texas, the legislature meets every other year, and it does so for a brief period of time. And I think Congress ought to be focusing in on being in Washington for a block of months, actually do their job, not vote by proxy, not leave town, but stay there, do their job, pass a budget, actually balance the budget. And that's what we see states doing. And if you want to fix America, we got to look at the states and let states lead and agree to disagree. Let California be California. Let Texas be Texas. And let's fix, for example, election reform. Some of us are going to be talking about that this week. Let's fix election reform at the state level. Let's look at the way states do things and try to take that to Washington. But at the end of the day, you've got to starve this beast that is Washington and Leviathan from trampling on our liberties.
Right.
Although you have to do more than just starve the beast. You have to also cut spending as well. You have to do both of those. I do think that one of the most important lessons that I think that we've all sort of addressed here is the problem isn't that the federal government doesn't have enough money. The problem at the end of the day is the federal government has too much money, and they need to stop helping us so much. Just please, you've done enough. Thanks a lot.
Leave us alone.
Yes, exactly. Well, our time is out. Thank you very much. And remember, it's about freedom.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Growth of healthcare costs for our families, our businesses, and our government. If you like your doctor, you will be able to keep your doctor, period. If you like your health care plan, you'll be able to keep your health care plan, period.
Yeah, the editors of PolitiFact selected this because it had the most impact on the national debate.
Obamacare is a disaster. You know it. We all know it. It's going up at numbers that nobody's ever seen worldwide. Nobody's ever seen numbers like this for health care.
There is no one that is saving money.
Obamacare, all by itself, is an inequality Godzilla.
This law is a train wreck.
CBS News confirms more than 2 million Americans have been told they cannot renew their current health insurance policies.
Well, I would say two things. One, we know millions of people are going to lose their employer-provided plans and get put into exchanges.
Pardon me?
Would you bring back the individual mandate?
There's nothing new that we're doing here other than restoring the Affordable Care Act and restoring the Medicaid to the way it was before Trump became president.
Now, if you had or had one of these plans before the Affordable Care Act came into law, and you really liked that plan, what we said was you could keep it.
If you like your health care plan, not your employer-based plan, you can keep it. If in fact you have private insurance, you can keep it.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is health rationing versus health sharing. Your savings, your freedom, and your life. Please welcome your panel. From Liberty Health Share, Matt Bellis and Caroline Tao. President of Center for Medicine and Public Interest, Peter Pitts. And your moderator, American Conservative Union Executive Director, Dan Schneider.
Obamacare 2.0. Is that something that we should all be looking forward to? But if it's a federal law, and that individual mandate is there again, as the Biden administration has promised, what are your options? What are your choices? Well, there is a choice. I mentioned this earlier today when I came out on the stage. A health-sharing sort of healthcare system. What is health sharing, and why does it work?
Well, healthcare sharing is really just all of you getting together and taking care of one another. It's what we normally do whenever things that go wrong in our lives. We turn to our friends and family and our churches and community in times of need. Healthcare sharing just looks to take that model, make it effective, efficient, and put everybody in a system that effectively pays medical bills.
Caroline, Liberty Health Share is a health-sharing ministry.
It is.
How does that function?
Well, it functions, the members all get together and make a donation each month that is set, and those funds go, we just facilitate the funds from member to member. And they get to choose, which is the vital thing here. They are free to choose to be in the health sharing program. And for example, it's very important for our members that their moral conscience is protected, and they care very much that none of their money goes towards any sort of abortion in any way, and they know that in a health sharing ministry it's not going to happen, but they do take care of each other, and they love, the members tell me they love having big insurance and big government out of their face, and they like to have their moral conscience protected, their rights protected.
So, I mean, this is not, it's not insurance governed by an insurance commissioner in some state, but it is a way where you get coverage for your health care needs.
Well, they share into their eligible health care needs. Yes, they do.
How does that work?
Well, Matt, you want me to take this, or your turn?
Go ahead. You're doing very well. I'll stop you when you don't. Yeah.
It works by, we look at the needs that we have. You know what? It's very much like passing the plate at church. This is how I like to describe it. We pass the plate. People give their donations. They can choose which level they want to be on. And at the end of the Sunday, we look at the plate and see how much money there is, and we look at the medical needs, and we dole out the money for those in need. And it's fascinating because a lot of times we actually have people, every year we have people, members, who will write an extra check. They'll just write a check for $5,000 and say, hey, it was a good year and I want to give back even more to the community that we're in. And sometimes it's more, or whatever. I don't think you see that in insurance.
No.
I'm not sure you see that in the big government. So it's a really kindness. And we feel like this neighbor helping neighbor, these random acts of kindness, that we've been able to harness that and that spirit of goodwill and tackle this very vexing, complicated problem of healthcare as we know it today. It's working. We have over 1 million people. 1 million Americans are choosing health sharing plans.
You know, I love the compassion that's behind that, but I'm also practical. And can I count on how much this is going to cost me on a monthly basis?
Well, absolutely. Well, actually, we as a healthcare sharing ministry and other healthcare sharing ministries as well have just recently passed a $1.2 billion mark in terms of sharing medical bills. So it's going on right now. Everybody who's a part of this is sharing medical expenses and actually taking back freedom in their health care, because that's something that a lot of people don't realize is lost. Third-party insurance, big government, is demanding and is guiding and directing your health care and your health care dollars. And this is one of the last bastions of freedom that you can have in healthcare today, where you're making the decisions, you're choosing your doctor, go figure, and you're actually making the decisions in healthcare again. So this is a way that Americans all over the place can be a part of a community that is effectively taking care of medical bills and giving them back their freedom in healthcare.
Well, we have Peter Pitts here. Peter, I hope this doesn't rat you out, but you were an official at the Department of Health and Human Services in Washington, D.C. Explain to me the policy implications of this.
You know, healthcare is a very personal proposition. And when you start putting big government or big insurance or prescription benefit managers between a patient and their healthcare, between a patient and their doctor, bad things happen. You know, when doctors can't practice medicine the way they want to because a bureaucrat is telling them how to practice medicine, that's a bad thing. When the administrative state can, with the stroke of a pen, change the rules without telling anybody, that's a bad thing. People lose faith. Regular sovereign individuals lose faith in the healthcare system. And then when they look at something like health sharing, they say, wow, this is the way it used to be. This is the way I remember healthcare, where we all took care of each other, where doctors weren't told how to practice medicine. They were rewarded for practicing medicine. Then good things begin to happen. My fear is under this administration, there's going to be more of a move towards Uncle Sam becoming Uncle Sam MD, as opposed to under the previous administration, government saying, you know what, we need to return health care to the people and healthcare practitioners. So that's the battle, and we've got to engage. If you don't let people know, if you don't let your elected representatives know that you don't like the way things are going, it's going to happen. So a lot of the onus of making things better is on us as citizens to make sure that our elected representatives understand what we want and what we don't want. And very few people want the government in charge of healthcare, because one-size-fits-all healthcare doesn't really fit anybody all that well.
Well, look, I guess I think I'm understanding that there are two options here. One option is where an individual can make choices for themselves. Another option is where the government is making choices for the individual.
Exactly right, and that's as true on the state level as it is on the federal level, but it's not all on government. Big insurance companies that give huge amounts of money to politicians like this. They get to take their cut right off the top by denying people care.
Who doesn't like it?
Big insurance companies.
The big insurance companies.
Yeah, because they're embedded in the system. They're part of the problem. Health sharing doesn't retain money. They don't have stockholders. They don't have dividends. They're not looking to enrich themselves.
It's a not-for-profit.
It's a not-for-profit. Every dollar sent into health sharing for paying bills is spent on members of health sharing ministries. It's money in, money out, no overhead, no stockholders to approve. It's just about getting the job done and having it done fairly, letting people go to whatever doctor they want to.
Now, and I'll add, with the freedom and with the choice comes personal responsibility, and they have skin in the game, and our members like that. So we do have members who we attract a health conscious crowd, And they truly do agree and uphold honor thy body, as in the Bible, as in the biblical terms. So we have a health track program that's extremely popular, but if someone is a smoker or overweight or high cholesterol, blood pressure, they can join with the indication that they have to be on health track for a while, and they have to graduate from health track within a year to stay within our community, and they do, and they love it. And it sets them on a path of a healthy lifestyle. And we've talked to so many members who feel like this has changed their lives. They're off their blood pressure medicine. They're off their, they're down 50 pounds, and they're so grateful. And then they stay on that healthy road.
So you haven't actually said this to me, but I suspect that this is a cheaper option than your traditional private insurance option or Obamacare. Is that true or not true?
Well, it's interesting about healthcare sharing because what we have been able to do is unleash the most effective, most efficient cost containment measure in healthcare today, and that's the individual private pay patient. Who would have thought that the individual who is taking service is the one who's able to take care of their money in the best way possible? The third-party insurance system or the government, they are completely disaffected. And we're currently in a system with overbroad insurance that is managing, guiding, and directing those decisions and completely divorcing the patient from the actual cost of healthcare. We switch that around. And when you do that, when you put individuals in charge of their healthcare, prices go down.
Okay, so look, I just think I've learned two other very important points. If I could just have your attention. It's cheaper, Matt Bellis, you're telling me.
One.
Caroline, you're telling me that you get better health outcomes.
We do.
Why would somebody not buy into this membership program?
It's a very faith-based decision to make. Because so many people in this country have been inundated with the message that the only way to pay for health care is if they have an overreaching conglomerate of an insurance somewhere in Hartford, Connecticut, making the decisions for your health care and guiding that process. Health care has become expensive. And let's not make any kind of irrational statement. We have some of the best health care in the world right here in this country. The problem is how we price it and how we pay for it. And the issue that I see standing here is the government has been involved in our healthcare system for so long that they continuously break it over and over and over again with bills all the way back from the 1940s up to today, and then they come out and say, "Don't worry, we'll fix it this time."
There's also a question of personal liberty and responsibility. Why does government not want health sharing to grow? Because government doesn't think that the individual is smart enough, is capable enough to make their own decisions. Only government knows what to do best. Health sharing has a completely opposite proposition, that the individual knows best for them.
Yeah. And in the words of Milton Friedman, I would love to meet these better angels who are going to order society for us, and we can't allow them to do that.
So I see a gentleman with a red hat over here that coincidentally a light is shining on his head, so I see the red hat very clearly. He probably understands, I'm guessing he understands his healthcare needs. Yeah, you. That's right. My guess is that he understands his healthcare needs a whole lot better than some faceless bureaucrat 2,000 miles away.
Right.
Who has no idea who this gentleman is or who this woman is, has no idea what their lifestyle is like, yet some guy in Washington, D.C. or in Hartford, Connecticut is going to determine what's best for them.
Right. Also, big government isn't interested in Dan getting better. They're interested in big government saving money. They're interested in creating a plan where the government saves money, not where the individual gets healthier.
And in this era...
That's an interesting point. The government wants to save money for itself, but doesn't want to save money for the person out there.
Right.
Right.
And isn't as concerned about that person's health outcome as its own financial outcome.
That's right.
And in this era of government intrusion into healthcare, the promise is always that they're going to make it better, they're going to increase the access and decrease the cost. But we have seen the history is crystal clear. Every time government gets involved in healthcare, we have decreased access, especially in terms of rural hospitals who are closing a lot, increased cost. Over the past 10 years, costs have risen by way of 20%. So we keep getting the exact result that the promise is. Government cannot make these things better. They can't make the pie larger. They can only redistribute the pie, they can only tax the pie, or they can only devalue the pie. And we're here to change that all the way around.
Well, this seems like sort of a no-brainer. But Caroline, we just have a little bit of time left. There are members of Liberty Health Share.
Yes.
Where do those members all belong to the same church? Who are those members?
No, we have a vast array of members, and they know that we are run by our Christian principles, and they will be sharing into each other's medical bills accordingly, and our guidelines are very clear in that. But it's interesting because we have members, we are more affordable, quite a bit more affordable than traditional health insurance. But we have members who are affluent, who fly on private planes, lots of doctors, lots of veterinarians, I've talked to so many different Ivy League professors, all the way down to the very low-income single parent or a single person out of college trying to find their way. And I asked them, why, especially the ones who have their planes, why did you choose us, or why did you choose health sharing? And they come up with the same answer. It's because I got here because I'm not stupid. I know what I'm doing, and that's how I accumulated my wealth. But I want to make my own decisions. I don't want government, again, back in my face. I want to do this myself. And then it goes back to the same old thing. It flows with their moral conscience. And they love being part of a community. They really are part of a community. It is a family. It feels like a family. And we have, a prayer box. You can pray for each other. And some people choose to do that. Some people don't. But it's feels good.
So people here could sign up for Liberty Health Share.
Pardon?
People here could sign up for the coverage?
Absolutely.
I would actually say we've been here at CPAC as Liberty Health Share for quite a number of years, and we just did the numbers. Some 400,000 people through CPAC have come through our program as well. So frankly, it's all of you who are making this possible. So thank you very much.
It is true.
All right. So if you don't want government intruding in your life, if you want better health outcomes and you want it at a more affordable price, I think there's kind of a great option. I guess if you don't want to do things separately on your own, and if you like somebody taking care of you,
or if you want the government to take care of you and you think they do a great job doing it, health sharing is not for you. If you want to stick it to them, sign up for Liberty Health Share.
We should leave it right there, but Caroline, Matt, do you have any final thoughts?
I just didn't know if we're paying Peter to say that or not. I just want to make sure.
I will say one thing. Well, we say we do attract and we encourage the healthy lifestyle. We have healthy members, and they live in a healthy way. We also know that disease, cancer, God forbid, heart transplants, these things come along in life. And they do in our ministry, and we are there to go the distance, and we have proven it over and over and over again. We've never had an eligible medical bill that ever went unpaid by the members. So we have done the transplants, and we have seen the children in the NICU for a long time, and we're there to take care of that too. So I don't want you just to think you have to be healthy, stay healthy to be in this. I mean, we know what life can throw you those curves, and that's why we're here for you.
Yeah. I'm just incredibly humbled, and I love being a part of a community like this, but frankly, let's make no bones about it. This is going to be a tough few years as it pertains to healthcare and people's freedom in it. And it's the people like here at CPAC, other organizations that are fighting for freedom in healthcare, who are making the decisions today that will lead the choice in the future. Because if we don't make those answers, government definitely will, and we can't have that.
Okay, well, my two final thoughts. If you don't want government in your face, if you want better health outcomes at a more affordable price, you should consider a health sharing ministry like Liberty Health Share. The other thing, and I'm turning to all of you, we're going to see attacks against this kind of system from the federal government, maybe even at the state level. And we're going to need your help as activists to keep freedom alive, to keep these kind of choices available to you. Do I have your commitment to help in this? Well, all, thank you so much. I learned a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Larry.
What are you doing? Need a box and a shipping label?
No, I missed the sign-up period for my health care. So now I need to make it to next year without getting hurt.
Did you look into Liberty Health Share? Sign up any time of year.
No, I didn't.
Didn't think so.
Ow!
Your ideas, innovations, and inventions are precious. Don't let patent pirates steal your treasure. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com. Stolen inventions tell no tales. Stop big tech and their patent pirating ways. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com.
Murders on the rise, faster than ever before. Biden appoints Vanita Gupta for a top job in the Justice Department. She supports defunding the police, led a group that wants to reduce punishments on white supremacists, even terrorists. When our cities burned, Gupta could have stood for law and order, for victims. Instead, she advocated to let convicts out of jail. Biden promised unity, but this is a dangerous appointee at a dangerous time.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. This is about veterans as they see themselves.
This is one sick person.
There is a way to find justice.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I show you how to be happy in a hurry.
Absolutely beautiful.
We're history. We should learn from the history.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, please check the number and dial again. Doubt, dysfunction, and the price of missed opportunities. Please welcome your panel. The host of Sonny's Corner on Sirius XM, Sonny Johnson. Founder of the America King Foundation, Angela Stanton King. Spokesperson of Walk Away, Shamika Michelle. The host of This Is America Talk Radio 77 WABC, Rich Valdez. Conservative columnist, Adrian Norman. And your moderator, the founder of Black Guns Matter, Maj Touré.
What's up, y'all? Y'all can do better than that. Y'all can do a lot better than that. There we go. That's about right.
That's right.
Okay. So we're going to get right to it. So for the people at home and the people that can't see, there's a screen right here that tells us exactly how much time we get to tell you some truths that are going to make you very uncomfortable. How many people have been in CPAC before? Okay. This is the awkward part, and this is the growing pains part for the conservative movement. Okay? It's called growing pains. Not growing chill or growing safe space. Okay? This panel is going to deal with the issues on how we as conservatives failed engaging the black community and galvanizing that community, and it cost us an election. So we're going to get into these questions. We're going to get straight forward, okay? First and foremost, I want to direct this question to Angela. They have no idea who I'm going to answer or send these questions to at all. It's in my phone. First, light one, Angela.
Yes.
What does conservative thought and ideology mean to you?
Wow. So for me personally, well, first what I want to say is I want to thank you for using, this wasn't a panel in the beginning, this was your shot for you to be on stage, but you decided that you wanted to open up this space for all of us to come on here. And I think that's very courageous of you to share this time with us. And this is what we need in the Republican Party. We need to be highlighting all of the minority voices that are standing for conservatism. Absolutely. For me personally, conservatism is my beliefs. It's where I stand. It's my moral code. It's everything that I stand on and what I believe. And that's what conservatism is to me. And I think that, you know, regardless of our religions, regardless of our skin colors, regardless of our cultures, there are some things that bring us together on common ground. And, you know, that's freedom of speech. We want to make sure that we're protecting the innocence of our children. We want freedom of religion. There are just some things that bring us together as conservatives.
So you said something about freedom of speech, and you're very outspoken.
Yes.
And this is America Uncanceled.
Yes, and they're trying to cancel the kid.
They tried to cancel you a little bit.
Yes, they are.
Being outspoken and being one of those conservative values, being that freedom of speech, how are you dealing with people trying to go through Twitter and cancel you?
Let's address it. So we know that in this election there were some things going on in regards to the conspiracy theories with Q, right?
Yeah.
And I think that me as a person, before I ever got into the conservative movement, I've always been an advocate, even if it's for abused children or whether it's for those people that are incarcerated. So I think that any allegations coming forward in regards to any type of abuse when it comes to children deserves to be investigated. It deserves to be made aware of. And I think that, you know, once we find out, you know, whether this is true or not, then we can move on, but we at least have to be able to address it. So right now, you guys may see out in the media a lot of people wanting to cancel me for addressing allegations of child abuse. You're talking to someone that is a survivor of sexual abuse. So that's something that I definitely take to heart. Yeah. We have to cancel the cancel culture, right? Cancel the cancel culture.
So I want to move this over to Adrian. Now, Adrian, this question is kind of a piggyback off of Angela. So because we have these values across Black America, across Brown America, across America, right? We've seen this uptick in Black conservatism. We've seen it, right? You know, millennial Black males over a certain age matriculated towards President Donald Trump. They did. That wasn't an extra thing. They did. So with that, where did the grip of the Democratic Party loosen amongst that group of Democratic Black voters?
So as you mentioned, yes, we did see over the last 4 or 5 years a huge uptick in Black support, mostly due to the influence of President Trump. Yeah. But the question is what happens now, and do those numbers translate to the Republican Party in general once Trump is out of office, which he is at this point? So I think if we were to take and also look at polling numbers and just gauge where Black support is right now,
overall, I think there was a large number of support for the president, but not necessarily for the party itself.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason for that, and I think that can change. I do believe that's something that can turn around. It can turn around quickly, but we have to change our messaging. We have to change not necessarily what we're saying, but how we're saying it, because we have conservative principles and conservative values. They work. They work from a financial standpoint. They work in a lot of ways. They're great culturally, long term. This is the way that society would thrive the best in the long term, right?
Go ahead.
But we have to change. But we have to be able to engage with African Americans a little bit better in terms of how we speak to that demographic and some of the things that are said, whether it be through influencers, whether it be through direct party messaging, because we're leaving a lot of people by the wayside who have conservative values, but they don't feel comfortable voting Republican because of how they're talked to.
So I'm immediately going to go to Sonny on that one. Okay? This guy's got a suit on. He's going to be super professional and like safe. Sonny, how is the conservative movement and Republicans in general, how are we getting that messaging wrong?
Completely, actually. But if you go back to the idea of us now examining that black men have a conservative streak, I told conservatives that 5 years ago. Like 5 years ago. And every single one was telling me I had lost my mind. They told me I was crazy. They told me I was seeing something that was imaginary. If 5 years ago, this movement would have looked at black men and said they are capitalists, if they had looked at black men and said that they want to be the heads of their households, they want to be fathers to their children, they want to be coaches to their little league teams, if they had looked at black men as something more than a conservative stereotype and talking point, we would not be here talking about the failure of the last 4 years when it comes to black America.
Come on now, Sonny.
If we had looked at what holds us together as conservatives, so if you want to know what conservatism means, it means conservation of the idea of the individual. That each and every one of us has inherent gifts that we are meant to give this world, and that deserves to be protected, even in black skin.
Come on now.
100%.
When we talk about the idea of the republic, that means that local government has the most power over the people. So when you tell me you're not going to a black community, don't tell me you believe in the republic, because you are lying to me. Anything that uplifts and conserves the idea of the republic starts at the local level. And if you are not willing to do that, then you are lying to me.
The last
one is the Constitution.
Hold on to some of this.
The last one is the Constitution. If you want your rights protected, if you want your rights defended, you need a base that's big enough to make sure that defense is steadfast. Right now, you don't have it. With the black community,
Sonny,
you can have it.
Rich.
Yes, sir.
I told y'all it was going to get awkward and uncomfortable. I told y'all it was going to be some growing pains. Okay?
That's Sonny J.
That's right. I want to take it over to Rich real quick. Now we're saying black folks, because there's a lot of black folks up here on this stage. Does the thing that we're talking about right now, one, does it translate into black and brown communities? As well as, question, what is something you'd like to see change in that regard to black and brown communities in the GOP and liberty movement?
So I think, what's up, CPAC? How's everybody doing? I think one of the things that we got to focus on is, I agree with that. There's definitely some barriers, but I also think I want to see more activism. It's not about the Republican coming knocking on my door. It's about me banging down the door to the RNC and telling them, hey, I'm a conservative. I'm here. I matter too. Just because I eat rice and beans and I'm a Latino doesn't mean that I don't bleed red, white, and blue like the rest of you. So that, I think, is something that we have to remember. We have to stay focused on that.
How have we failed there? More specifically for brown communities, how have we failed in that regard?
I wouldn't call it a failure because I think it's an area for improvement, and not semantically. I really mean that. I think we've seen gains of Hispanic home ownership, Hispanic median income, unemployment rates going down, really down. So when you look at that, and those are all successes, and I blame one guy. I have a nickname for him. I call him El Trompito Donaldus Magnus, the 45th president of these United States, El Presidente. And I think he made a difference when he said, what have you got to lose?
Yep.
But we need more of that. So that's the area for improvement. We need to get out there and do more inviting. But I think people, Hispanics, Hispanos, Latinos, the brethren that are here, we need to be more active. It's not about the party. We're about to take this party over.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's right.
And Maj, and when I say we, I don't mean ethnic minorities. I mean us conservatives.
Yes.
That's right.
100%. Told y'all. I told you. Shamika, with all of this being said, Democrats still currently have a death grip, all pun intended. Okay? I want Shamika as well as Angela to deal with this. Have a death grip on youth and young adults. How have they been so successful in doing so? And what can we learn from it and apply to ourselves? Because they have been successful with that literal and figurative death grip on, black and brown communities, especially with youth. How have they been able to do that, and how can we kind of right the ship in that regard?
I think they've been able to do that by being more inclusive. And I think that's something that we can learn in the conservative party. There's not just one type of black conservative, and I feel like that's where we failed over the last 4 years. We propped up one type of black conservative, and just because white people like them, it was like, oh yeah, we love her. Oh gosh, she has her own thinking, oh yeah, woo. But that wasn't necessarily who the black people really identify with. And I like to kind of make this analogy. A lot of people are familiar with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. Okay, just say Carlton and Will were both conservatives. Carlton could go to Bel-Air, and he could talk to the people of Bel-Air all day long. Yeah. But you could not send Carlton to Philly to talk to those people. You would have had to send Will to talk to the people who had the same type of life experiences that Will had. Yeah. So when it comes to conservatives, being conservative, stop propping up Carlton Banks thinking that Carlton is going to be the one to be able to communicate with the wheels of the conservative party. You're going to have to prop up the wheels so that they can speak the language that people understand and share experiences with. And I think that's how we fail. I feel like the Democrats do a very good job of making sure they have people that represent all around. And that's what we need to do better as conservatives. You can't take Carlton to Philly going, it's not unusual. No, that's not going to work.
And that was awesome.
Absolutely.
So I just kind of want to piggyback off of what Shamika is saying. The messenger is just as important as the message. You could have the right message, but the wrong messenger, and people won't get it. So one of the things that I say all the time, and people are like, oh, God, Angela, you always say something to make people mad. Well, here's the thing. We got to face the truth, right? And the truth is that the Democratic Party is really good at playing identity politics. Republicans are not. We're just honest and straightforward, just like our president. We don't care how you take what we say. We're just going to give it to you. But here's the thing. In doing that, right? In doing that, we have to remember that everybody just can't handle the blunt, honest truth. And there are some times that we're going to have to get in and we're going to have to stand before the people, and they're going to have to hear from somebody that they can relate to. So when you want to send a message out to single black mothers that are struggling on welfare, that are trying to better their lives, then that's when you come get Angela Stanton King, somebody that was on welfare and got off welfare and got her life together and is now a business owner. I mean, you have to make sure that we are putting the identity in our politics as well, because how can we relate if we're not related. And we don't have to be related by blood. We can be related by experience.
Right.
So what I want the Conservative Party to understand, because I myself, along with a lot of other people on this stage, have come up under a very, very huge attack, just like everybody else for standing with this party. And with that sacrifice, we need your support.
Right.
We need your support. We need your support.
Sonny, is it too late? Is it too late?
Actually, I kind of want to reverse the sentiment for a second, because everybody is speaking like it's something that like we can do. And I know all of our strengths, understand. The first time I made it to the main stage here at CPAC, I was invited by Andrew Breitbart. CPAC didn't want me here. CPAC did not want me here. Andrew Breitbart wanted me here. So Andrew said, if Sonny doesn't introduce me, I'm not coming. That's how I got here the first time. This time, CPAC did not want me here. I am here because Maj wanted me here. Now, the two things that I got...
CPAC wants you here.
No.
Do y'all want Sonny here? That's CPAC. That's CPAC. That is CPAC.
We want Sonny.
That is CPAC.
But this is the thing. And, of course, the two things that I carry from Andrew, and I try to make sure I do on Sonny's Corner, always, is when you have a light, you take that light and you shine it on other people. So shout out for being an Andrew representative. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
The other part is more voices. Always, always, always more voices. It's not restricted to just the voices that are here, but how can you open it up? So when I hear them say, and this, don't take no offense, but truth got to be told, we have to go and knock down the doors of Republicans. Do you know how many doors I've knocked down?
Right.
Do you know how many conservative doors I have knocked down?
So is it too late, or can we right the ship?
That is a question that this audience is going to have to answer. Because if you want the talking points, if you want the stereotypes, if you want the losing by 90% for 60, 70, 80 years, if that is what you want, choose insanity and continue to do the same thing expecting different results.
We got 1 minute. Rich, Adrian, I want y'all to both real quickly, briefly, sum it up. Tell me your perspective on how we can right this
well,
ship.
to Sonny's point, she's right. And when I say knocking down those doors, we need to knock them down together. I'm asking everybody here to help me knock down that door.
Right.
But number one, this is an agenda. This is politics. We all have an agenda. And I believe the agenda in America, this is America. The agenda is liberty, right? The Spanish word for liberty is libertad. This is a libertad agenda that we need to promote and continue to promote it and keep banging down doors.
100%. Adrian?
I think we definitely have the opportunity to kind of right the ship. In addition to kind of piggyback on what Sonny said, I think we got to stick to our conservative values. Yeah. And a lot of times with Democrats, we see that shift in the goalposts, and they don't really stand by their principles. And a lot of times it doesn't happen on the right either. So let me give you an example. So we say you got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. But then when we talk about investing in, let's say, Greenwood Bank, or keeping money in black-owned businesses so that black dollar circulates within the black community, a lot of times we get called racist.
That's racist.
This is true.
So so we have to make sure that we're standing by actual Republican values and conservative principles in our daily interactions with people. And ultimately, I think if we do that, the results will take care of themselves in the long run.
We got 13 seconds left, everybody. I want to say thank you, a huge thank you to all of the panelists. Thank y'all. Give it up. Stand up. Y'all know this was the most lit panel. We appreciate y'all.
to Our Freedom Media Group, where freedom is real. Experience all our platforms for yourself now at www.ourfreedommg.com. Tired of restrictive social media platforms? Join Our Freedom Book. Tired of selective video upload and crowdfunding sites? Join Our Freedom Tube or Our Freedom Funding. With features that include live streaming, video calling and messaging, plus a 24/7 friend finder with map geolocation, American-owned and made in the USA. We're a place where your freedom of speech will be honored. Exercise your right on a secure social media platform without bias, censors, or bans, where your ideas can compete on a level field. If you're looking for a site that doesn't fact-check you and send you to fake jail, a site that cancels cancel culture, then Our Freedom Media Group is the freedom you've been waiting for. Sign up today at ourfreedommg.com, where freedom is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a speech on Amendments 9 and 10, please welcome Ohio Representative Jim Jordan.
Thank you. Hello. Wow. Thank you all. Have a seat. No, sit down. Sit down. Save that for the president when he gets here, right? Yeah. All right, who's up? Who's next? Who is the... No, I know that. It's a different question. Who's the cancel culture? Who's the cancel culture going to attack next? Think about it. They canceled the host of The Bachelor. They canceled the star of Mandalorian. They're coming after Fox News, Newsmax, One American News. You see last week they tried to cancel Kermit the Frog and Mr. Potato Head. You see that? They backed off Mr. Potato Head. I think he told him his preferred pronouns were he, his, him, right? I mean, this is scary where the left wants to go. Barry Weiss, editor at the New York Times, former editor at the New York Times, said, if you engage in wrong think, you engage in wrong speak, you are going to face the digital Thunderdome. They're going to harass you. They're going to come after you. They're going to come after your family. They're going to come after your employer. It is sick where the left wants to go. What they are doing to the Constitution. Think about the world of sports in just the last year. Drew Brees said you should stand for the national anthem. He had to go into the Thunderdome. James Harden wore a Back the Blue, support the law enforcement mask. He had to go in the Thunderdome. Mike Gundy, did you follow this one? Mike Gundy, football coach at Oklahoma State. Remember this? Mike Gundy goes fishing with his family, posts a picture on social media wearing a One American News t-shirt, almost lost his job. Think about that. Almost lost his job for fishing in the wrong shirt. This is scary where the left wants to take us, and we have to fight back every single time we see it. Do you have a functioning First Amendment when only one side's allowed to talk? Do you have free speech when the left controls what can be said? They want to be able to say whatever they can about us, but we're not allowed to talk. They want to be able to lie about us. We're not allowed to tell the truth about them. And you know why I think they really are out to cancel us? You know why they really come after us? They don't like the fact that we tell the truth. They don't like the fact that we point out the double standard. We point out the fact Nancy Pelosi can go to the salon, but we can't. She can walk around the metal detectors. We got to walk through them. Gavin Newsom can go to a 5-star restaurant with his family, with the lobbyist, but we can't have our family over for Thanksgiving. Think about this one. January 6, 2017, Democrats can object to the electors, can object to counting the electors from 10 states, but on January 6, 2021, Republicans aren't allowed to object to the electors from 6 states? Jim McGovern, on January 6, 2017, Jim McGovern, Democrat chairman of the Rules Committee, objected to Alabama. President Trump won Alabama by 30 points. So Jim McGovern's allowed to object to Alabama, but Jim Jordan can't object to Pennsylvania, where they went around their legislature, the partisan Supreme Court, the Democrat Secretary of State, in an unconstitutional fashion, goes around their legislature, changes the election law. I'm not allowed to object to that, but Jim McGovern can object to Alabama? Think about this. Jamie Raskin, the lead impeachment manager. January 6, 2017, he objected to Florida. He didn't bring that up during the impeachment debate, did he? The best one is Maxine Waters. You remember Maxine Waters. Maxine Waters, the same lady who said, if you see anyone in the Trump administration, you create a crowd, you push back on them, you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere. Telling Americans to go to other American citizens who serve in our government and tell them they're not welcome in our country. That Maxine Waters, January 6, 2017, objected to the state of Wyoming. President Trump won Wyoming by 40 points. So the reason the Democrats are so out to cancel us is because they don't like the fact that we tell the truth about them. They like the fact that they can engage in this hypocrisy and this double standard. And who do they want to cancel most? What individual do they want to cancel most? Yeah, the guy who did what he said when he was president of the United States, right? They want to cancel the guy. Yeah, you can clap for the president. You're going to get to do that a lot here this afternoon. They're obsessed with it. They tried to remove him from office before he got there. They tried to remove him from office after he'd already left. It's an obsession with the Democrats. They don't like someone who actually came to the town and took on the swamp. They don't like someone who actually comes to that town and fights for all of us. No president, look, I'm getting old now, I'm 57. No president in my lifetime has done more of what they said they would do than President Trump did during his 4 years as our president. He said he would cut taxes, he did. He said he'd reduce regulations, he did. He said he would grow our economy, he did. Best economy in 50 years, lowest unemployment in 50 years. He said he'd put conservatives on the court, he did. Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. He said he'd get out of the Iran deal, he did. He said he would put the embassy in Jerusalem, he did. He said he'd bring hostages home from North Korea. He did. He said he'd get a new NAFTA agreement. He did. He said he would build the wall, and he built the wall. No president has done more of what they told the American people they were going to do than he did. You know, most of the time people go run for office, they say all kinds of wonderful things at election time, get to Washington, and then they give you all kinds of excuses why they can't do what they told you they were going to do. President Trump got there, he says, I'm just going to do it. Because he knows it's we the people that make this country special. People with common sense who work hard. He knows that. He was willing to go fight for us, and that's why the left wants to cancel him. And we can't let it happen. Look, President Trump is the leader of the conservative movement. He's the leader. President Trump's the leader of the conservative movement. He's the leader of the America First movement. He's the leader of the Republican Party. And I hope leader of the conservative movement, the leader of the American First movement, the leader of the Republican Party, and I hope on January 20th, 2025, he is once again the leader of our great country. Our charge. our task has never changed. Our responsibility, our charge, our task as Americans has never changed. In the next 4 years, we need to focus on this. Same thing it's always been. I think it's summed up in my favorite scripture verse. I've shared this before at this same forum. 2 Timothy 4:7. Paul's the old guy giving advice to the young guy Timothy. And he says, fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. And I tell folks, I love that verse because of the energy in it. It is a verse, I think, in many ways written for America. We are not timid folk. We are not wimpy people. We are people who take initiative. We are people of intensity. We are people of action. And our charge is what it has always been, to fight for the values and principles that make us the greatest nation ever, to finish the race, to persevere, to never quit, to never give up, and to keep the faith in the blessings God has given this great nation, to keep the faith in the people, we the people of this great country who have common sense, who understand you set goals, you work hard and good things happen, to remember all that and fight for those common sense principles. That is our charge. And if we do that, we will hold off the left's assault on our values. We will hold off the left's assault, the cancel culture mob's assault on our fundamental liberties. We will take back the House in 2022. And President Trump, I hope runs again in 2024. And if he does, he will win. And we will make sure America remains the greatest nation in history. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Seen the radical left pushing their agenda in Washington. Socialism, amnesty, censorship. But in the States, quietly, these radicals are pushing a power play that would give them more power. Forever. The left's national popular vote campaign would let liberal cities on the coasts pick the president every single time. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact would shred the Constitution. The leader of the group bragged to the New York Times that it's a way to get around the founders' design. And what about election integrity? A national vote could require a national recount. But the left's National Popular Vote plan doesn't allow it. But it does set the stage for a complete federal takeover of elections. Goodbye local control. To win now, it takes a broad coalition across the country. But National Popular Vote would open the door to regional parties and spoiler candidates, making it easier for socialists to win. Defend the Constitution. Stop socialism. Stop National Popular Vote.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the CPAC 2021 straw poll results. Please welcome the pollster for President Trump, Jim McLaughlin, Tim Constantine of the Washington Times, and American Conservative Union's first vice chairman, Charlie Giroux.
This is the warm-up act, folks, so... despite the fact that the national pollsters can't seem to ever get it right, people still love polls. And all of you have been the star of the CPAC poll this week, and you're about to hear the results from Donald Trump's pollster, Jim McLaughlin, my fellow board member, who really is one that does get it right. But before we hear from him, we're going to hear from Tim Constantine of the Washington Times. But I just have one question for all of you that wasn't on the CPAC poll. Was the decision to bring CPAC 2021 to Orlando a good one? Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Constantine of the Washington Times, America's newspaper.
The Washington Times has been doing the CPAC poll for as long as I can remember, and it's a great measure every year of where conservative America stands. And you are unlikely to get much of this information from the mainstream media. As a matter of fact, before we get to the straw poll results, let's do a quick poll right here. When you are trying to find information that is what people in the heartland of America think, how many of you think CNN is a good source? How about MSNBC? In that case, how many think CPAC is a great place to come and get information? Charlie, thank you for the annual reality check. We appreciate it. You know, the most exciting part or the most popular part of the poll every year is the presidential poll. We look at who would you like to be the presidential nominee of the Republican Party in the next cycle. And I got to tell you, what's really cool about this is you look at all the names on there, and you look at how many of them spoke at CPAC this year. They understand this is where to come and reach the people that actually are focused on the issues. And the Republicans have a very deep bench. You know, for baseball, spring training started today, and every team has a star, but it's the teams that have a really deep bench that do well. And I look at the bench that the Republican Party has looking ahead to 2024. You got people like Governor Ron DeSantis. You got Senator Josh Hawley. You've got Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Tom Cotton. All of those are potential candidates in 2024. All of those spoke here at CPAC. And then I got to let you in on a little secret. And please don't let this get outside this room, right? I don't know if you folks know this, but there's one other gentleman who might be on the ballot in 2024, and in about 10 minutes, President Donald Trump is going to be on this stage right here. So before we do that, I think you are going to enjoy, we're going to give you some of the results from the poll. Jim McLaughlin was Trump's pollster. He is also the Washington Times pollster, and he has put together this information for you.
Superstar.
I'll give you the 3-second sneak peek. You're going to like it a lot. Jim, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tim and Charlie. That was great. And I'll tell you something. We were the ones that were crazy enough in 2016 to actually say on the Sean Hannity show, the Friday before Election Day, that President Trump was actually going to win. And let me tell you, we got attacked by the media like you wouldn't believe, and I'm sure when they see the results of this, but I can tell by it, our poll was right by what we got. But without further ado, let's have some fun. I think, unfortunately, this poll is probably going to trigger a lot of the media again. What's the most important issue that's facing the country today? And by the way, this is an issue the press is trying to tell us there's nothing to see here. Remember, we allowed you to select 3 choices. 62% said election integrity, 48% constitutional rights, and 35% said immigration, the wall, and 32% said reopening the economy. Whoops. There we go. When it comes to former President Trump's issue agenda and policies, which of the following comes close to your own personal opinion? 95% of you want to continue his policies and agenda. 95%. Amazing. Amazing. There's only 3% that want to move away. Must have let a couple reporters in. Would you like to see Donald Trump run again for president in 2024? Seven out of 10. It's tough to get 7 out of 10 to agree on anything. But that's pretty obvious. I can tell. That number's right? And thinking ahead, this is the ballot with President Trump in it. If the election were held today, who would you vote for? And far and away, the front runner is President Trump with 55% of the vote. And the next is Ron DeSantis getting 21% of the vote. Then everybody else is down in single digits. By the way, that 3% other was people saying mostly Trump other candidates, so just so you know. Now, this is without President Trump. Ron DeSantis gets 43%. Kristi Noem gets 11%. Donald Trump Jr. gets 8%. So again, you see how important to everybody here, the grassroots, the base of the conservative movement, the base of the Republican Party, it is either President Trump or a Trump candidate. Now here's the last one. Just so everybody has a good idea, what do you think his job approval rating is going to be? What do you think? 90? It was 95 last year. Thank you. Made my job really easy. He's got a 97% job approval, but look at it. Look at it. Probably nobody in the history of the conservative movement has earned your support the way this president has. And look what's happened. It's pretty much gone up every single year. And not only do 97% say they approve of this president, in spite of the fact they're trying to cancel him, but more important, they're trying to cancel you. That's what this is about. And they're trying to cancel his agenda. And you've got 87% say they strongly approve of this president. So thank you. I've been coming to CPAC now for, this is about nearly, I used to come here in college. That's how long ago, almost 40 years ago. I appreciate it, and I can't tell you how much on a personal level, how inspired I've had by the people in this audience and the people I've talked to over the last couple days. Keep it up and get ready for President Trump.
Yeah, sure. I guess they're giving us the music to get off.
That's it. We're good. We're good.
Real quick, we have one of America's premier pollsters here, and I know all of you saw the data that he just revealed, and you have your own takeaways. But of all that data up there, Jim, what's the number one thing that you believe we ought to take away and remember?
That the Make America Great Again movement, that is the conservative movement. That is the base of our party. And you know, something we talked about the other day, NBC News, Wall Street Journal poll came out the other day, and they did this comparison about how President Trump had improved, the Republican Party had improved among middle class and working class voters. They just figured it out. Donald Trump is the guy that connects with middle America. He showed us how to win. He got record percentages among African American voters, got nearly 1 out of 5 black males in this country, got a third of the Hispanic vote, significant improvement, improved his percentage with Catholic voters, went up with women. Now all we have to do and build upon that, and I'm telling you, we're going to have the Congress and we're going to have the Senate in 2022, and it's going to come in 2024. He showed us the way.
Jim McLaughlin, thank you so much. Tim Constantine, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Stay tuned.
Have fun. Where do we go?
And 14K on the award-winning Jeff Christie Rock and Roll Radio Show. With fun and frolic for all. Some of you, no doubt, still wondering what award I have won. I'll tell you. None other than the Marconi Award for Excellence in Broadcasting.
He was quiet. Rush always wanted to be an adult. In fact, I think from 10 on, he was an adult. He did not want to be bothered with childish things. He was a loner. When he got his job at the radio station, the first job at age 16, it gave him a feeling of superiority and made him feel like King Tut.
This is KFBK, Sacramento. Bob in Carmichael, hello, you're on KFBK. Hi, Rush, how are you? Fine.
I know you liberals are tuning in. You got the lights out, you're cowered in the corner, and you don't want to admit to anybody that you're watching this. We know you're there. I just want to leave you with this. We feel your pain.
Welcome to the Rush Limbaugh program.
Rush Limbaugh, who single-handedly saved radio and gave Americans a real hope when they realized, most news outlets were so against them and their conservative values. Rush Limbaugh was like this spark plug. Rush Limbaugh was good for our democracy.
He sent a couple of tapes home to me, and they were hilarious. He had a little more free reign with them. And it was, I thought, boy, if someone hears you, you're on your way.
Here he is, the hottest name in all of radio, soon to have his own television show. Who is this guy on almost 500 radio stations in America? I give you Rush Limbaugh right here.
If I were of the attitude that my primary goal was to go in that studio every day and make sure that America heard everything I said and acted on it, because times are crucial. We don't have much time to save everything. You know, the ratings of the show would just plummet because the fun would go, it'd be too serious, it'd be what liberals do. They're always wringing their hands, not having any time for fun, and being critical of virtually everything.
If Walter Cronkite has been called the most trusted man in America, Rush Limbaugh has been called the most dangerous. And he's proud of it.
We are all endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life. Liberty, freedom. And the pursuit of happiness. Now, those of you watching at home may wonder why this is being applauded. We conservatives think all three are under assault.
You and Oprah have all the money, don't you? You and Oprah. This is your like second best-selling book.
This country's far more conservative than even people think it is now. I travel the country every weekend making personal appearances and speeches. I see the people who make the country work, and I think that I happen to benefit today from having a lot in common with most Americans.
Thank you!
Let me just set the record really, really straight. Rush Limbaugh does not need a producer.
Yeah.
Doesn't need. So when he's
Right.
away,
Yep.
maybe produce the show. When
Yep.
Rush is there,
Right.
Rush is the show.
Yep.
He is the most incredible broadcaster of this and last century.
What do you think of Rush Limbaugh moving to TV?
The views expressed by the host on this show are not necessarily those of the staff, management, nor sponsors of this station, but they ought to be. There's a new fascism out there that I think is springing up, and it is reminiscent of this no tolerance. If, for example, you don't say the right things about an issue, it's not enough that they just turn you off or not listen to you. They want to try to get you banned. They want to get you so that you can't speak. I don't defer to the experts. I am the expert. When you think about what Democrats stand for today, and doesn't all this make sense? They are a miserable lot. I mean, they are the original doom and gloomers. People always come up to me and say, hey, Rush, when is there going to be a liberal counterpart to you on radio? And I say, never. And they say, why? I said, because when's the last one you ever heard it's having fun?
What is so strange about being honest and saying, I want Barack Obama to fail if his mission is to restructure and reform this country so that capitalism and individual liberty are not its foundation? Why would I want that to succeed?
And by the way, sometimes they say to me privately, I'm worried about what Rush Limbaugh is going to say about me on the radio.
He is essentially begging any Republican to denounce me. He is fixated on me. He simply cannot get me off of his mind. I live rent-free in his head.
There are 14 million people a week who listen to Rush. People want to hear what he has to say, whether you like it or not.
Rush Limbaugh took the moribund AM dial, and now it's a flourishing realm where countless people, from Michael Medved to Dennis Prager to Sean Hannity, are granting people the alternative reality from the mainstream media.
Let me tell you who we conservatives are. We love people. When we look out over the United States of America, when we are anywhere, when we see a group of people, we see Americans, we see human beings. We don't see groups, we don't see victims, we don't see people we want to exploit. What we see is potential.
I remember the first time I tried out for talk radio, he allowed me to use his studio with his golden microphone, which was terrifying to me.
Rush has cochlear implants. He's deaf. Now, most people don't even realize that.
These are cochlear implants. I'm deaf. I'm 100% deaf, and I can only hear bionically with these. If I'd lost my hearing 15 years before I did, it'd been the end of my career because the tech hadn't been invented.
But even when he was completely without hearing, before the cochlear implants were put in, he didn't miss a beat.
Yep. If you're not affected by inside the Beltway or Washington establishment thinking, understanding Trump's easy. It's elite versus real people. It's somebody that is fearless and willing to fight against the things that no Republican has been willing to fight against or defend.
Rush Limbaugh, thank you for your decades of tireless devotion to our country. And Rush, in recognition of all that you have done for our nation, the millions of people a day that you speak to and that you inspire, and all of the incredible work that you have done for charity, I am proud to announce tonight that you will be receiving our country's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Conservative radio host Rush Limbaugh with a very personal reveal today while on the air.
This day has been one of the most difficult days in recent memory for me. I have been diagnosed with advanced lung cancer.
We are all praying for the man who has literally paved the way for all of us, especially me.
It is with profound sadness I must share with you directly that our beloved Rush, my wonderful husband, passed away this morning due to complications from lung cancer. Rush will forever be the greatest of all time.
They said, well, what are you best at? And I said, probably being on the radio. Well, there's your answer. Do what you're best at, and you'll at least be happy, regardless how well you do it. I'm sure you've all felt like you weren't going to ever amount to anything, even though you knew you were capable of it. I felt that way. The only difference between you and me is that I'm up here and you're out there. And the only reason I'm up here is because you're out there. You have rejuvenated my life, and you have made me something I never even thought I could be. And I have just one thing to say to you, a sincere and heartfelt thank you.
Final segment of the program today has arrived. We gotta go. We're out of here. See you. Be good.
I wish there were a way to say it other than thank you. You're just the best. My family is just the best. Thank you.
Samurai is right back. Hello, America. Hello, American conservatives. My name is Genki Fuji. I'm a Japanese journalist and an author of more than 70 books on international relations. I run online World Forecast News Service. I respect President Trump and American conservatives. President Trump fought against Chinese communists in order to protect the entire free world. President Trump, he's a real American samurai. I want to make US-Japan alliance stronger. I want to build solid friendship with real American patriots or American samurai. Let's fight together for freedom. Let's slash the cancel culture. Let's start US-Japan Samurai to Samurai Alliance.
Don't you agree we need voter ID and clean election rolls? Well, your Judicial Watch is in federal court right now fighting to make sure your elections will be fair and honest. Politicians don't want you to know what they're up to. Secret slush funds, secret emails, and pay to play. Judicial Watch is your watchdog in Washington, D.C., shining the light of transparency on our nation's capital.
Catch the latest news on government corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse?
Remember there was an impeachment? Do you remember that?
Then check out Judicial Watch's weekly update with Tom Fitton.
We're fighting Adam Schiff to try to get records about his misconduct.
Subscribe now to Judicial Watch on social media to catch Tom Fitton's weekly update.
Forgotten Hillary Clinton. Judicial Watch exposed the Clinton email scandal, and we're in court right now holding her accountable to the same laws and rules the rest of us are expected to follow.
Check one, check one. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Backup microphone check. Backup microphone check.
You're seeing how the sausage is made here. They're getting the stage. How pretty is this stage? Don't listen to the lies about this stage. It is plenty pretty. And now we're getting it very safe. I will tell you that everything's going according to schedule with the President of the United States. He will be here very soon. Since we're in Florida, it's nice and air conditioned in here, because the one thing I always know about my Floridian wife is they love that air conditioning. I like your sign, ma'am. That's a very pretty flag back there. And in the meantime, for a few moments, we wanted to remind you all that it's not just the people in this room who are watching and listening to this content. Obviously, people from all over America, if social media is allowing it to happen. I hope you're all getting your feeds. But you know who else is watching? The whole world. The whole world is looking at America and saying, is America going to embrace socialism or fight back? And so we're going to give you a little indicator of how CPAC and the American conservative movement is working with freedom-loving people overseas. Please watch. CPAC, the whole world is watching. Guess what? Today's CPAC is the biggest and best we've ever seen. Folks, we are making a difference.
Well, it's that time of year again, CPAC time. The leaders of the conservative movement have long met in the Washington area each year for an event called CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference.
It's an amazing conference, super amazing leadership team.
The ACU has been the single most uniting force behind the conservative movement.
It has been a gathering place for decades with presidents and lawmakers and pop culture figures.
If you're going to CPAC at National Harbor, volume right now in Oxon Hill on the Beltway at 210.
I understand there are 13,000 people here. It goes up a little bit each year.
Matt and the ACU bring together so many conservatives from around the country in one place.
I'm reminded of the Reagan Revolution, and we're trying to light the match of that revolution again in a positive way.
Quietly, mysteriously, the Republican Party has become the party of ideas.
The organization's proven itself over time from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump.
I actually started quite a while ago at CPAC, came here, probably made my first real political speech, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president, right?
Well, the
President may have won an award for being one of the longest presidents to actually speak at a CPAC event. This speech went well over 2 hours.
It's wonderful to be back with so many great patriots, old friends, and brave, young conservatives. What a future you have.
Freedom, as Reagan told us, is not passed down in the bloodstream from one generation to another. Freedom, instead, you got to stand up, you got to fight for it, you got to defend it.
I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you.
You need to come here with like-minded people. If you ain't trying to hear nothing about no socialism and all that foolishness, you need to come here with other like-minded people that's talking about capitalism, that's talking about you being free.
Our freedom, our people, our traditions, our families. But without freedom, none of it is possible. And that comes from the big guy, not the government.
All these young people here, everywhere you look, there are groups of millennials who tell us they are dedicated to growing the conservative movement, but admit, frankly, it's not cool on many college campuses to come out and say you're a conservative.
We're not going to have a conservative movement if we lose this generation.
Today I'm proud to announce that I will be very soon signing an executive order requiring colleges and universities to support free speech if they want federal research done.
You've gotten coverage this year that I'm not sure I can recall ever you getting, so congratulations.
Amazing energy. It's the grassroots activist Super Bowl.
It's obviously the Super Bowl for conservatives.
Being conservative, being liberty-minded, being freedom-based, and CPAC is what makes America great.
Good morning, deplorables. How about that?
It's our first CPAC. We're just here taking it all in.
It's my first CPAC, having an awesome time, and the reason I'm here is President Trump saving our country. I never would have come doing for President Trump.
You know what I like about this? Number one, I'm in love, and you're in love. We're all in love together. We've done something that nobody's ever done.
Well, President Trump loves CPAC, and CPAC loves President Trump. It's a mutual, strong relationship. It's the fact that the president knows that when he comes to CPAC, he's at home. He's with his people.
You know, I first went to CPAC during the Reagan years, where Reagan was a conservative president, but CPAC was much to the right of even where President Reagan was. And now it is right in the center. It is the Republican Party.
How's CPAC doing? Good? My man, stand up, please, will you? He's the one who said you should run. Right? Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and I made a speech, and then they do some kind of a straw poll. Who made the best speech? They voted, by far the best speech was Trump. He calls me, he says, you should run for politics. I say, what do I know about politics? But you know what? We learned quickly, and our country has never done better than it's doing right now. So it's pretty good. But thank you, Matt.
You know, a couple of years ago, when a whole new team of people started leading the ACU, we thought that what happened during the 4 days of CPAC was so important that it actually had to occur every moment of every day on the calendar year. You know, we're kind of stuck in the swamp, and most people obviously live very far away from the swamp for good reasons.
People all over the world who are saying it's now our time to pursue this kind of freedom. We've got about 28 different countries now that are asking us to help them put on CPACs in their own countries.
Sounds awfully exotic to this Kansas kid. We're going to go to Australia. We're going to have the first CPAC.
They have a combination of hope and desperation. They want to help their fellow countrymen pursue freedom and attain it. And at the same time, they are so aware of the forces arrayed against them.
It was rather shocking to see that the legislature in Australia literally wanted to ban us from coming, and some of our speakers.
The Home Affairs Minister is encouraging a cavalcade of intolerance to continue at CPAC's Talkfest of Hate.
The first Australian Conservative Political Action Conference will get underway in Sydney today amid ongoing controversy.
CPAC was a debate within the Australian Parliament. The very fact that we would go there So what that tells me is that the First Amendment that we have in our Constitution, which is a concept that we think is mostly accepted in these other free countries, actually isn't.
Keneally did more to drum up publicity for a Conservative conference on the weekend than anyone else, smearing any other Conservative who dared to turn up and discuss politics with other Conservatives.
We get to Australia. We were not arrested, but we ran into Antifa, hundreds of Antifa protesters protesting us in Sydney, Australia.
CPAC really must buck their ideas up. I'm told that only 200 protesters are expected today. You really must do better than that next year.
I went out to see it because I couldn't believe it. I thought Antifa was an American radicalized left-wing phenomenon. No, it's not. It's gone global.
What I'm really excited about, what the American Conservative Union is doing, is you're going to create relationships across borders between like-minded people.
You know, we are part of an international movement. Whatever our countries, we're fighting against these big globalist forces.
But everybody lining up and telling us that if we dared to vote for Brexit, plagues of black locusts would descend on our land. But it didn't matter. We voted Brexit, and then a few months later in America, despite the fact that on that very morning, the Huffington Post said that Hillary, the blessed Hillary, had a 98% chance of winning. And yet what happened? The Donald swept to victory. Who'd have believed that?
Some people have asked me, why is ACU getting involved in these international programs? We're the American Conservative Union, after all. We're not the International Conservative Union. The forces arrayed against us are growing faster than the alternative. You've got the George Soros billionaires and others who are funding these efforts. They don't like the idea of individual liberty. If we do not take this opportunity, freedom could be lost.
The whole world is watching. What does America do in 2020? It's not an American question. It's a question they're asking in all the major communities around the globe. We went to our third CPAC in Tokyo, Japan.
All these Asian leaders are coming to me saying, we have to have the U.S. leadership because collectively, we Asians cannot fight this on our own. If the U.S. stands alone in this world against socialist nations, we will lose.
Just as President Trump says, fake media is running rampant, especially here in Japan. Everything they say is a lie, and you really can't trust the news. And Japanese people don't really understand what's going on or why it's happening.
We think about the fact that our rights are slowly being eroded by runaway courts and by an increasingly radicalized and socialist Democrat Party. That is a fact, but it's not uniquely American. These rights are being eroded all over the globe.
One of the most serious challenges our countries face is the specter of socialism. It's the wrecker of nations and destroyer of societies.
They are watching America because they fear that if America ever goes socialist, in essence, America stops being America. That means that the future for their country is very dark, because what left-wing American presidents do through their foreign policy, they push the most radical parts of their agenda all over the globe.
Socialism and communism are about one thing only: power for the ruling class.
I fear the future of Japan is quite dangerous. Japan has gotten a little too used to peace. They're not prepared for what could happen if they don't wake up. There's going to be trouble.
You're going to have conversations that will improve understanding between different nations that don't even speak the same language. And Japan and America and countries like Australia and the UK, you know, these are the cornerstones of Western values and free markets.
We invited one of the Hong Kong protesters to address the audience, Andy Chan. When Andy left to go to the airport and when they went to board their plane, police arrested Andy because he was going to go to a CPAC in Tokyo.
As you all know, I was detained and arrested for riot when I departed to Japan. I'm now released without being charged and on bail. This is the second arrest I have encountered in a month.
they arrested him. That was shocking to me. I mean, first of all, what does CPAC matter that much? Why are these communists so afraid of letting someone simply give a speech?
ACU's founding charter, December 1964, is very clear of what we stand for and why. It includes opposing socialism everywhere we find it.
But I'm just one of the thousands who were arrested, and we anticipate that many more Hong Kong citizens will also be arrested in the future. The situation in Hong Kong is dire.
Protesters in Hong Kong are begging the United States and specifically President Trump to help them in their fight for democracy. Tonight, some prominent American conservatives are meeting them in the semi-autonomous territory.
This Hong Kong movement for democracy is something every American needs to pray for, needs to try to support, because the Chinese regime in Beijing is probably more vulnerable than we realize.
You're looking at a face-off on one of the main roads in Hong Kong this Sunday afternoon. At one end, protesters with umbrellas ready because of the tear gas which will be shot by police.
With the suppression that we're seeing from the Chinese communists towards these peaceful protesters, there was a genuine concern that Matt, Dan, and several other of the ACU staff would end up in jail.
We would hear people say, "I will die for freedom," and they meant it.
We're here to support you. I know.
This morning, anti-government protests in Hong Kong reaching a new level of violence.
Tens of thousands marched to the US consulate pleading with President Trump to liberate Hong Kong. The American flag held high as the crowd sang America's national anthem.
Strong leadership coming from President Trump has put some of these regimes on the precipice, and I'm hoping that they fall the right way, which is freedom for their people.
Shannon, I've just never seen anything like it. What you have is literally thousands of mostly what I would call students or kids, teenagers. Some as young as 12 years old have been arrested.
Something I hear all over the globe when I travel. People in MAGA hats. People saying, please tell your president that for the first time we have an American leader who's got our back, who's on our side.
They're willing to give their lives for this struggle. It's a very emotional thing to see young people committed to democracy.
It's completely the opposite of what they hear when they turn on CNN International in their country about how much the globe is so embarrassed of Donald Trump.
The movement is now receiving support from members of the Conservative Political Action Conference here in the U.S. The conservative group joined student protesters, some as young as 12.
I had a young man come up to me. I looked very American clearly on the streets of Hong Kong, and he said, "Are you with CPAC?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm with CPAC." He goes, "Thank you for being here with me." It makes you almost want to tear up. These are really important times.
Our last night in Hong Kong, this great patriot who stands for freedom, Jimmy Lai, invited us to his house.
And when we showed up at Jimmy's house, there were members of the media who were essentially communist spies from media outlets owned by the communist regime in Beijing. They were there to harass us, to make us feel unsafe.
Filming us as we were walking in, videotaping us, recording who we are, why we were there.
We had this conversation around the table. What's at stake? What are the chances that this comes out well for the people of Hong Kong? What are the chances that a Tiananmen Square type episode occurs? Will there be this violent, bloody crackdown? And as we said our goodbyes, we headed back to our hotel. We all went to sleep, and not many hours later, we were woken up to the news.
The home of Hong Kong media tycoon Jimmy Lai was attacked early Thursday morning by a firebombing.
Two masked men lit glass bottles on fire in front of Lai's residence and lobbed them at the gate. The firebombs were seen as an act of intimidation against the pro-democracy tycoon.
They were sending us a very clear message. Don't meet with Jimmy. They were sending Jimmy a very clear message. Don't meet with the CPAC guys. And I think they were also sending us a message that it was time for us to leave.
We
We are in Minneapolis, Minnesota, a really important state for a lot of reasons.
It is great to have the ACU here in Minnesota, home to the only congressional delegation that makes Nancy Pelosi look moderate.
Today's September 11th, the 18th anniversary of September 11th, 2001.
Just in the backyard of where we stand today is a congresswoman who does not like America, who stands for Islamic radicalization. She's the one who said some people did something.
CARE was founded after 9/11 because they recognized that some people did something.
So we went up there on 9/11. We held an event called Some People Did Something.
They've convoluted the whole idea of September 11th and yet another shaming for what they see as racism. And I think it's politically motivated, and I think we have to call it out and make it stop.
We invited Dr. Zuhdi Jasser to be with us today because 18 years ago, he was the man who stood on the grounds of 9/11 and said, it's not appropriate to build a mosque on these grounds. He's Muslim himself, but he understood what building a mosque on bombed territory would mean.
My family was kicked out of Syria and got political asylum here. Most Muslim majority countries don't have even close to the freedoms that we have here.
Some people did something. Well, people like Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, they did something. They helped rebuild America. They helped promote American values.
The one thing I kept hearing from the people of Minnesota was, why don't more people come here and talk to us? Nobody's showing up in Minnesota, but we're going to show up. It's right for the pickings for conservatives.
In Minnesota, the biggest thing we can do is get the message to the people. That's why I'm here today speaking in Minnesota. When I came out of my addiction, I'm going, okay, what's a liberal, what's a conservative? I'm going, gee, every one of my values fall right here in the conservative aisle. I've learned so much about this deep state swamp. They didn't have our president's back. We have the highest consumer confidence in history. These attacks, everything he's done and promised that we talked about, has already happened or is going to happen. I can't believe anyone in our country would not want to keep going down that path.
If Americans sit back and let a bunch of elites in Washington, D.C. or in their state capitals determine how they're going to live their lives, this whole American experiment is over.
You get this bubble that goes on there where they think that only the people who are inside that bubble are the best and brightest, and only those people know how to tell other people how to live their lives. I think that's the most dangerous thing about Washington, D.C., New York, the Acela Corridor.
Donald Trump couldn't find Ukraine on a map if you had the letter U and a picture of an actual physical crane next to it. The credulous boomer Rube demo that backs Donald Trump, that wants to think that Donald Trump's a smart one, and there, y'all elitists are dumb.
You could put half of Trump's supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
You elitists with your geography and your maps and your spelling.
Many who support the present administration are either racist, steeped in religious beliefs, ignorant, or as my mother used to say, just plain dumb.
All those lines on the map.
Only them elitists know where Ukraine is.
Do you think that people who support President Trump and his immigration policies are racist?
Anyone who supports this is supporting racism.
The racist, sexist, homophobic.
Your math and your reading.
Yeah, you're reading. Your geography, knowing other countries, sipping your latte.
Xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it.
They really do look down their noses at least half of America. It's no wonder their ratings are in the tank.
You know what you can go do? I can't say that.
We are in Reno, Nevada for the first annual CPAC West.
Thousands gathered at Corley Ranch to express their concerns about the current political climate.
We believe so strongly in ensuring that America stays strong, stays free, and doesn't turn into a socialist country.
It's nice to see like-minded people, because sometimes I feel like we're a little isolated.
We're outnumbered.
Yes.
That's what you would think if you're watching the mainstream, or what people call the mainstream media.
The crowd completely understands the Trump phenomenon. Why? Because he's taken on the left and he's taken on the media lead. And he is willing to keep fighting for the American people.
You were there yesterday. You just came from Minnesota, and today we're kind of planting a flag in Nevada to say that this is conservative country.
It's very different from the East Coast elites that we find so often. It's the rugged individualist. It's this John Wayne kind of attitude to how you should live your life.
We have to take our state back. And we got farming, we got ag, we got cattle, we got everything, and we got to take them back. And we just can't let the liberals, the socialists, try to run this state.
We joined with ACU to create the first ever CPAC West right here in Reno, Nevada, a swing county and a swing state. Not only is it important to Trump's reelect, it's important that Western libertarian values of individualism retain a strong foundation in our country and in our politics.
Bernie Sanders was in Denver the other day and said the same thing as Barack Obama, appealing to his crowd, his supporters. Help me transform America.
We will not only win this election, we will transform this country.
The envy of the free world, the greatest country on God's green earth, they want to turn it on its head and change it forever. That's what's at stake.
I'm a new conservative. I came to CPAC to meet other like-minded people who are completely supportive of the Constitution and Bill of Rights.
I had one wonderful woman come up to me here at CPAC West and literally said, I'm inspired. I want to take action. I want to do more. And that's what we need. For too long, the Democrats have been the ones to organize effectively. It's our turn now. It's our turn for conservatives to take that banner, to win in 2020.
Korea CPAC kicks off in Seoul, South Korea, and it's hosted by the American Conservative Union.
Just make the statement, CPAC South Korea, and think about it for a little bit.
South Korea boasts the fourth largest economy in Asia, hence the nickname, the Korean Miracle. But South Korean President Moon Jae-in is on track to changing that. Moon, often accused of imposing Marxism on Korea, shows alarming simpatico for the communist policies of North Korea.
The threat of communism on the peninsula is growing, and this whole socialism threat that we have here in our country is really a problem in so many corners of the globe. CPAC, South Korea, I had to keep pinching myself. Are we really going to go right in the middle of all that and have a CPAC? And would anybody show up?
Korea CPAC concluded to a packed ballroom in Seoul's Grand Hyatt Hotel. Though 500 were expected for the debut event, more than 1,000 Koreans showed up, spilling into overflow space at the hotel.
To try to move towards socialism.
I'm here able to learn about the people in South Korea and the trials and tribulations that they have that are not so different in some sense from some of the things that we're seeing in the United States.
In South Korea or in free countries around the globe, political disagreements should never be criminalized.
What America's been facing for the last couple of years is what Korea is now facing for itself. It's a generational change. It is an inflection point of what kind of a life do you want to live. If you don't make your stand now, it may never come again.
People in Georgia are just as sick of the swamp as many of us in Washington who are fighting it. We've got to take our country back.
Georgia is mainly Republican, conservative, Christian, family valued people. Democrats coming in from other states who don't live here with big money backers coming into our districts trying to edge us out.
When you think of Georgia, you think of it being a solidly red state. The fact is, our research shows that there's a real change happening in the state.
Congressman Doug Collins is doing a great job. He calls it like it is. He told us about all the shenanigans going on with the rules and the laws in Washington that the Democrats don't want to follow, and it's not right.
Georgia is now the 8th largest populous state in the country, and the fake news and liberal media keep saying we're a toss-up state.
Let me put it in Trump's terms. He's going to win bigly in Georgia this time.
The American Conservative Union, as long as I've been in Washington, has been the most important organization of the right in America, and in many ways, and this is important, in the world. On top of that, there are these regional meetings that it holds, such as this one here in Atlanta. This is incredible. And then all these international meetings, Tokyo, Seoul, Brazil, across the globe. They're everywhere.
Of course, the greatest thing about going to Brazil is just the spirit of the people. I mean, they want to sing, dance, chant, hug.
Our biggest message from America is the following. Number one, what you're doing in Brazil, you're giving us hope. Hopefully what we're doing in America is giving you hope. Number two, President Trump stood up in front of the UN and at the Congress, and in every speech he says, America will never embrace socialism.
Here is a very nice opportunity. Maybe it's the first time that the Brazilians have the
CPAC's chief organizer, Matt Schlapp, handed the former president a prime speaking slot, closing out the conference Sunday.
I like the fact that he wants to stay engaged. Now, you can say that he lost the election, but his supporters, 73 million.
Well, he did lose the election.
You can say that he lost the election, and
he did lose the election.
Yeah, but I'm not quibbling that.
But Schlapp insists Trump shouldn't be held responsible for the deadly insurrection.
He gave a speech, and then there was a violent insurrection at the Capitol. How is that not true?
You simply don't know what you're talking about.
That he was responsible, in part, for what happened.
If
Why can't he deal with that reality?
Oh, I deal with reality every day, and I even watch CNN, and I can be just fine with that. But if you believe somebody used inappropriate words to spur violence, and you can't come up with the words, then you're making stuff up. And you should stop it.
I'm not doing it. Liz Cheney did it. Mitch McConnell did it.
Look,
Kevin McCarthy did it. They did it. They said it.
If you want to highlight a handful of Republicans who voted for impeachment or conviction, it's certainly you're right. This is the First Amendment. You can pursue anything you want. You can't make up. You can't say there was some intent in someone's brain that they never said in words, and that resulted in some kind of violence. Give me the words, and then I have to deal with the fact that maybe somebody I like did something that I don't agree with. But when you make it up, give me one word they said.
Let me ask you one last final question.
Word.
Let me ask you one last final question.
Can you give me one word?
Well, it leads to my next question, which is he peddled this lie that Joe Biden stole the election for weeks. He did it again in his speech on January 6th. Are you concerned about having the president back here at CPAC where he's going to continue to say that the election was stolen from him when that just isn't true?
Were there any illegal ballots cast in that election?
I suppose there might have been.
So how many?
But Bill Barr said,
many?
His own attorney general said not enough to overturn the results of the election.
Bill Barr, believe it or not, had no
court decision after court decision. He put 3 justices on the Supreme Court. They didn't agree with him.
You just told me that that's actually not right. You just told me that there was illegal voting in the last election. You don't know how many. Did you sit down with the team in Nevada? Let me finish. Did you sit down with the team in Nevada or Georgia, these states, and ever go through the binders of information that good patriotic Americans came up with?
But
did you ever talk
to overturn the results of the election?
How could you know that when you don't know the number?
Are
Joe
you that
Biden
good
won
at
by
math?
7 million votes.
I love how
He had
you're thinking.
306 electoral votes. How is it that there's just no proof that that's
Well, what I'd like
possible?
you to do is to read Time Magazine and to read the New York Times and to read the Washington Post, where they're saying it's less than 100,000 votes that separated the two men electorally. And you just said that conservatives spurred violence, but you can't use any words. You admit that there's
I didn't say
illegal
all
voting.
conservatives, but
You
I said there were Trump
you
supporters
said
there
that
for
there's
sure.
illegal voting. You have no idea how much, but you are certain what the impact
Isn't
was.
this the big lie conference?
That's what the Nazis used to say, Jim. You're better than that. You're better than that.
You're comparing. You're
comparing me to a Nazi.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
saying
you
this
are.
is the big lie conference.
I love you, man. I'm glad
Do you
you're
feel
here.
responsible at all
I'm
for
glad
any
you're
of the
here.
alliance?
But you're just wrong. You're just woefully wrong.
From the disinformation that CNN ran, do you feel responsible?
Be respectful.
Oh, thanks,
Do you feel responsible?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much. And hello, CPAC. Do you miss me yet? Do you miss me yet? A lot of things going on. To so many wonderful friends, conservatives, and fellow citizens in this room and all across our country, I stand before you today to declare that the incredible journey we begun together, we went through a journey like nobody else. There's never been a journey like it. There's never been a journey so successful. We began it together 4 years ago, and it is far from being over. We've just started. Our movement of proud, hard-working, and you know what this is? The hardest working people, hard-working American patriots, is just getting started. And in the end, we will win. We will win. We've been doing a lot of winning. As we gather this week, we're in the middle of a historic struggle for America's future, America's culture, and America's institutions, borders, and most cherished principles. Our security, our prosperity, and our very identity as Americans is at stake, like perhaps at no other time. So no matter how much the Washington establishment and the powerful special interests may want to silence us, let there be no doubt we will be victorious and America will be stronger and greater than ever before. I want to thank my great friends, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Matt, thank you. Thank you. Mercedes, thank you very much. And the American Conservative Union for hosting this extraordinary event. They're talking about it all over the world, Matt. I know you don't like that, but that's okay. All over the world. I also want to pay my love and respect to the great Rush Limbaugh. Who is watching closely and smiling down on us. He's watching and he's loving it, and he loves Catherine. Catherine, thank you for being here. So great. Thank you, Catherine. He loved you, Catherine. I will tell you that. So fantastic. Thank you, Catherine, very much. To each and every one of you here at CPAC, I am more grateful to you than you will ever know. We are gathered this afternoon to talk about the future of our movement, the future of our party, and the future of our beloved country. For the next 4 years, the brave Republicans in this room will be at the heart of the effort to oppose the radical Democrats, the fake news media, and their toxic cancel culture. Something new to our ears, cancel culture. And I want you to know that I'm going to continue to fight right by your side. We will do what we've done right from the beginning, which is to win. We're not starting new parties. You know, they kept saying, he's going to start a brand new party. We have the Republican Party. It's going to unite and be stronger than ever before. I am not starting a new party. That was fake news. Fake news, no. Wouldn't that be brilliant? Let's start a new party and let's divide our vote so that you can never win. No, we're not interested in that. No, we have tremendous... Mr. McLaughlin just gave me numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. More popular than anybody. That's all of us. It's all of us. Those are great numbers, and I want to thank you very much. Those are incredible numbers. I came here, and he was giving me 95%, 97%, 92%. I said, they're great, and I want to thank everybody in this room and everybody all throughout the country, throughout the world, if you want to really know the truth. Thank you, darling. Thank you. We will be united and strong like never before. We will save and strengthen America, and we will fight the onslaught of radicalism, socialism, and indeed it all leads to communism once and for all. That's what it leads to. You'll be hearing more and more about that as we go along, but that's what it leads to. You know that. We all knew that the Biden administration was going to be bad, but none of us even imagined just how bad they would be and how far left they would go. He never talked about this. We would have those wonderful debates. He would never talk about this. We didn't know what the hell he was talking about, actually. His campaign was all lies, talked about energy. I said, you know, this guy actually, he's okay with energy. He wasn't okay with energy. He wants to put you all out of business. He's not okay with energy. He wants windmills, the windmills that don't work when you need them. Joe Biden has had the most disastrous first month of any president in modern history. That's true. Already the Biden administration has proven that they are anti-jobs, anti-family, anti-borders, anti-energy, anti-women, and anti-science. In just one short month, we have gone from America first to America last. You think about it, right? America last. There's no better example than the new and horrible crisis on our southern border. We did such a good job. It was all worked. Nobody's ever seen anything like we did, and now he wants it all to go to hell. When I left office just 6 weeks ago, we had created the most secure border in U.S. history. We had built almost 500 miles of great border wall that helped us with these numbers, because once it's up, they used to say a wall doesn't work. Well, you know what I've always said? Walls and wheels, those are two things that will never change. The wall has been amazing. It's been incredible, and little sections of it to complete. They don't want to complete it. They don't want to complete little sections in certain little areas. They don't want to complete, but it's had an impact that nobody would have even believed. It's amazing, considering that the Democrats' #1 priority was to make sure that the wall would never, ever get built, would never, ever happen, would never get financed. We got it financed. We ended catch and release, ended asylum fraud, and brought illegal crossings to historic lows. When illegal aliens trespass across our borders, they were promptly caught, detained, and sent back home. And these were some rough customers. I want to tell you, some rough customers were entering our country. It took the new administration only a few weeks to turn this unprecedented accomplishment into a self-inflicted humanitarian and national security disaster. By recklessly eliminating our border, security measures, controls, all of the things that we put into place, Joe Biden has triggered a massive flood of illegal immigration into our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. They're coming up by the tens of thousands. They're all coming to take advantage of the things that he said that's luring everybody to come to America. And we're one country. We can't afford the problems of the world as much as we'd love to. We'd love to help, but we can't do that. So they're all coming because of promises and foolish words. Perhaps worst of all, Joe Biden's decision to cancel border security has single-handedly launched a youth migrant crisis that is enriching child smugglers, vicious criminal cartels, and some of the most evil people on the planet. You see it every day. Just turn on the news. You'll see it every day. Under my administration, we stopped the child smugglers. We dismantled the criminal cartels. We greatly limited drug and human trafficking to a level that nobody actually thought was possible, and the wall helped us a lot. And we protected vulnerable people from the ravages of dangerous predators. And that's what they are, dangerous, dangerous predators. But the Biden administration has put the vile coyotes back in business, and it has done so in a very, very big way. Under the new administration, catch and release has been restored. Can you imagine? We work so hard. Catch, you know what that is. You catch them. You take their name. They may be killers. They may be rapists. They may be drug smugglers. You take their name and you release them into our country. We did the opposite. We not only didn't release them, we had them brought back to their country. Illegal immigrants are now being apprehended and released along the entire southern border, just the opposite of what it was 2 months ago. They weren't coming because they couldn't get in. Once they think they can get in, they're coming, and they are coming at levels that you haven't even seen yet. By the hundreds of thousands, by the millions, they'll be coming. The Biden administration is now actively expediting the admission of illegal migrants, enabling them to lodge frivolous asylum claims and admitting them by the thousands and thousands and thousands a day, crowded together in unsanitary conditions despite the ongoing economic and public health crisis, COVID-19, or as I call it, the China virus. There's no masks. There's no double masks. That was a new one that came out 2 weeks ago. First, Fauci said, you don't need masks, no good, no. Then all of a sudden now he wants double masks. No social distancing, No nothing. No nothing. They're together, and it's sad, actually, and it's sad for them, and it's sad for our country. What the Biden administration is doing to push young migrants into the hands of human traffickers and coyotes is dangerous, immoral, and indefensible. Hard to believe it's happening. Biden has failed in his number one duty as chief executive, enforcing America's laws. This alone should be reason enough for Democrats to suffer withering losses in the midterms and to lose the White House decisively 4 years from now. Actually, as you know, they just lost the White House, but it's one of those things. But who knows? Who knows? I may even decide to beat them for a third time, okay? Beat them for a third time. Joe Biden defunded the border wall and stopped all future construction, even on small open sections that just needed to be finished up. Routine little work. It's already been bought. Wait till the contractors get to them and they say, no, it costs us much more money not to finish the small section than if we finished it. That's going to be nice. Wait till you see those bills start pouring in. He revoked the executive order cracking down on deadly sanctuary cities. He has effectively ordered a shutdown of ICE, halting virtually all deportations. Everyone, murderers, everybody, no more. Let's not deport people. And restricting our law enforcement professionals, and they are great professionals. You have many of them represented here today. From conducting almost any immigration enforcement of any kind. The Biden policy of releasing criminals into the U.S. interior is making America into a sanctuary nation where criminals, illegal immigrants, including gang members and sex offenders, are set free into American communities. They have no idea who's coming up. And remember, with the caravans, these countries, not only the three of them, but many, many countries all over the world, they're not giving us their best and their finest. Because they're intelligent. They're not giving us their best and their finest. Remember, I said that. I said that a long time ago when I made the first remarks, when I came down the escalator with our great future First Lady, who says hello, who loves you as much as I love you. But I said that a long time ago, and we turned out to be 100% correct. Biden's radical immigration policies aren't just illegal. They're immoral, they're heartless, and they are a betrayal of our nation's core values. It's a terrible thing that's happening. The Republican Party must hold Joe Biden and the Democrats accountable. They ripped up the diplomatic agreements we negotiated with Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador to shut down illegal immigration. You know, they got a fortune. They got paid $500 million a year. When I came into office, those countries were refusing to take back illegal alien gang members, including MS-13, the most vicious, probably of them all. No matter where you go in the world, MS-13, they do things that even the worst don't think about. So I asked, how much do we pay these countries? How much do we pay them? Sir, we pay them approximately $500 million a year. It's a lot of money. I mean, it's peanuts compared to the way other countries rip us off, but that's a lot of money. I said, okay, we aren't going to pay them anymore because they wouldn't take back the criminals. And this was true with the Obama administration. It was true for many, many years. So we'd catch a murderer, we'd want to bring him back to Guatemala or Honduras or El Salvador. They wouldn't take him back. No, we don't want him. We'd fly him in, they wouldn't let the plane land. We'd bus him in, they wouldn't let the buses get anywhere near the border. And I said, we're not going to pay him anymore. So after I said that, and I stopped payment, you know, like a term that we use in the world of business, let's stop payment. So we stopped payment. They were delinquent. We stopped payment. And they very quickly came to the table and we made a deal, very quick deal. We still kept the money. We still didn't pay because we made a deal. And when illegal aliens came across our border, they were rapidly deported and lovingly accepted by those countries from where they came. And it worked out great. So now they accept the people. And then we ultimately got along very well with those countries, those three countries, and many countries throughout the world because they respected us again. They didn't respect us. They couldn't believe what they were getting away with. But now Joe Biden has wrecked this great deal, wrecked it. And they're already doing what they were doing before, and they're taking the money. And that's just a small portion of what's going on. To top it all off, the Biden people are pushing a bill that would grant mass amnesty for millions of illegal aliens while massively expanding chain migration. That's where you come in and everybody comes in, your grandmother, your father, your mother, your brother, your cousins. They come in so easily, so crazy, so crazy. It even requires that the U.S. government provide illegal border crossers with taxable funded lawyers. Anybody need a good lawyer? You can't have one. They get the lawyers. They get lawyers. They're probably very good, too. The Democrat immigration bill is a globalist corporate. You take a look at the corporatists. Big tech attack on hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And Republicans must ensure that it never is allowed to become federal law, which is what they want to do. We must stand tall in the party. We have to do this. We have to stand tall as the party for law-abiding Americans and others when they're in our country. Border security is just one of the many issues on which the new administration has already betrayed the American people. He didn't talk about this stuff. I debated him. He wasn't talking about this. He wasn't. What he signed with those executive orders, they weren't things that were discussed. We didn't know all about him and the press because they're fake news. They're the biggest fakers there are. But the press refused to ask the questions. And when I asked the questions on television, on the debate, Chris Wallace in this case and others refused to let him answer. They refused to let him answer the questions. Maybe we could have found something, or if the media did its job, which they don't. Their callous indifference to working families is equally clear when it comes to the critical matter of getting America's children back to school. And they must get back and get back right now. Right now. Crazy. Terrible. Terrible. The Biden administration is actually bragging about the classroom education they are providing to migrant children on the border, while at the same time millions of American children are having their futures destroyed by Joe Biden's anti-science school closures. Think of it. We're educating students on the border, but our own people, the children of our citizens themselves, are not getting the education that they deserve. There's no reason whatsoever why the vast majority of young Americans should not be back in school immediately. The only reason that most parents do not have that choice is because Joe Biden sold out America's children to the teachers' unions. His position is morally inexcusable. You know that. Joe Biden has shamefully betrayed America's youth, and he is cruelly keeping our children locked in their homes. No reason for it whatsoever. They want to get out. They're cheating the next generation of Americans out of the future that they deserve, and they do deserve this future. They're going to grow up, and they're going to have a scar. It's a scandal of the highest order and one of the most craven acts by any president in our lifetimes. It's the teachers' union. It's the votes. And it shouldn't happen. And nobody has more respect for teachers than I do. And I'll bet you a lot of the people within that union, they agree with everything I'm saying. Even the New York Times is calling out the Democrats. The mental and physical health of these young people is reaching a breaking point. Tragically, suicide attempts have skyrocketed, and student depression is now commonplace and at levels that we've never seen before. The Democrats now say we have to pass their $1.9 trillion boondoggle to open schools, but a very small part of it has to do with that. You know where it's going. It's going to bail out badly run Democrat cities, so much of it. But billions of dollars for schools remain unspent from the COVID relief bills that were passed last year. So on behalf of the moms, dads, and children of America, I call on Joe Biden to get the schools open and get them open now. It'd be a great thing to do. When I left office, and we're very proud of this because this was something that they said could not be done. The FDA said it. Everybody said it. Any article you read said it. Couldn't be done. It would be years and years. I handed the new administration what everyone is now calling a modern-day medical miracle. Some say it's the greatest thing to happen in hundreds of years. 2 vaccines produced in record time with numerous others on the way, including the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that was approved just yesterday. And therapeutic relief also. If you're sick, we have things now that are incredible. What has taken place over the last year under our administration. It would have taken any other president at least 5 years, and we got it done in 9 months. Everyone says 5 years. Oh, 5 years. Can you imagine if you had to go through what all of the countries of the world who are now getting the vaccine or soon will be getting it from various companies? But can you imagine if all of those countries had to go through what they've been going through over the last year? You'd lose hundreds of millions of people. I pushed the FDA like they have never been pushed before. They told me that loud and clear. They have never been pushed like I pushed them. I didn't like them at all. But once we got it done, I said, I now love you very much. What the Trump administration has done with vaccines has, in many respects, perhaps saved large portions of the world, not only our country, but large portions of the world. Not only did we push the FDA far beyond what the bureaucrats wanted to do, we also put up billions and billions of dollars, $10 billion, to produce the vaccines before we knew they were going to work. It was called a calculated bet or a calculated risk. We took a risk. Because if we didn't do that, you still wouldn't have the vaccines. You wouldn't have them for a long time. So think of that. We took this bet. We made a bet because we thought we were on a certain track. But you'd be starting to make them right now. It would be a long time before you ever saw them. It takes 60 to 100 days to manufacture and inspect new doses. And that means that 100% of the increased availability that we have now was initiated by our administration. 100%. In fact, the director of National Institutes of Health, Francis Collins, he's Fauci's boss, actually. I think he's a Democrat, too, by the way, recently said that our Operation Warp Speed was absolutely breathtaking and that the Trump administration deserves full credit, which we do. And as conservatives and Republicans, never forget that we did it. Never let them take the credit because they don't deserve the credit. They just followed. Now they're following our plan, but this has been something that they call it an absolute miracle. Joe Biden is only implementing the plan that we put in place. And if we had an honest media, which we don't, they would say it loud and clear. By the time I left that magnificent house at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, almost 20 million Americans had already been vaccinated. 1.5 million doses were administered on my final day alone. 1.5 million in a day. Yet Biden said just a few days ago that when he got here, meaning the White House, there was no vaccine. He said, there's no vaccine? Oh, good. Say it again, Joe. Now, I don't think he said that, frankly, in a malicious way. I really don't. I actually believe he said that because he didn't really know what the hell was happening. But never let them forget this was us. We did this. And the distribution is moving along according to our plan. And it's moving along really well. We had the military, what they've done, our generals and all of the people, what they've done is incredible. But remember, we took care of a lot of people, including, I guess, on December 21st, we took care of Joe Biden because he got his shot. He got his vaccine. He forgot. It shows you how unpainful that vaccine shot is. So everybody go get your shot. He forgot. So it wasn't very traumatic, obviously, but he got his shot. And it's good that he got his shot. Last year, I predicted to you that the extremism, corruption, and incompetence of the Biden administration would be literally unprecedented in American history. Unfortunately, he has proven me 100% right. Already, as president, Biden has urged Congress to pass legislation shredding your Second Amendment. Your Second Amendment is in far bigger trouble than you know. And for 4 years, I fought like hell to save your Second Amendment, and we saved it 100%. We saved it. He signed an order to conduct politically correct far-left indoctrination trainings in every department of the federal government, including the U.S. military, after I had terminated these horrible things that were being preached to our military. And he wants it to go forward. It's insane. Within his first few hours, Biden eliminated our national security travel bans on nations plagued by terrorism. His first priority was to open our borders to unvetted travelers from Libya, Yemen, Syria, Somalia, and many other countries where strict vetting cannot occur. Countries that have tremendous problems, countries with tremendous terrorism problems. We did a travel ban. It was a real achievement. We told those countries, sorry, straighten out your act. We don't want people coming in where they had an ideology or a problem. We just couldn't have it. And it was incredible. How it worked was incredible. And he terminated it. We had to get it approved. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. We got it approved, and he terminates it. In addition, he's already increased refugee admissions by nearly 10 times, but in effect, it'll soon be hundreds of times as millions of people flow up through our soon-to-be open borders. And by the way, the Border Patrol and ICE, these are some of the great heroes of our country. These are incredible people. I got to know them very well. Your family still cannot go out to eat at local restaurants, but Joe Biden is bringing in thousands upon thousands of refugees from all over the world, people that nobody knows anything about. We don't have crime records. We don't have health records. What are they bringing in with them? When I left office, we had virtually ended the endless wars. These endless wars, they go on forever. They go on forever. I would go to Dover and I would see caskets, coffins coming in. I'd see the parents and the wives and the husbands. I would see the kids. Endless wars. 19 years in Afghanistan. We have it down to almost nothing left, and I hear they might want to go back in. Iraq. Remember I used to say, don't go in, but if you're going to go in, keep the oil. Well, we went in and we didn't keep the oil. We had made historic peace deals in the Middle East like nobody thought were even possible. With not a drop of bloodshed. And by the way, not one American soldier has been killed in Afghanistan in over a year. Think of that. Not one. Those troops have largely come home. At the same time, the new administration unilaterally withdrew our crippling sanctions on Iran, foolishly giving away all of America's leverage before negotiations have even begun. Leave the sanctions, negotiate. Does anybody understand what I'm saying here? Are there any good business people? You don't have to be a good. Are there any bad business people? They took off the sanctions. They took off the sanctions. They said, well, we're going to not have any sanctions. Let's negotiate a deal. I don't know, Matt Schlapp. I don't think you would have done that. Do you think so, Matt? I don't think so. Mercedes wouldn't have. No, you do that. You make a deal and then you do it. They wanted. I will tell you something, and I said it. Had we had a fair election, the results would have been much different, and we would have had a deal. We would have had a deal with Iran within the first week. They wanted those sanctions off. He took them off for nothing, for nothing. Now you watch how tough they negotiate. In another horrendous surrender, he agreed to get back into the World Health Organization for approximately $500 million a year, which is what we were paying. When I withdrew from the WHO, and you know the whole story with that, they called it badly. They really are puppets for China. They called and they wanted us to stay in. I said, how much are we paying? Approximately $500 million. How much is China paying? A much larger in terms of population country. Sir, they're paying $39 million. I said, why are we paying $500 million and they're paying $39? I could tell you why. Because the people that made the deal are stupid. That's why. So, and I had no idea how popular it was. I didn't even know if I would be able to politically because people were so happy when I did get out. But I said, so if we went in, we could get it for $39 million, which is what China, not $500 million, which is what we were stupidly paying. And they said, we can make a deal. We want you to go in. We can make a deal. Okay, and I decided not to do it. We could have had it for $39. We could have had it for the same as China. And they decide now to go back into the World Health Organization and pay $500 million. What the hell is wrong with them? No, this is just emblematic. It's a tremendous amount of money, but compared to trillions, it's not, but it's a tremendous amount of money. Why would China pay $39 million and we're paying almost $500 million? Why? So we could have made the same deal that China had, $39 million, and they just say, we're going back in. We're going back into the World Health Organization. They go back in, they pay $500. It is so sad. Just like the Iran and the World Health Organization, Joe Biden put the United States back into the very unfair and very costly Paris Climate Accord without negotiating a better deal. They wanted us so badly back in. I'll tell you, they wanted us. I was getting called from all of the countries. You must come back into the Paris Accord. I said, tell me why. Give me one good reason. First of all, China doesn't kick in for 10 years. Russia goes by an old standard, which was not a clean standard, and other countries, but we get hit right from the beginning. It would have cost us hundreds of thousands and millions of jobs. It was a disaster. But they go back in. I could have made an unbelievable deal and gone back in, but I didn't want to do that. Surrendering millions of jobs and trillions of dollars to all of these other countries, almost all of them, that were in the deal. So they have favorable treatment. We don't have favorable treatment. And we just said, we're going back in. To go back in, they wanted us so badly. You could have negotiated. If you wanted to go back in, which frankly, we have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and everything else that we've ever had. So I don't know why we have to. And what good does it do when we're clean, but China's not, and Russia's not, and India's not? So they're pouring fumes. You know, the world is actually a small piece of the universe, right? They're pouring fumes, and we're trying to protect everything and building products for 3 times more than is necessary. No, they could have made a great deal. If they were going to go back in, that's fine. But they could have made a great deal instead of just say, we're back in. These people. And in one of his first official acts, which was incredible because, again, he talked about energy. He never said he was going to do this. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying not the 8,000 or the 9,000 or the 11,000 jobs that you hear, but 42,000 great-paying jobs on just about day one, right? He never talked about that during a debate. Because he wouldn't have gotten away with it. Well, he would have, because they cheated so much it probably wouldn't have done it. No, but that was not a topic of conversation, remember? Fracking, you can frack. Oh, we love fracking. During the primary, no fracking. As soon as he got through that, he said, no, of course, everybody can frack. No fracking. You wait till you see what happens with your gasoline. Wait till you see what happens, and we cannot let this stuff continue to go on. One of my proudest accomplishments as president was to make America energy independent. The United States became the #1 energy superpower on earth. #1. Became #1. Bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia by a lot. We left them all in the dust. They were all in the dust. But if the Democrats have their way, we are heading from energy dominance to energy disaster. That's what's happening. You have to see what's going on. Everything's being closed up. It's a disaster. The blackouts we saw in California last summer and all the time, and the windmill calamity that we're witnessing in Texas. Great state of Texas. We love Texas. But it's so sad when you look at it. That'll just be the start. How bad is wind power? So I talk about it all the time at CPAC, right? We went to CPAC, remember last, I said, we're going to watch the president. Well, Alice, the wind isn't blowing. I don't believe we'll have any electricity. Remember, we would kid, but I wasn't actually kidding. It's such an expensive form of energy. It's so bad for the environment. It kills the birds. It destroys the landscapes. And remember, these are structural columns with fans on them. They wear out, and when they wear out all over the country, you see them. Nobody takes them down. They're rotting. They're rusting. How this is environmentally good for our country, and it costs many, many times more than natural gas, which is clean. It costs many more and can fuel our great factories. Wind can't do that. And solar, I love solar, but it doesn't have the capacity to do what we have to do to make America great again. Sorry, it just doesn't have it. Under the radical Democrat policies, the price of gasoline has already surged 30% since the election and will go to $5, $6, $7, and even higher. So enjoy that when you go to the pump, and they'll say, that'll be about $200 to fill up your van. You'll go to this, remember they used to go to the little small vans? They got away from the big ones that everybody wanted. They went to the small ones. Well, you know what? Probably a good investment as long as these guys have their say, because, you know, it's a shame what's happening. Energy prices are going to go through the roof, and that includes your electric bills. That includes any bill having to do with energy, our biggest cost. We will now be relying on Russia and the Middle East for oil. And they talk about Russia, Russia, Russia. What's better than what this guy's done for Russia? I had oil where they were actually paying you to take it, okay? You know, that was a little, remember they were going to give you 37 a barrel, but you had to take it away. You had free oil almost for a period of time, and one way I was proud of it, but we also had to save the energy industry, and it worked out well. And I dealt with Russia and Saudi Arabia, and they cut back on production, and we got it back up. But now it's going the opposite, because now they're taking this incredible energy independence away from the people of our country, and you're going to see costs go like you have never seen them go before. It's a very sad and very stupid thing that they're doing. The Biden policies are a massive win for other oil-producing countries and a massive loss for the United States and our great citizens. Joe Biden and the Democrats are even pushing policies that would destroy women's sports. A lot of new records are being broken in women's sports. Hate to say that, ladies, but got a lot of new records. They're being shattered. You know, for years, the weightlifting, every ounce is like a big deal for many years. All of a sudden, somebody comes along and beats it by 100 pounds. Boom, boom. Now, young girls and women are incensed that they are now being forced to compete against those who are biological males. It's not good for women. It's not good for women's sports, which worked so long and so hard to get to where they are. The records that stood for years, even decades, are now being smashed with ease. Smashed. If this is not changed, women's sports, as we know it, will die. They'll end. It'll end. What coach, if I'm a coach, you know, I want to be a great coach. What coach, as an example, wants to recruit a young woman to compete if her record can easily be broken by somebody who was born a man? Not too many of those coaches around, right? They are around. They won't be around long because they're going to have a big problem when their record is, we're 0-16, but we're getting better. No, I think it's crazy. I think it's just crazy what's happening. We must protect the integrity of women's sports. So important. Have to. And I don't even know, is that controversial? You know, somebody said, well, that's going to be very controversial. I said, that's okay. You haven't heard anything yet. As you can see, the early weeks of the Biden administration have nothing less than, they've been a catastrophe for American workers and for American families. The task of our mission, and for us, it's our movement. As I said, a movement like has never been seen, I think we can probably say, never been seen anywhere in the world. I mean, nobody's ever seen a movement like this. I'd grow up and I'd watch somebody who came in second in New Hampshire or first in Iowa, and that was the end, and they became famous for the rest of their lives. We won the election twice. I mean, you know, think about it. Twice. The task for our movement and our party is to stand up to this destructive agenda with confidence and with resolve. The future of the Republican Party is as a party that defends the social, economic, and cultural interests and values of working American families of every race, color, and creed. That's why the party is growing so rapidly and is becoming a different party. And it's becoming a party of love. You have to see outside the streets. I mean, there's such love. The flags. Amazing. That's right. No, it's a party that's incredible. The people, the spirit. And there are, as you probably heard a little while ago, I mean, there's more spirit now than there's ever been, including even before the election. More spirit now than we've ever seen, because people are seeing how bad it can be. And again, I want to thank Rush and Catherine, because what he did to get the word out has been incredible. Some people are irreplaceable, as Sean Hannity would say, and he said Rush is irreplaceable. but his spirit lives on, and that's something that we need and we love. Republicans believe that the needs of every citizen must come first. In fact, America must come first. We don't put it first. They don't put it first. Over the past 4 years, my administration delivered for Americans of all backgrounds like never before. Like never before. We built the strongest economy in the history of the world, raised wages, and achieved the lowest African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment rates ever recorded. It was so great for everybody of all backgrounds that even after the China virus, we are leading the world. Nobody's even close. We're leading it in the comeback. Our economic comeback has been incredible. That's because the financial and economic foundation we built was so strong that unlike other countries who are having a hard time, we didn't break. We came roaring back, and now our stock market and your 401ks are again at record levels, higher than ever before, actually. Many people have asked, what is Trumpism? A new term being used more and more. I'm hearing that term more and more. I didn't come up with it. But what it means is great deals, great trade deals, great ones, not deals where we give away everything, our jobs, our money. Like the USMCA replacement of the horrible NAFTA. NAFTA was one of the worst deals ever made, probably the worst trade deal ever made. And we ended it. You know, a lot of people forget. We ended it. Now we have the USMCA, Mexico, Canada. It's incredible what it's done for our farmers who are doing fantastically. Did you see grain prices and grain sales are at an all-time high? Wheat, all-time high. So many elements of farms and farmers, and they love me. And remember, it's going to be very close in Iowa. Well, it wasn't close. We won in a landslide, Iowa, because our farmers know and they put up with it, and we did a lot of work with the tariffs and all these things that we had to do to get it, and now the farmers are doing great, but they're setting records. It means low taxes and eliminating job-killing regulations, Trumpism. It means strong borders, but people coming into our country based on a system of merit. So they come in and they can help us, as opposed to coming here and not being good for us, including criminals, of which there are many. It means no riots in the streets. It means law enforcement. It means very strong protection for the Second Amendment and the right to keep and bear arms. It means support for the forgotten men and women who have been taken advantage of for so many years, and they were doing great. They were doing great before that horrible thing from China came in and hit us, and now they're starting to do really well again. You know, if you think about it, we built the economy twice. We built it then, and then like every other country in the world, it went down, and then we built it again. Now it's higher in many ways, certainly in the stock market, it's higher in many ways than it was before. That's because of the foundation. And no country comes even close to competing with our comeback. And it means a strong military and taking care of our vets, but a strong military, which we have totally rebuilt. We have rebuilt it. And our military has never been stronger than it is today. It was tired, it was depleted, it was obsolete, and now we have the best brand new equipment ever made, and it was all produced right here in the USA. Isn't that nice? And we take care of our vets. You know, we had a poll recently, just before leaving office. The vets had a 91% approval rating for the way we took care of them. That's the highest number in the history of the polls. The vet polls. On top of all of that, we have even created the Space Force, the first new branch of the United States military in nearly 75 years. The mission of the Democrat Party is to promote socialism. They want to promote socialism, ultimately leading, unfortunately, to communism. And that will happen. If you look at Venezuela, you look at some of these countries, that's why some of our biggest supporters are from South America, Latin America, because they've seen what goes on with all of this cancel culture and you can't speak and let's cut them off and let's not give them words. The mission of our movement and of the Republican Party must be to create a future of good jobs, strong families, safe communities, a vibrant culture, and a great nation for all Americans, and that's what we're creating. Their party is based upon unvarnished disdain for America, its past, and its people. You see that happening. It's horrible the way they treat the legacy of our country, the culture of our country. Our party is based on love for America and the belief that this is an exceptional nation blessed by God. We take great pride in our country. We teach the truth about history. We celebrate our rich heritage and national traditions. We honor George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, and all national heroes. And of course, we respect our great American flag. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So nice. I started that hearing. We really were getting word of that, hearing that during some of the rallies, especially the latter rallies where we set records. We had 56 unbelievable packed rallies, and nobody's ever had anything like we had. And we started hearing, "We love you." And I asked somebody, because we really liked Ronald Reagan, right? He was a great president. We had others. But I said, did anybody ever say that to Ronald Reagan or to any of our great? And to the best of all of these political professionals' knowledge and pollsters, nobody's ever heard that chant before, Matt. So it's an honor. Believe me, it's an honor. It's a great honor. That's a great honor. When you think about "we love you," you're saying that about, I hate to say it, am I a politician? I don't know. Maybe I'm a politician. I hate to admit it, but it's an honor that you would say it. We believe in patriotic education and strongly oppose the radical indoctrination of America's youth. It's horrible. We are committed to defending innocent life and to upholding the Judeo-Christian values of our founders and of our founding. We embrace free thought, we stand up to political correctness, and we reject left-wing lunacy, and in particular, we reject cancel culture. We know that the rule of law is the ultimate safeguard, and we affirm that the Constitution means exactly what it says, as written, as written. They want to change it. They want to change it. They want to get rid of it, frankly. We believe in law and order, and we believe that the men and women of law enforcement are heroes who truly deserve our absolute support. We don't defund the police. We are not defunding the police. We believe in standing up to China, shutting down outsourcing, bringing back our factories and supply chains, and ensuring that America, not China, dominates the future of the world. That's what's going to happen. And by the way, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China During my administration, they never gave us 10 cents. It was a one-way street. We took in hundreds of billions, and during negotiations, they would say, look, the one thing, we don't want any more of these tariffs. Those tariffs, we took in so much money. And what happened is they became competitive. So what happened with people, they wouldn't go to China. They'd build a lot of it back in our country. They would make it here instead. And in addition to that, we were taking in billions and billions and billions of dollars from China. But in all fairness to China, we made a trade deal with them. This was prior to COVID. Once COVID happened, I no longer cared so much about the trade deal because what happened with that was just disgraceful. But that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons that right now our farmers are doing so good. I used to tell China, look, go and get a lot of wheat, get a lot of different things, all of the things we just talked about. You better go out and do it because this country has not been treated fairly by you for many, many years. Many, many years. We used to lose $504 billion trade deficit with China. $504 million, a lot. Right? You know that through the World Health Organization. Now take $504 million, make it $504 billion. We had deficits with China. It was absolutely insane that this could keep going on. It's amazing that you still have a country left. The people that did this to our country, they should be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed of themselves. Companies that leave America to create jobs in China and other countries that have ripped us off for years should not be rewarded. They should be tariffed, fined, and punished. They should not be rewarded. And that's what the Biden administration is doing. But of course, as you know, they have a very close personal relationship with China. So I don't expect much to happen. It's a shame because it really is a threat. It's a tremendous economic threat. And thank God we've rebuilt our military, but it's a tremendous economic threat. Never forget it. These are the convictions that define our movement today and must define the Republican Party in the years ahead. Very simple. It's really quite simple, isn't it? Another one of the most urgent issues facing the Republican Party is that of ensuring fair, honest, and secure elections. Such a disgrace, such a disgrace. Such a disgrace. We must pass comprehensive election reforms, and we must do it now. The Democrats used the China virus as an excuse to change all of the election rules without the approval of their state legislatures, making it therefore illegal. It had a massive impact on the election. Again, you have to go to the legislatures to get these approvals. This alone would have easily changed the outcome of the election at levels that you wouldn't have even believed. Even with COVID, even with all of the things, the numbers are staggering. We can never let this or other abuses of the 2020 election be repeated or happen again. Can never let that happen again. You see what's going on. We've been set back so greatly with other countries and with the world. We need election integrity and election reform immediately. Republicans should be the party of honest elections that can give everyone confidence in the future of our country. Without honest elections, who has confidence? Who has confidence? This issue is being studied and examined. But the reality is you cannot have a situation where ballots are indiscriminately pouring in from all over the country. Tens of millions of ballots. Where are they coming from? They're coming all over the place. Where illegal aliens and dead people are voting and many other horrible things are happening that are too voluminous to even mention. But people know. I mean, it's being studied, and the level of dishonesty is not to be believed. We have a very sick and corrupt electoral process that must be fixed immediately. This election was rigged, and the Supreme Court and other courts didn't want to do anything about it. We did. If you just take that one element where they didn't go through legislatures, it's illegal. You can't do it. It's in the Constitution. They didn't have the courage, the Supreme Court. They didn't have the courage to act, but instead used process and lack of standing. I was told the President of the United States has no standing. It's my election. It's your election. We have no standing. We had almost 20... If you think of it, we had almost 20 states go into the Supreme Court so that we didn't have a standing problem. They rejected it. They rejected it. They should be ashamed of themselves for what they've done to our country. They didn't have the guts or the courage to make the right decision. They didn't want to talk about it. You had the case led by the great state of Texas. 18 states went in. You don't have standing. Oh, let's not talk about it. They didn't have the guts to do what should be done. And that's on top of all of the other forms of cheating, but this is the most basic of all. They would have local courts and local politicians change the rules, in some cases a day or two before the election. This should never be allowed to happen. To another presidential candidate or presidential race should never be allowed to happen. Today, I want to outline the steps that we must take to have an election system in this country that is honest, fair, and accurate. We need one election day, not 45, 30. One day, like it's been. And if Republicans don't get this and the other things I'm going to say, then you should, like the Supreme Court, be ashamed of yourselves. One day. And the only people that should be allowed to vote by mail are people that can be proven to be either very sick or out of the country or military where they can't do it. One day. They have millions and millions of ballots sitting around all over the place for long periods of time. Gee, I wonder what happens with those ballots. I wonder what happens. It's common sense. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. There should be a legitimate reason for someone to vote absentee. Has to have a reason. We should eliminate the insanity of mass and very corrupt mail-in voting. We must have voter ID. Voter ID. You know, to get into the Democrat National Convention, when they had the convention, you needed voter ID. You needed an ID card. You couldn't get in unless you had an ID. So many people told me you can't get in that place, you need ID. Nobody had ID. You need voter ID. They know that. This is a con job. They're conning everybody. They know that. They know the wall was good. They knew the wall would work, but they didn't want to have it because we wanted it. I made one big mistake on the wall. I should have said, we will not have a wall. And then they would have said, let's build a wall. I made a big mistake. I'm sorry. Took us a year and a half extra because of that mistake. We will not have a wall. We need a wall immediately, said Chuck Schumer. We need universal signature matching. They want to pass a bill where you don't have to match signatures, where signatures don't mean anything. Now, they know it's all, just like with the wall, just like with voter ID, when you need to go into anything that's Democrat-run, you need it. But for voting, which is our most sacred institution they don't want to let you have it. There should be a 100% requirement to verify the citizenship of every person who votes. And there must be a chain of custody protections for every ballot. Every ballot. And you saw what happened in Detroit and Philadelphia and many other places, swing states mostly, all over, but swing states mostly. You saw what happened. You saw what was going on. You saw that more people, you take a look at the votes. When you have more votes than you have people, that's a problem, right? Is that a problem? You know, we have a little problem adjusting in Detroit. We seem to have more votes than we have people, a lot more votes. An election-changing number. We're not talking about a number where you can't. No, these are election-changing numbers. In Pennsylvania, they had hundreds of thousands of more votes than they had people voting. What's that all about? What's that all about? Cheating, they say. Yeah, I'd say so. In the history of our country, and it has taken place for years in Pennsylvania and Detroit and various other places, but there's tremendous, never like this, because they use COVID as a way of cheating. That's what happened, and everybody knows it. Hundreds of thousands and millions of ballots. They used it as a way of getting what they've wanted for many years, and the Republicans have to do something about it. They better do something about it. Our election process is worse than that, in many cases, of a third world country. You know that. You saw what was going on. Even if you consider nothing else, it is undeniable that election rules were illegally changed at the last minute in almost every swing state, with the procedures rewritten by local politicians. You're not allowed to do that. And local judges. They want more time. They want this. They want that. All done by local politicians or local judges, as opposed to state legislatures as required by the Constitution of the United States. And these are numbers that are massive. These aren't little numbers. These are numbers that in each state is a transformative number. It changes the outcome of the election. And it's not close. Regardless of your political views, this should concern you as a constitutional matter. And the Supreme Court, again, didn't have the guts or the courage to do anything about it. And neither did other judges. And Democrats even admitted in Time magazine, which is, I would say, on the liberal side, that they just couldn't hold it in. They had to brag about it. Because what they did, they had to brag about it. They couldn't do it. You got to read the story. It's a disaster. It's a disaster for our country that we can allow something so corrupt to happen. Read that article. I really encourage you. You read that article. Yet all of the election integrity measures in the world will mean nothing if we don't have free speech. And that's where we're at now. If Republicans can be censored for speaking the truth and calling out corruption, we will not have democracy, and we will have only left-wing tyranny. And we can do this. We can do this. We're smarter than they are. We're tougher than they are. For some reason, we just don't. We don't get it done. We let them attack our businesses, and we don't attack their businesses. I believe your numbers are bigger than their numbers, but you're nicer than they are. You're not as vicious as they are. In the past, we would debate. I would have it. I'd debate. You've seen me for many years. They throw something. I debate. They debate. Who knows who wins? You know, people go, they vote, they see what happens. But they would have an idea. They would disagree. The public would hear it. The debate and discourse would take place. And then somebody would make a decision. You would win. You would lose. The public would make up its mind, but now there is no debate because they refuse to allow our side to even speak or be heard. They don't want debate because we have easy victories in a debate, very easy victories. It's called common sense. It's called other things, but it's called common sense, so they don't want a debate. The time has come to break up big tech monopolies and restore fair competition. Republicans, conservatives must open up our platforms and repeal Section 230 liability protection. And if the federal government refuses to act, then every state in the union where we have the votes, which is a lot of them, big tech giants like Twitter, Google, and Facebook should be punished with major sanctions whenever they silence conservative voices. And Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida and in Texas and in other states are doing this. If they do what they're doing, Florida, and that legislation will pass, and Texas and others will have tremendous power to do what's right and what's fair. We have no time to waste. Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats in Congress are racing to pass a flagrantly unconstitutional attack on the First Amendment and the integrity of our elections known as H.R. 1. Do you know what H.R. 1 is? It's a disaster. Their bill would drastically restrict political speech, empower the federal government to shut down dissent, and turn the Federal Election Commission into a partisan political weapon. In addition, it virtually eliminates voter ID requirements nationwide, effectively ends all registration deadlines. Can you believe this? Requires states to give ballots to felons, automatically registers every welfare recipient to vote, and puts unaccountable, unelected bureaucrats in charge of drawing congressional districts. That's going to be a lot of fun. This monster must be stopped. It cannot be allowed to pass. Now more than ever is the time for tough, strong, and energetic Republican leaders who have spines of steel. We need strong leadership. We cannot have leaders who show more passion for condemning their fellow Americans than they have ever shown for standing up to Democrats, the media, and the radicals who want to turn America into a socialist country. Instead of attacking me and, more importantly, the voters of our movement, top establishment Republicans in Washington should be spending their energy in opposing Biden, Pelosi, Schumer, and the Democrats. I've said to some of them, I said, you know, during the Obama years and now during Biden, if you spent the same energy on attacking them, you'd actually be successful, as you do on attacking me in many cases. The Democrats don't have grandstanders like Mitt Romney, Little Ben Sass, Richard Burr, Bill Cassidy, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Pat Toomey. And in the House, Tom Rice, South Carolina, Adam Kinzinger, Dan Newhouse, Anthony Gonzalez, that's another beauty, Fred Upton, Jamie Herrera Butler, Peter Meyer, John Katko, David Valadao, and of course the warmonger, a person that loves seeing our troops fighting, Liz Cheney. How about that? The good news is in her state, she's been censured, and in her state, her poll numbers have dropped faster than any human being I've ever seen. So hopefully they'll get rid of her with the next election. Get rid of them all. Democrats are vicious. Remember this, it's true. Democrats are vicious. He said evil. Well, there is evil there. But they're vicious, they're smart, and they do one thing. You got to hand it to them. They always stick together. You don't have Mitt Romneys in the group. They always stick together. Fortunately, for the Republican Party, the Democrats have horrible policies like open borders, sanctuary cities, defunding the police, and the ridiculous, totally ridiculous, Green New Deal. So they stick together, they're smart, they're vicious, they got everything going, but their policies are no good. So hence we have, congratulations, the Republican Party. After this, they may not stick with those policies. We have to be careful. No, their policies are horrible. Think of it. Defund the police. How did that work out? But if Republicans do not stick together, the rhinos that we're surrounded with will destroy the Republican Party and the American worker, and will destroy our country itself. The rhinos, you know, Republican in name only. But the Republican Party is united. The only division is between a handful of Washington, D.C. establishment political hacks and everybody else all over the country. I think we have tremendous unity. When you look at the crowds outside that want your seat so badly, they will take your seat in 2 seconds. They want your seat. Congratulations. Congratulations on getting in, by the way. I'm very impressed. And that's why I'm announcing that I will be actively working to elect strong, tough, and smart Republican leaders. Speaking of that, I heard Jim Jordan did a great job, right? I heard that from Mark Meadows. I heard it. Oh, there he is. Look at that. Hi, Jim. I heard you were great. In fact, I hated to follow you. I want to follow other people. I could name them, too. I like to follow other people. I heard you were great. Thank you, Jim, very much. Jim Jordan. A great, great athlete. People don't know he was a great wrestler. Tremendous numbers of victories. He was a champion. He was college champion for a long period of time. He's a winner and a leader, and he doesn't play games. He likes to win. He likes to win. And we have a lot of people in our party that like to win, Jim, right? But I heard you were great. Thank you very much. But we want Republican leaders who are loyal to the voters and who will work proudly for the vision that I've laid out today. And what is it? So simple. Right? So simple. Military, law and order, great trade deals, great education. So simple. Does anybody get it? What are they doing? Does anybody get it? It has just been stated that President Trump's endorsement is the most powerful asset in politics. You believe that? Who would have thought that was going to happen? Who would have thought that's going to happen, Jim? In last year's congressional primaries, 120, listen to this, it's crazy. 120 of 122 candidates I endorsed won. 120. That's almost as good as Jim's wrestling record. And the two that lost were beaten by people claiming to be more Trump than their opponent. So I like those two people very much also. In the Senate, I was undefeated in endorsements with a record of 21-0. My endorsement of Mitch McConnell, at his request, it's all right. It's all right. Now, he made a request. He asked for my endorsement. Brought him from 1 point down to 20 points up, and he won his race in the great state and actually the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. And he won it very easily. And I said, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing here. But you know what? I did what I did. But he went from 1 point down to 20 points up very quickly, immediately, actually. And he won his race. And if you compare that to his other elections, I'm sure you'll see something interesting. But you know what? We got a Republican elected. And now we have to use Republicans to take care of the election frauds and all of the other things that are happening that shouldn't be allowed to happen in our country. It's very simple. Because of my efforts campaigning, we had huge gains in the House, and I helped keep many senators in their seats, and they will admit it, so that it's now 50-50 instead of Republicans being down anywhere from 8 to 10 seats. And they'll admit it. We'd be down 8 to 10 seats if I didn't campaign. We held rallies for some of the senators that were down, and nobody talks about that. Nobody wants to talk. The press doesn't talk about it. with me at the top of the ticket, not a single Republican member of Congress lost their race for the first time in decades. We won 26 of 26 toss-up races. Toss-up. Think of that. 26 of 20. And those are toss-up. Those are races that could go anyway. We were expected to lose 25 seats, and instead we won 15 seats and almost, why couldn't we have done a couple of more? Almost cost Crazy Nancy her job. We'll do that the next time around. I received almost, listen to this number, because, you know, the fake news doesn't ever talk about these numbers. I just heard this one for the first time. I received almost 1.5 million more votes than all of the Republican House candidates combined. So how the hell is it possible that we lost? It's not possible. I got more votes. I got more, which is me. When I say I, I'm talking about we. We got more votes than any incumbent president in the history of our country. Almost 75 million votes. And that doesn't include the votes and ballots they threw out, okay? If you include them, you'll see numbers that are much different. We did even better in the second election than we did in the first. You know, I won the first, and we won the second. We did much better. Sort of strange, right? How did you do? Well, we did much better the second time. Oh, you did? Really? What a disgrace. What a disgrace to our country. I got over 11 million, very close to 12 million more votes than we got in 2016. And I was told by John McLaughlin that the great pollster, that if you get to, we had 63 in 2016, 63 million. Sir, if you get to 66 million, you have it made. We got to almost 75 million, and what the hell happened? What happened? What happened when they closed all of the counting booths? What happened at 3 o'clock in the morning? What happened at 3:02 in the morning? What happened? No president has ever lost an election after carrying Florida, Ohio, and Iowa. And I won them all, and I won them by a lot. By a lot. I won 94% of the primary vote. No incumbent president who received more than 75% of the primary vote has ever lost an election. I had a record number, and no president has ever, and we're talking about a much lower number than we got, has ever lost an election. Thanks to my coattails, thank you. We have to have a sense of humor. Thanks to my coattails, Democrats failed to flip a single state legislature. Think of it. Or a legislative chamber, because Republicans came out to vote for me. Now, they say it differently. The press, the fake news spins it differently. They say, despite how well they did, Trump didn't win. That's such a lie. And many legislators told me, they said they were going to lose their race. It wasn't going to happen. And then what happened is one in particular told me from a great swing state, said, you know, I thought I was going to lose my position, lose my race, and I went out with my wife the night before the election, and I saw all these Trump signs and the American flags and the spirits on the streets. I said, you know, darling, I think we're going to win. He said, but you were far, far, far more popular than me. They do lots of polls. You were way, way ahead of me, sir. And the next day I was right. He said, he won the election by a lot, and you lost the election. And, sir, it's not possible that you lost because you got a lower number than I did, and you were so far ahead of me. You're the person that brought everybody out to vote. And I happen to agree with that 1,000%. Never forget that conversation. He couldn't believe it. And I've heard it from more than one. And in November, 18 of 19 bellwether counties, you heard about the bellwether counties? 18 of 19 bellwether counties that have correctly predicted every presidential election for decades, many decades, voted for Trump, not for Biden. And it was a shocker to those people that go for the stats. It was a shocker. They voted for Trump. 18 of 19 voted for Trump. There's never been anything like that. And yet, did Biden win? No. If you want to help us take back the future of our country, go to DonaldJTrump.com. I don't do this. I've never done this, but it's time that we have to put forces together because these people with their big tech and their fake news media right back there, okay? And you know, when you talk about election, they turn off. When you talk about, they probably have them going because they also care about ratings. But when they talk about election, they turn off the cameras. You know why? It's a very sore subject, okay? They don't like that subject. There's only one way to contribute to our efforts to elect America First Republican conservatives and in turn to make America great again, and that's through Save America PAC and DonaldJTrump.com. So go out there and do whatever you can because we're going to help a lot of great people. We know the right people to help. We need your help to win and to fight big tech and the radical left and the D.C. establishment. We need to save your Second Amendment, which is under siege. We need to help protect funding for our military and for our great vets, and that's what we're doing. As we discussed earlier, we're in a struggle for the survival of America as we know it. This is a struggle. This is a terrible, terrible, painful struggle. The path ahead will not be easy, but we will win. We are going to win. Ultimately, we always win. And when we do, history will show that this was the moment when we could have given up, when we could have despaired, but instead we chose to keep on pushing forward. The greater the challenge and tougher the task, the more determined we must be to pull through to triumph. We have to have triumph. We have to have victory. With the talent and dedication of everyone here today, and you have tremendous, not only dedication, tremendous talent in this room. I know many of you. That is exactly what we will do. We will go on to victory. We will summon the spirit of generations of American patriots before us, like those heroes who crossed the Delaware, conquered the Rockies, stormed the beaches, won the battles, and tamed the unknown frontiers. We will persist and we will prevail. We're tougher than they are. We're stronger than they are. Together in the coming years, we will carry forward the torch of American liberty. We will lead the conservative movement and the Republican Party back to a totally conclusive victory, and we've had tremendous victories. Don't ever forget it. With your help, we will take back the House. We will win the Senate, and then a Republican president will make a triumphant return to the White House. And I wonder who that will be. I wonder who that will be. Who will that be? I wonder. Standing before you today, I am supremely confident that for our movement, for our party, and for our country, our brightest days are just ahead, and that together we will make America prouder, freer, stronger, and greater than it ever has been before. Thank you, CPAC. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
White to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your mental joy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me? Young man, what do you wanna be? YMCA. You'll find it at the YMCA. No man, does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf. YMCA. And just go to the YMCA. Young man, I was once in your shoes. Young man,
It's CPAC time.
It's CPAC time. It's CPAC time. It's CPAC time. CPAC, I never miss them.
Yeah, this is the Super Bowl of the conservative movement.
I know it's typically in the D.C. area, so maybe this will be the start of a tradition and just have it in Florida every year.
I'm leaving home for the coastline, someplace under the sun.
CPAC is so important to the conservative movement.
CPAC bounds all the conservatives in the world.
And then to have President Trump come as a shot in the arm for the conservative movement.
CPAC is an opportunity to be inspired, to be educated, to be ready to go into battle for our country. Liberty doesn't defend itself. We've got to defend liberty, and that's what CPAC is all about, is defending our fundamental rights.
To a sunny place where it's just you and me. Feels like we're in a dream. You know what I'm.
Will never, ever be canceled unless we agree to it.
We will never let America be canceled over my dead body.
America can only be canceled if we allow it. America will only be a socialist country if we allow it. But I think this next generation is young, bold, and will save America.
This is a strong country of patriotic, liberty and freedom-loving Americans that are rising up and fighting against this cancel culture.
Millions of freedom-loving people around the globe who are watching CPAC, it's inspiring them to be uncanceled.
America cannot be canceled. We have a lot of work to do, but this is what CPAC is for. We're here to start and keep this going.
It's up to every American to make sure we do not get canceled. We must stand up and fight.
We're not going to be silent. We're not going to be shut down. We're going to keep speaking the truth. And that is our priority.
When you attempt to cancel America, America fights back.
This is America, right? We can find ways to have public discourse without ripping each other apart, and we shouldn't. But we can't be afraid to speak up.